Chapman. Capo. Run.
Like the threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. You know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah, yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. None less. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Go. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. 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 In respect. It's a check. None less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, nay. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. I am nay. Oh yeah.
Okay. Woo. Get close. Let's go. Chapman, Chapman. Woo. Capo. Run. Woo.
Like the threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa.
like a threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah. Ooh. It's a threat. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Ooh. Yo. Bag it up. Talk. DNA. Whoa. 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 In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Oh, it's a bet. Oh, yeah. Threat. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's a bet. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay. Woo. Get tossed. Let's go. Chapman. Woo. Capo. Run. Woo.
Like a threat.
I'm a threat. Yeah, it's a bet. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm a threat. It's a bet. Yeah. Let's go. Get my wrist. Whoa. Top. Yeah. Whoa. Know it. Blowing again. From. Whoa. Yeah. Making a killing. Oh yeah. In respect. It's a check. Nothing less. Oh yeah. It's a threat. Yeah, it's a bet.
everyone, and welcome along to the final day of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023, Konami's official professional league, where we feature some of the biggest and best clubs and players in the game. We're here in our home in Barcelona, and today is the day, my friends, where we find out which of the 6 last clubs standing will be the one to lift here this beautiful, precious trophy right next to me. And on top of that, the added bonus of getting to celebrate with this lovely lot here as well. Guys, it has been quite a journey, quite a ride. 5 months since we started this whole thing back on February 11th. Today is the day. How are we feeling?
So excited. As you said, we started so long ago. We started with 8. We're down to 6, but there can only be 1. We're moments away from all the emotions here. I can't wait to get it going.
Indeed. AS Roma, AC Milan, Arsenal, Manchester United, FC Barcelona and Bayern Munich. There can only be 1, and we'll find out by the close of play today. I am beyond excited.
I love it. I love it. There can only be 1 indeed. So you don't want to miss out on a thing. Hang on to your seats, buckle up, because the ride continues today, and what a ride it's going to be. Off we go then. Let's go ahead and get ready for the knockout stages and the grand finale of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023. Well, as we said, it is down to 6 final teams to find out who is going to be our champion for this season. I'm Summer Hunter. I've been your host this entire tournament, and I will continue to do so as well today. And I'm very happy, as always, to be joined by my favorite, beloved, dynamic duo one last time, guys, for this campaign. I already know that you're excited for today, but it's going to be dramatic, isn't it? It's going to be full of so much fun, surprises maybe even. What do you have to look ahead to?
So much to look ahead to. We'll dive into the meat and potatoes of it a little bit.
Meat and potatoes?
Maybe stay on the potato side if you're vegan or vegetarian.
Should we throw in some carrots or something?
But I always say, hotting up outside. It's now hot inside in the temperature. It's very much in the peak of summertime here in Spain, so we're going to see some fireworks, some heat. I can't wait.
I know that he's a fan of blaming the heat on a potential outcome, actually.
Well, it plays into a factor, of course. It's great to be here. It's our last one, though, guys, and I'm feeling slightly saddened by it, but we have literally saved the best till last.
We have.
So I can't wait for this.
All right, good stuff then. Well, as we said, of course, there are 6 clubs left. There are 19 players who will be featuring in the knockout rounds then for today. And it was all decided in the final match day of the regular league season in terms of who is going to be placed where in the final standings and what that means in terms of the seedings, who is going to be in the quarterfinals, who advances straight to the semi-finals. Let's go ahead and refresh our memories as to how all of our teams currently sit in the league table. You have Barcelona and Manchester United. Both of them head straight into the final 4 for today, finishing in the top 2 spots. They're followed by Arsenal, Bayern Munich, AS Roma and AC Milan. All 4 of them will be involved in the quarterfinal rounds. And for those of you who are maybe not up to date on the latest, AS Monaco, the reigning champions, they are eliminated. They are not here today. They are also out of contention alongside FC Inter.
Yeah, and if you're looking at this league table without the context of match day 7, you're probably thinking, yeah, that's pretty par for the course. But after all the topsy-turvy, we say musical chairs of match day 7, if you haven't had a chance to go and see it, I mean, go and watch it, because there was a chance for 3 different league winners, 4 different league winners, and then, of course, all the other positions, apart from 8th, were still up for grabs as well. Unfortunately, Monaco found without a seat when the music stopped. So, yeah, this is, I mean, our top 6, absolutely fabulous. Can't wait to see them in action today.
To that end, AC Milan were the ones who kind of sneaked their way on in there, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned earlier, abject chaos. It literally was that. At that point, I think we got to a point where I became speechless, which is a rarity for me. For people who know me at home, it's a complete rarity. But I think the way that they got in there, just unbelievable to watch. And as Harry said, if you haven't watched it already, go back and watch it. It's brilliant.
Well, but not now, though. We want you to
Obviously
stick
not now.
around today because we want you to watch what happens now. Then you can go back and see how everybody got here. Talking about other league tables that we have the top goal scoring chart as well. There are plenty of names who are going to be involved in today's action, so we might see some changes, some swapping and changing around here as well as Mekabil. However, at the top of the lot for right now with 20 goals, he is not here today, which means that Etorito, with 18 goals, just 2 behind him, could leapfrog him, or even Roxa, who is also going to be gunning for that top spot as well, 16 goals. Those compose of the top 3 spots for right now. Meremen not here as well. So there's plenty of names in this list that you could really pick out with a great chance of actually finishing this competition as the all-time top goal scorer for 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, if you're looking at the chasing pack as well, it will be dependent on their aspirations and dependent on how deep they get into this knockout phase. Of course, the longer that you go, the more chances of games you have, the more opportunities you have at goals. So, you know, we may see this violently change in the same way that we saw the league table do on match day 7.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Of course, this table will always lean itself towards players able to play in the quarterfinals. Of course, we have a different format today as well, which we'll get into a little bit later on, but might lend itself to some of those players who started strongly, as we see in this goal-scoring table, start to get those nods in the first 2 games of this best-of-3 format we're going to see today. But as Mekabil, he'll always have that feather in his cap. Goal scorer, leader after 7 match days.
Well, there you go. Let's go ahead and take a look at the brackets then and see how the day is set up in terms of who's going to be playing against whom and who will be then in front of either FC Barcelona or Manchester United in the semi-finals. So here you have it. The Catalan outfit, they have a bye for today. As we said, they go straight into the semi-finals. They will come up against either Bayern Munich or AS Roma. And in the case of Manchester United, we could see an all-English semi-final if they manage to come up against Arsenal, or they will line up against AC Milan. And of course, then it all comes down to those 4 teams to see who's ultimately going to take the top prize at the end of the day. But how do you like the look of at least what we have initially set up here, Wes?
Beware the underdog. Beware the underdogs. AS Roma and AC Milan, as much as we might say, oh, well, they finished in 5th and 6th respectively in the league, when it comes to knockout football, as we have seen both in real football and in virtual football, all bets are off. Anything goes here, and I'll be surprised if I don't see at least one of them in that semi-final bracket.
Any other dark horses for you, or do you think it'll be a bit more straightforward, the likes of Barcelona, for example, having been at the top of the league table for the vast majority of this competition?
Yeah, I think Wes hit it on the head, really. Look out for Roma and Milan as those 2 dark horses. But when you look at Arsenal and Milan, we saw them on match day 7, very fresh in the memory. Milan taking 9 points out of 9 to get to this stage. It's what they had to do, and they were able to do it. So will that stick in Arsenal's mind? We'll find out that, I think, later today.
Some with a point to prove, something still left with something to be said. Well, we'll come back to the match action later on. As we pointed out, there's a lovely list of goal scorers who have put them in left, right and centre. But of course, this is also the time of the day when we like to hand out our prize for the best goal of the day. So let's find out who is the lucky winner from match day 7.
Again and again here.
Well, that's a good pass, though, to Ante Rebic. Near side by the byline. Back to Tonali and Origi. And Declan. Oh, my word! Milan 2, Arsenal 1. And I can't quite believe what we're seeing here.
All right, everyone, let's give it up for AC Milan's Franchino, the winner of the best goal of the day for match day 7. Come on out. Hello, welcome, congratulations. I'm just going to give this microphone to you. Oh, no, you don't. Hold it. How are you feeling? Congratulations.
Thanks.
Oh, sorry, you're going to talk. There you go. Thank you very much. So you can translate then for me. A very simple question. How does he feel?
He said he's very happy, very feel good after win this prize only after 2 match days, so feel great.
Fantastic. And listen, a very exciting day today, at least for those of us who are watching, maybe less so for you. A brilliant time out last time against Arsenal. It's a rematch again today. Perhaps vendetta is the word on their minds. How do you see this quarterfinal going between the two of you?
It's very difficult to beat, again, the same opponents, but we can do it, we demonstrate, so we're ready.
All right, we're ready. Anything else you want to throw in since you're here as well as his teammate about today?
Sorry?
Anything else you want to throw in about today since you're here as his teammate?
I don't know. I'm very happy. Congratulations for him. So he's younger. He's the youngest in the league. So I'm very happy.
Well, there you go. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Well deserved. Let's give him another round of applause, everyone. Our goal scorer, the best goal, I should say, for match day 7. The winner of €5,000. And the good news is that he, as well as everyone else here today, has the opportunity to win the same award by the end of the day, as we will be handing out another €5,000 for the best goal of the knockout rounds. But there is still more. We do have another award that we want to hand out now as well, and that goes to the MVP of the regular league season. So let's go ahead and find out who that is.
Lewandowski with De Jong. Back to him!
This will have everybody looking at it. It's a poor giveaway. It's Lewandowski!
Lewandowski! Still alive here for Etorito. Dembele, that's a lovely ball! And there is the goal!
There's a slip from Henrique. He's gone for the challenge. Here's Pedri. Pedri has got players over. Can he use them? It's Pedri back to Kessie, back in towards Lewandowski, and Dembele back towards Lewandowski! What a goal! What a goal that is from Etorito!
Well, a man who has won this award many a time. Let's give it up for Etorito of FC Barcelona, MVP of the regular league season. Congratulazione. Did I say that right? I hope. Congratulations. Or there you go. €5,000 for him. Actually, 15,000, sorry, if I could read that properly, as well as a nice little trophy. So in Spain, as we say, this is pan de cada día for you. This is daily bread. It happens so often. Another one to add to your glass cabinet.
Yeah, I'm so happy about this trophy. Of course, was very hard because all players are really good. So it was hard for me win 6 games. But at the end, we did it. So I'm happy and I will just enjoy it.
You came close to winning everything. 6 wins out of 7, not bad. 18 goals. The second top goal scorer for right now. You could finish the day as the top goal scorer. You've had a very impressive season overall.
Yeah, it was really impressive. I didn't expect it, to be honest, but I just improved myself each match day, and I tried. At the end, I wasn't so lucky, but it's okay.
All right, well, you're going to come up against Bayern Munich or AS Roma. Come on, who do you have a predilection for? Who would you prefer to come up against?
I don't know. Of course, two are really good teams, both. If I should say just one name, maybe I should say Roma for my personal revenge, but or if not, even Bayern, because it's an amazing team. So let's see. But I should say Roma.
To beat the best, you have to beat the best, right? Is that the philosophy?
Yeah,
and of
it's
course,
like that.
well, you are one of the best, and quite technically, you are the best in terms of individual players. So congratulations again, and a very good luck to you. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say. I'll give you one last opportunity here.
Yeah, just good luck to everyone today, and I hope that the best win the competition.
Well, there you go. A round of applause once more for Etorito, the MVP of the regular league season. And just a reminder as well that he, along with everyone else here, can also get the award for the MVP of the knockout round. So we'll find out who that will be by the end of today. And also a friendly reminder that we still have more competitions coming up as well in a month from now. Save the date, July 22nd and 23rd. We will have the eFootball Championship Open World Finals, which will be in Japan. And 10 of the players from our eFootball Championship Pro competition will be featuring there in a month's time. So I'm going to go ahead and read them out to you, and we can present to you those 10 players who will be featuring in that competition. Up first is going to be the Palma from FC Barcelona. Mujahid from Bayern Munich. AC Milan's Naples. Then we have Girito as well from AC Milan. And fellow AC Milan member, it's a hat-trick for them, Franquinho, and of course winner of the best goal of the day for match day 7, as we just announced. Minomen from Inter Milan will be joining them, so quite a few from the city of Milan then, and Dominator from Arsenal. AS Roma's Urma. AS Monaco's Uzmekabil. And one more for you, AS Monaco's Zilo. So all 10 of them will be featuring in the World Finals, as we said, to be celebrated on July 22nd and 23rd. So make sure that you save the date. But of course, that is a matter for another day. Now we're going to focus on what's coming up just here around the corner. So let's go ahead and take a deep dive then in what we can expect for today's knockout rounds. This is it, guys. This is the business end of the season. There was one more day to go.
To the goal! Dembele back towards Lewandowski! Lewandowski with the strike! Here Rashford inside! Anthony Martial! Oh, it's trickled in! The dream still alive for Manchester United! And it dominators in the lead, 15 to go! Jesus! It's there! Rotzer at the death! Jesus! Ostrimus takes the lead! And Mucha reinstate their lead! It's Maignan! Never count out Mestre. Goes for goal, and that's a screamer. What a goal that is! Around with Eder Belotti! That sees Gagliano's Roma into the knockout stages. And Stifler is in the lead. He's playing spoiler here, Wes. Welcome to the league. Franquinho with a rocket. It's Zlatan inside the box. 2-0. Cecino for 4. Oh! And I think the great escape is complete.
So a nice little teaser there to whet your appetite and a little bit of a look as to how the knockout rounds are going to shape up throughout the afternoon. Well, let's talk a little bit more about each individual quarterfinal. We can analyze them in a little bit more depth now. We can talk about the first one between Bayern Munich and AS Roma. Both of them, you may well remember, actually already went up against one another earlier in the season. The Germans, they came out of that one undefeated with 2 wins and a draw. And in the case of Arsenal and AC Milan, well, as we saw the last time out, just last month, AC Milan, they walked away with a hat-trick, a clean sweep of victories. We've already talked about this theme of revenge or vendetta in the case of the Gunners. Do you see that happening today, or do you think that AC Milan can actually say, you know what, we've done it once before, why not do it again?
Anything can happen in knockout football, especially considering in the regular season, all 3 players played. You played 3 matches. You were able to get 3 points from each of those 3. Now, completely different. Best of 3. So all you need to do is win the first 2 or 2 out of the 3, and you're advancing to the next round. So when you consider that, it adds just that extra little bit of spice that may change the implications of these matches compared to when they matched up in the regular season.
Yeah, and it's been a long month for Arsenal to mull over that big defeat against AC Milan. And Roma, of course, have had a bit of time to work on their formation, on their team, to go against Bayern, to maybe try and upset the apple cart a little bit here. Like I said, beware the underdog. They're gonna catch somebody out. One of them will. I just got this gut feeling.
Oh, we know how you do with predictions, though. Usually it turns out to be the opposite case.
Curse
Maybe.
Curse the commentator.
Curse the commentator. I'm just joking, guys. Don't worry about it. But here we have the bracket up once more. Let's just pick it apart a little bit more in detail. And just to remind any of you who maybe are just joining the streaming right now and you haven't actually seen the full breakdown of the day's events quite yet. Well, never mind. It's gone now. But in any case, we know how it's going to be. We're going to have Barcelona coming up against one of those 2 that we said, Bayern Munich or Roma. In the case of Manchester United, they'll be against Arsenal or AC Milan. But the big question is, the million-dollar question that I don't think either of you have answered for me yet is, who do you think is going to be the one lifting the trophy at the end of the day?
Haven't answered because we do like to where we
Because
can.
you like to sit on the fence.
I call it staying impartial, but if you had to pick my brain, I will say Manchester United look the strongest team on their side of the tree. So, because they're already in the semi-final, they've picked up form at the right time in the season. If I was going to pick one, it may well be them.
I think I'm going to go the opposite side on the semi-final. I think Barcelona, given the fact that, as we mentioned about the heat in Barcelona currently, they'll be a little bit more acclimatised to what they're working with. And as silly as it sounds, it is something that plays into the kind of the account here. But also, they've got a reigning MVP. They've got, you know, abundance of talent within their roster as well as inside the game. So I think they're going to be very difficult to overcome.
And they're not going to be as lucky as you guys, as you have your nice little mini fans to keep you cool as well throughout the afternoon. So you have that covered to battle the heat. Well, just a friendly reminder as well that the format, we've kind of touched on it a little bit earlier, is going to be the best out of 3. So we'll see how that plays out then for all of our clubs as they try to chase the ultimate prize. And talking about prizes, actually, there's quite a few that all of you at home can get your hands on. I'm sure you know the drill by now for many of you, but there's still plenty more giveaways and campaigns that we have here before we conclude the season's competition. Harry, what's the first one up?
Well, let me tell you, as you said, you know the drill by now if you've been watching this season. But if you haven't, you've picked a perfect time to join in, because if you're watching the program wherever you are watching it, if you can log into your eFootball client and watch the match streaming service from there, you can win yourself 2,000 eFootball points just by tuning in. So you're already watching, you may as well load up the client, watch through there, and you get yourself some points.
Well, there you go. That is a lot of points, actually. 2,000 points. And guess what? To commemorate the celebration of today being the final day of the competition, the pinnacle of some fabulous tournament action that we've had over the last 5 months, well, we actually have a very special campaign as well that's been going on since Thursday. And it's a very simple campaign. It's very simple for you to follow as well. All you have to do is log in every single day and you can win 20,000 GPs. So as this campaign lasts for 7 days in total, for a week, that means you can accrue a grand total of 140,000 GPs to every single account of every single user that registers. And that's not all, because everyone who has played in a match in the challenge event of the campaign will win an official eFootball Origin in-game kit to use on any of their players for life. It's a very special prize for the special challenge event. But Wes, I know you've still got one more thing that you want to talk to them about.
Yeah, I've got an axe to grind. No, I'm kidding. They just haven't given me the merch. They haven't given me the merch.
You really do.
It's fine though. The good news is I may not receive it, but the guys at home will have the ability to do so. We do have here the victory giveaway campaign. It's very simple. Of the teams that are left in today's competition, the more they win, the more you have the opportunity to win. We're talking balls, hats, scarves, t-shirts, you name it, they will be giving it away on their official channels. So of course, keep it locked today to see how you can get involved with those competitions, because of course it all depends on who wins today. So you'll be looking to try and make sure that you're across the right social media channel at the right time. So just keep it locked to their official channels and you'll be able to get involved in those giveaways.
Well, there you go. You heard them. Make sure that in order to get your hands on all of these prizes, all you have to do is stay up to date across all of our social media platforms, whether it's through eFootball or any particular club that you follow. And make sure that you do as this lovely man here says, and you can collect your 2,000 eFootball points by following or entering the streaming through the game. So let's go ahead, talking about games, and go ahead, roll out the red carpet for the very first 2 clubs who are going to go to battle in our first quarterfinal of the day. Let's give a warm welcome to the stage, FC Bayern Munich and AS Roma.
Us off, Wes. Bayern and Roma, 2 of the premier clubs we have in this competition, both find themselves in the quarter-finals. It could be a long day for one of these 2 clubs if they want to find themselves going up and lifting that trophy at the end of it.
That will be the desire. They will want it to be the longest day possible because they will want to get through to the final and win the whole thing as it is in the eFootball Championship Pro. And of course, I'm sure there'll be a lot of vested interest from those who are waiting in the wings. You certainly can imagine that maybe Barcelona have got a big eye on this game.
Absolutely, they wait in the semi-finals, but for now our attentions are on the quarter-finals. We can see our players taking the seats. For Bayern we see Mestre, and for Roma it is who is essentially the hero, the spoiler from matchday 7, Stifler, with that 1-0 win over the previously undefeated Etorito of Barcelona. A huge statement of intent from Roma to send him out first.
Yeah, and he'll enjoy that nickname. He'll enjoy being the spoiler because he's there to nullify. And of course, looking across the stage at who he's up against Mestre, who, as we know, is quite a bit of a hothead when he gets going, so you won't want to give him any type of motivation to get into that groove.
Definitely not. Another thing to note as well, Bayern München with their full contingent here today. We see plenty of those Bavarian shirts up on the stage. Maybe there's psychological warfare going on there.
It's nice to see them. It's nice to see Jay Victor back. It's nice to see Lutti back in the piece as well. Having that support system there is always valuable. So, you know, having those guys back in the building for Bayern, or certainly from a Bayern Munich perspective, they'll be delighted to have them there. Just a bit more backing to the team as a whole.
Well, a date with Barcelona in the semi-finals awaits one of these two clubs, and we can go now to the mix zone with Semra, who is with one of the Barcelona players. Semra, it's over to you.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'm very happy to say that for once I have a bit of a role reversal. I've swapped places with Weather, and I have the absolute honor and privilege of talking to you, my friend, Alex Alwafil of FC Barcelona. Huge day ahead. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It's been a long way to come here to this knockout stage. Everybody looks ready, and I will say we too as well. Just wait a little bit for our moment today.
You in particular, from day one, have been so determined, so driven, so focused to leave everything that happened in the past, and come back stronger, and to really show the world what we already know that you're capable of doing. So this almost feels in a way almost like you're a man on a mission this season, and you're coming very close to achieving that objective.
Yeah, I will say I'm on a mission, but for my own, for my teammates, for my people behind, Barca, family, because, at the end we are sacrificing a lot of our time training hard to be ready just exactly for this match day. And at the end it's excited. I mean, at the end the club is supporting us, surrounded, the results are there, but today is the final day, and we wish to give our best, and why not looking to lift that title.
And not giving away too much, because I know that your opponents are there. I mean, they're a bit focused right now, but there are others as well with open ears who are listening in on this conversation. But is there anything you could tell us about the game plan for today, what the three of you have in mind about how you want to approach the semi-finals and later on the finals if you make it there?
Well, honestly, being honest, anything different than a 2-0 for Bayern right now is going to be super strange. They are coming with 4 players, 1 coach. They are a completely squad, and also in team, they are a good team. This is one of the best 2 players in game, and also the roster is super strong. So I see them really favorite for this quarterfinal.
So you're in a privileged position where you get to watch them, because you get to come into the action, into the fold later on in the semi-finals. Do you have a preference? You just said you would be surprised if it weren't Bayern that made it against you guys in the semi-finals, but do you have a preference between the two as to who you'd like to play against?
Don't think so. At the end, Semra, you have to beat everyone to be the champion, if you want to be the champion. So Roma defeat us in the last match day. Bayern is Bayern. Looking forward to this quarterfinal and then our moment in the semi-final.
I like it. The attitude is just bring it on, guys, whoever it may be. Okay, one final thing I want to ask of you. Just a very quick message to send.
I hope everyone at home enjoy it, because it will be the highest level of eFootball around the world.
That it will be indeed. Thank you very much, Alex. Good luck to you. And I'm sure we'll speak to you later on in the day.
All right.
Thumbs up from Alex. Thanks, guys.
Well, thank you very much to Semra, as always. Great to hear from Alex, ready for the semi-final later on today. Some fighting words in there, Wes.
Little bit diggy, It was just a little bit psychological and a little bit of kind of psychological warfare. Saying, you know, Bayern have got their whole contingent with them. They've got 4 players, they've got a coach. It's just a little bit of a seed of doubt in there saying, oh, well, if Bayern don't walk away with the 2-0 here, I'll be very surprised. Again, it's a little bit of psychological warfare. It's nice to see within esports.
And I tell you what, if that's the common opinion of most of the league, then there's only one club it benefits, and that is AS Roma. They would happily play underdogs today. They've been there, done that on match day 7. All it took was, what was it, a single point they needed back then? They went and took all 3 in the first game with Gagliardo. So maybe we'll see him feature later on. But first, Stifler and Mestre. What a game we have to kick us off here. And Stifler, by the way, in fine form. 9 points out of 9 from his last 3.
Yeah, very much growing into the competition. And again, as we've said about form, and you see it a lot in real football where you hear pundits and analysts say, well, when they get into kind of the business end of the season, they start to gather momentum. That's the type of momentum that Stifler needed going into a knockout phase, is to just start to get that moment. And of course, cast your mind back to match day 7. It's only the regular season MVP, that he beats in Netarito. So again, real feather in his cap. His tail will be up, and this will be a tricky one if you are a Bayern Munich fan. Let it not be said that, as we said, underdogs, they can come and bite you.
Well, that they can. You can see on your screens, we're just finalising our match lobby here. Roma versus Bayern, moments away. Make sure you stay up to date with all the eFootball happenings. And of course, thank you for tuning in, and hello to wherever you're tuning in from in the world, our friends all over. No doubt you're not going to want to miss this. We touched on Stifler's form. 9 points from 9. That came after a 3-loss streak in the middle of the season. It's almost an opposite when you look at Mestre's form. He had 3 wins on the trot from match days 3 through 5, but before then, a draw and a loss, and after then, a draw and a loss.
Yeah, and that's it. It's that kind of form that we're kind of looking at in terms of you have to start to build momentum in these phases. You have to start to create your own kind of look almost. And as we've said already, what has happened in the previous league season is now done and dusted. Yes, we can look back at it, and yes, we can certainly make some predictions based on the data that we have. The reality is knockout football. The minute this console goes on, all bets are off, and it's as though it's back to match day 1 almost.
Well, you're absolutely right, Wes. Can't wait to call this one alongside you. Stifler and Mestre, our show openers in the 2023 season eFootball Championship Pro knockout stages. We are underway. It is Roma versus Bayern. Mestre versus Stifler, and I tell you what, it's the former coming forward here with Tell, and Mane is there! 3 minutes in, and Bayern strike first. It's Sadio Mane, and it's 1-0 to Bayern.
Just goes to show you how one error down the other end of the field can cause a counter-attack that can be so precious. Again, Tell on the right-hand side. It all really came from that opening period of play from Roma. Tell forces the opportunity, makes Rui Patricio make the save. And of course, as we said before, when you get into those types of opportunities, the best thing to do is just take a strike, because the worst that a goalkeeper is going to do is make the save. Of course, the best thing is that he parries it into the direction of an oncoming forward. As we'll see there, it's Mane. You can see Smalling just tried to get his leg in there, and instead it is tucked away by Mestre, and it is an early 1-goal lead for Bayern Munich.
Advantage to Bayern then in game 1 of what is a best-of-3 series. If you've been watching all season long, we'll remind you throughout the show, it is best of 3 now. We will go to extra time and penalties if they're needed, because quite frankly, we need a result from each of these games we see today.
Yeah, there must be a winner over every game. Of course, as we will eagerly watch on. If it does go to a draw, you have that almost roulette of extra time and then the added almost casino of penalty shootout that you have to go and play your odds in. I don't think any team will want to leave it to that stage. They'll want it done in regulation.
We heard it from Alex pre-match. He fully expects a Bayern 2-0 here in this best of three. So far, so good from Mestre. Looking at these two pre-match, I mean, both had scored 8 goals, both had gathered a similar points tally throughout the season. Mestre just 1 point behind his adversary here. Stifler, by the way, hasn't drawn this season, which lends itself to knockout football, because obviously you can't draw. But Mestre, a couple of draws to his name. So far, so good, though, with that early goal, 15 gone.
Thought match day 7 was tense. It is almost increased in pressure here.
Well, it is, and it's again that far side that seems to be a problem for Stifler as Sane cuts back. Who can he find? He goes straight for goal, and Mane's there! His double! A brace for Mane. 2 for Bayern, and Mestre in complete control now.
Copy C and copy P of my comment for the first goal. It's exactly the same type of goal. Instead, good turn inside there, and instead of putting the ball across, which looked like the most obvious thing to do, instead puts a strike on goal, forces Rui Patricio into the save. Mane is back there again. Right, because you see there, he just puts the stop on, instead takes the strike that pulls Rui Patricio out of position with the save, and Mane is there to tuck it home for 2-0. They have come to play, Bayern Munich. They have come to play.
Yeah, cool as you like from Mestre. I believe we're underway here following the goal that put Bayern 2-0 up here. A Bayern squad that looks very well drilled. You can see on the player cam, Mestre very focused and 4 men behind him. It's quite the backup he has in the Bayern contingent. Finaldo Belotti looking for Abraham! And there's one back! It's Tammy Abraham, as he's done all season, heading it home for Roma. And we have a knockout game on our hands here.
Beautifully worked from both the big men that AS Roma have in attack. It's the beautiful ball in towards Belotti. Again, flicks it down with that long limb of his. And it's Tammy Abraham with the stooping header, which has taken the goalkeeper out here. As we'll see it again, stooping header. Goalkeeper comes out to try and parry it away. Instead, doesn't get there first. Abraham, the beneficiary. But Roma have announced themselves here right now. And now, as to steal a line from my co-commentator, it's game on.
3 goals after under 25 minutes here. It says we are going to see our esports players in this competition at the very top of their games here. We've seen Abraham do that type of thing all season, however, usually from a bit higher up. And, well, he's coming forward here again. Dybala, can he latch onto this? Oh, it's a nasty deflection. It'll only end in a corner, though.
Had to make the block. Had to make the block there. Sees that big time Dybala. Gets the knockdown there. Very nicely done. Matthias de Ligt takes a bit of a painful one.
Well, it's the exact response that Roma fans would have wanted after going 2 down early on. Roma corner now. Dybala to swing it in towards Abraham. Cleared upfield, and you always have to watch Tell giving chase. He'll give that one, though.
Yeah, he's very much a speedster, is Tell. Spinazzola is no slouch either.
Musiala. Tell, that's lovely football from Bayern, and Mane now has a chance to finish this one. Mestre 3, Stifler 1. 30 minutes gone, 4 goals. Bayern the happier of the two, but it tells me this quarter-final match is not done yet.
Can't keep a hold of Sadio Mane. 3 goals from Mane, and it's using that pace, it's using that combination play in the right manner. You just see that really good through ball there from Tell, almost scuffs it into the path of Mane. And again, rather than overthinking it, Mestre just says, you know what, just going to hit it. And as such, it's the beneficiary. It's 3 goals to 1. I think Stiff was asking there, what more could I have done?
It's a difficult one to contend with, but the mission remains the same. Try and overturn this Bayern lead, and you'd argue, Wes, there hasn't really been too much control from either side, both just willing to put their best foot forward here, and Dybala can slide in. Abraham, oh, it's just beyond him though. No real control from either club so far, with 10 to go till the break. It's just been attack, attack, attack.
Yeah, it's just been capitalising on moments. It's been the moments that have set these two teams apart. And the decision making from Mestre has been pinpoint to take those opportunities on to force the saves. It's been what he has needed. Certainly it'll be a confidence booster if you can see this one over the line.
And ball out to Sane. Kicked into touch though, and well, with 5 to go until half-time, Mestre might fancy himself for a third here. Tell is in a very dangerous position. Well, maybe the first instance of keep ball we'll see, is no doubt Mestre has that final attack of the half at the forefront of his mind.
I was going to say, don't be surprised if we see more gamesmanship coming in than what we saw in the regular season. The regular season is one thing where there's points and there's goals all on the line. It's a very different thing when it's knockout football. You just need to see it out.
Build up is lovely here. Mane dummies one, tries to dummy another, but Pellegrini's there. Musiala not giving this one up. Kimmich will try and recover, but this will be in the final third here for Bayern. They wanted the final attack of this first half, which has featured, by the way, 4 goals. But in the end, they come back at them. Smalling out to Belotti. Into the third. 4th of 3 added on, and now the referee will blow his whistle. 4 goals in our first half, whereas we expected absolutely nothing less.
No, absolutely. And from what we have seen so far, it's kind of going as the form book would suggest. Certainly, if you were looking at this as a, as a lay person just looking onwards, you would suggest that Bayern would be the main kind of protagonists of this story. And of course they have been. They've capitalised on their opportunities, they've made good work of their opportunities, and they've made those chances pay. On any other day, if those chances had gone wide, Stiffer could be walking in here with a 1-0, lead to his name, but instead they've bounced kindly, gone to Mane, and there you go. So I think at the moment, Bayern Munich very much the happier of the two camps.
They certainly are in terms of scoreline. 3-1, we kick off the second half in Bayern's favour. It's just such an imposing figure when you look at the Bayern München camera here on our screens. It's quite the midfield, isn't it, that shape? They've definitely got the shape down, the 2 holding midfielders in the back and 3 up top.
Makes Mestre the goalkeeper if he's sat in the middle of the as well. But yeah, I mean, again, it just kind of provides almost a... It's almost like a ring of force. You sometimes see it where players will protect each other just before a penalty is about to be taken. Very much similar type of fashion here. You've got plenty of people around him. He hasn't got to worry about any kind of gamesmanship or kind of antagonising kind of actions from other teams. Instead, they're doing it by committee.
Here is your regular league scorers. You see Mestre and teammate Jose there down in 17th, and has a chance to maybe add to his knockout stage tally so far as well, with Mane getting to the byline. To scroll down a little bit further, Wes, to get to Stifler down there in 22nd.
Yeah, but we made this point as well in regards to Bayern as an attack comes through here for Roma. Is Pellegrini to Dybala.
Yeah, watch out for Dybala on that far side. Tricky footwork. That epic big-time card. Pellegrini with a cross, but Sommer does well.
Yeah, we were making the point off stream before we came live in terms of Bayern's goal-scoring acumen, as it were, and it hasn't been quite apparent this season. But as we said, and as we spoke a little bit to Lutti, their coach, it was a case of it doesn't really matter about what's been and gone. If you save your goals for today, if they win 1-0 and they go and win the entire thing, I don't think anybody's going to care if you're a Bayern Munich fan.
Tell will give chase again. And there's 3 red shirts to aim for here. Ibanez clears, but although Mestre had Stifler beat in the goal-scoring charts, Stifler actually brought home more points, and well, that's a lovely looking ball to Mane. Tries to feed it back to Tell and comes off a Roma man for a corner.
It's the right idea to head that back into danger. It's just read, unfortunately, by Stifler's defenders. He has gone for a corner here, though.
Upamecano looks to be the target, but they have another chance at this, Mestre. And that's a lovely looking ball to Sane, and to Mane as well! The 3-goal lead is official now. Bayern 4, Roma 1. And with time ticking down, it could be Bayern moving on to match point.
It's that man again, Sadio Mane again. It's a wonderful deep ball. We'll see it here again. You see Sadio Mane just peels off of the back post, times his run to perfection, heads it down into the centre. Mane with a sweeping finish. And that will surely be that from Bayern Munich. Moved just at the right time. As Harry is miming to me an offside flag. It certainly had that about them. But the referee says no, and it is a goal that is given.
It's the Mestre end. He is in command of this quarter-final. 4 goals to 1. You could not have asked for more.
One thing to note as well, I believe we forgot to mention this, obviously the game update that came out recently has increased the substitutes bench to 13, which means that the team strengths have had to adjust. So again, for any of those wondering at home as to why they're seeing 2,700 as opposed to a 2,430, it's gone up to a collective strength of 2,730 and a base strength of 2,680. So again, just to keep you abreast of all of the different types of rule changes and the different types of impacts that even game updates can have. It's just to keep you up to date there, so you don't think that anybody's going to have any what's the word I was looking for?
Any ramifications?
Any kind of nullifying of results or anything like that. None of that will occur.
No sanctions. Hopefully, we see on the knockout stage. We have, of course, our referees Sergio and Billy up there, keeping a stern eye on exactly what's happening. Cancelo beats Pellegrini. Mane again arriving.
Looks up for it today, does Mestre. Looks very, very up for it.
Corner potentially to make it 5. Mane is again in the mixer. Kingsley Coman into the area, but Smalling with good defensive duty. We said neither player had really taken a hold of the first half. The second half has definitely come by the way of Mestre as he looks on the warpath here.
Looks like he's kept his foot down here. And again, of those chances, we talk about it in terms of being clinical, in terms of being decisive. When those chances come to you, you have to finish them. We have seen so many teams let leads go and let results go, all because they've not found the finishes when those chances have become apparent to them.
Yet another Bayern attack. Mane. His pass intercepted now. Is there A slither of hope here for Roma. Mestre just absolutely nullifying every attack Roma try and put together. We saw magic on match day 7 from Stifler, but the knockout stages so far have proven pretty cruel, and that's a lovely crossfield ball to Koeman. To Mane! Bayern 5, Roma 1. Magical from Mestre. Job done, on to game 2.
It's the Sadio Mane show. He seems to be the guy that is right there where you need it. Again, a chest of a touch from Kingsley Coman, not something you'd expect in those scenarios. Allows the defender almost to sail past him and allow Mane to be free in the middle. It's a brilliant finish again for Mestre. It's 5 for Mestre, it's 5 for Mane, it's 5 for Bayern Munich.
Stifler left absolutely dumbfounded by that attack. It says Alex Alguacil predicted pre-game, Bayern are cooking. They're in with a shout, of course, of finishing first in this competition on match day 7. They're proving why here. Lovely double touch there from Mane, has João Cancelo, and Tell! Oh, it's wide. I thought it was 6, but instead, Mestre spares his adversary here.
It's free-flowing football from Mestre at the moment. It's brilliantly well worked. First-time passes, first-time shots. Just doesn't find the finish. And even at 5-1, he's disappointed with the fact that he's not put that one away. So that tells you the level that he's at today. And of course, if we're looking at it from a Bayern perspective, they will be delighted that they've got themselves off and running here.
Still a chance to make it 6. You can tell Mestre wants it. Kimmich. Oh, the referees spoiled the party there, but job done by Mestre. A commanding, impressive performance to start the knockout stages and put Bayern München on match point here in our first best of 3 of the day.
Yeah, and it was a phenomenal performance from him. Again, as we said, clinical in the times where he needed to be clinical. You'll see these opportunities that come there. It's not by luck, it's by design that you have put that shot into the goalkeeper and then waited and hoped for a deflection or hoped for a parry out to an on-rushing Mane. And again, he was well worth the 5-1 victory. Stifler, as you said, was just left dumbfounded. It was a great response from him, though. Despite going 2 goals down, he did have that little moment there with Tammy Abraham and that great ball movement with Belotti, but just wasn't enough to overcome what was coming back at him from a Bayern Munich perspective.
So many goals. I mean, 6 goals in game 1. We'll drive ourselves crazy, Wes, if we analyse every single one. What I can tell you is that is Mestre's biggest win of the season so far. A 4-goal margin. Beats his previous best, which was only 2. Very unlike Mestre, as we've seen from seasons past, even in co-op iterations. Likes to get amongst the goals. That is going to be a big confidence booster going forward if Bayern can survive this quarter-final.
It's a big confidence booster and it's a big statement of intent as well. Looking at how he performed there, it was cold as ice, clinical, wasn't really any emotion, knows that it's a long day. If, as we said, if they have those aspirations of getting to the final, knows it's a long day. You don't want to exert any energy, you don't want to exert anything too over the top at this point of the day because it's a long way to go. As we have to talk about it in terms of like fatigue, heat, all of those different things that were playing to the kind of the formula as it was of trying to get through to that final and win the whole thing. That is part of it.
Absolutely it is, and we can see who's taking the hot seat for game number 2. Mucha for Bayern München steps in and has the easier task of the 2. Captain Roma for AS Roma has really been their star man this season. Plenty of goals to his name. But thanks to that man on your screen, Mestre has a bit of a salvage mission to do here in quarter-final number 1. Mucha renowned for his defensive capabilities, Wes. We've said it before. Why don't we recycle the old adage where it's potentially fire versus ice here. Irma, a very strong goal scorer, strong attacker, up against Mujahid, who likes to nullify his opponents.
He's got 90 virtual in-game minutes to save Roma's season. Yes, the aspiration was top 6 when they first stayed here, but you'll know as well as I do that once you start to get into those periods and get into those environments, you'll start to think, wait a minute, we can go a little bit further here, we can do a little bit more. Irma has to win this game. By hook or by crook, he has to win to keep Roma in it. Of course, Mujahid on the other side, we know his capabilities both on the defensive side of the ball and, more importantly, the offensive side of the ball. He's able to move the ball at pace, he's able to work quickly, and he's able to work efficiently. And that'll be something that Roma will need to take care of here. And I think if you're Roma, you need the first goal in this game just to set the tone, to say, wait a minute, slow down. We can do some damage here, and we can take a victory. That is what they need here. They need to set the pace.
Well, as you can see, kickoff has happened now in game 2 of quarter-final number 1. It is Bayern versus Roma. Bayern on match points, Roma on survival points here. And if there is a player that comes to mind when you think of knockout footballers, Belotti narrowly misses that one. I do think of the Roma captain. I think back to seasons previous in this competition, big games where he's been called upon, and of course back in the E-Euros in 2020, took Romania all the way to the semi-finals. He's proven he can do it there. Can he do it on this stage? Roma, quite frankly, need him to hit.
Well, the thing is, we know, looking at, given the time and we've spent casting over these individuals and casting over these games, we'll know that all of these players have the ability and have the level to do damage. It's just a case of who causes it first. Irma will need to tap into all of that experience and all of that know-how to get himself a victory here and to get his team into a tiebreaker scenario.
Mujahid on the offensive. Cancelo on that far side won't get there before Ibanez. And if you're just joining us, we'll remind you throughout, best of 3s we're in now. No aggregate score, no points to be claimed, just a winner after every game. Pellegrini to the byline just takes it too far.
Just ran out of real estate to be able to do what he wanted to do there.
While we've spoken a little bit about Irma in knockout football, we've seen Mujahid on the national stage as well for his home nation, Turkey. Has plenty of experience under his belt in this type of competition. It's about whether or not he can execute his game plans. That's what comes to mind when I think about Mujahid. He's excellent defensively, but always has a plan B. So
it all depends on whether you can shake him out of that game plan. The issue is, of course, is that Mujahid's personality is somebody who just keeps their cool. He just keeps his cool. He'll keep ticking over. It's a little bit like the metronome on a clock almost. He will just keep ticking over as Abraham looks to find his way in here.
Roma with a snapshot deflects off the Bayern defence.
That's
this one had potential, Wes, for a really good chance for Roma.
Yeah, and to shake him out of that metronome state. That's why it is so important that Irma gets this first goal. Because if he settles into rhythm, Mujahid, it's almost impossible to play against him. This will be a big opportunity here if you can make it pay.
Well, swings it in towards Abraham, as we've said. Headers are vital for the Englishman. Early cross here towards him again. I think he won that header, but just did not bounce in Roma's favour.
The thing if you're Mujahid is that you kind of have a little bit of pressure off you. You know that Mestre's already gone out and won the first game. And you know that you have really got to push and you've just got to wait for a mistake. And as I've said on occasion before, playing Mujahid, it's a lot like playing with a viper or playing with a snake. Once it wraps himself around you and starts to suffocate the game away from you, you realise it's too late.
Roma on the prowl. That was an inviting one for Dybala to run on to as we approach the half-hour mark. We are in knockout football, so we will see extra time and penalties if they are so needed. Sadio Mane inside to Cancelo, but defensively Irma dots the I's, crosses the T's. Of course, the added question we have was about the contingent that Bayern have brought. Jay Victor last featured back on match day 2, if memory serves, so no doubt he'll be eligible if they need to call upon him later on. For now, though, Mucha hit trying to skip past the Roma defence.
Well, if you think about the conditions and you think about the levels of fatigue, it may just be an idea to have him along in case that fatigue sets in.
Defending to do here for Bayern. Kamara back to Belotti. Just sticks a toe in. Things starting to ramp up now at the end of the first half here in game 2. We're into the realms now where, as we trickle down towards half-time, both players on the stage, Wes, will be thinking about maintaining possession for that final attack of the half that we've seen so many times be incredibly valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll be looking to have the last statement of the half. Here's Gnabry, Kimmich.
And Cancelo in the box as well, dispossessed.
Yeah, they'll be looking to have that last statement of the half. As you can see, 44 minutes on the clock here. It's quickly ticking away.
There will be 1 minute added time.
And the ball stayed in play for the majority of the half, so only 1 minute added on. Kimmich looking for Mane, far post, goes for the header! And on the stroke of half-time, who else but Mane to put Bayern in front, not for the first time in this quarter-final. Bayern 1, Roma 0 at a perfect time.
Something tells me that Bayern Munich have been working and working and working on this setup, because it always appears to be Mane who is the player who is left unmarked. Beautiful ball into the box, and again it's that last chance of the half, and instead of heading it backwards like we've seen Mestre do, instead Muki went no, I'm just going to head this at goal and see what happens. It's a great finish from Sadio Mane, and that is a big derailer if you are a Roma fan.
Just out of vision, the referee blew the half-time whistle. Now it's time for potential changes. You can see the 5 heads of Bayern München all just putting their heads together to try and figure out what changes are needed. I wonder if we can have a little listen here.
I'll say this as a man of experience. If there is a person who you want in your corner to talk you through a game plan and what you need to do next, it's none better than Lutti. Having played against him, it is an experience to say the least. And to have that backing you up is worth its weight in gold if you're FC Bayern Munich.
Second half underway. Bayern 1, Roma 0. And as you say, great to see Lutti here for the knockout stages. Haven't been able to see him nearly enough throughout the season. And someone's come a long way here. It's Belotti from downtown. That is a big mistake from the Bayern keeper. We've seen that before.
It's normally the other Bayern goalkeeper, Emmanuel Neuer. Normally, and that is something you very rarely see. Goalkeeper comes out, doesn't quite gather it. As we'll see here, the ball is curling away, so he has to head it clear. And it's instinctive from Irma, but it's there, and it is an equaliser. Composure to not pull the trigger with the first player it comes to. Instead, lays it off, finds Belotti. Finds the goal. No, it's an equaliser.
Bit of a gift for Roma. But as a neutral, the goal from Irma sets us up really nicely here in this second half. Coming forward again with Dybala. Just flashbacks of Manuel Neuer in seasons previous. Abraham first to the punch, but I think he's offside here, yeah, by quite some distance. Manuel Neuer a couple of seasons ago. Still remember Eldridge O'Neill of Manchester United scoring not one but two from the halfway line.
He'll be sat home with a very bright smile on his face because he knows how that feels. He'll probably be looking at it and saying, well, it wasn't quite as far out as my ones, but yeah, I mean, you know, looking at that, it's a mistake, and it does give Roma a foothold. Here's Abraham trying to get it across to Dybala. It's back to Dybala. Here's Abraham, and it's cleared away by Lucas Hernandez.
Goretzka stepping in, and that's risky footwork, but it does the job. Gnabry will give chase here, but Ibanez should be there first.
The attendance for this match was 71,550.
Fairly plain sailing for Bayern after that goal just before half-time here in game 2. Now München has to start again. On the other side for Irma, whereas of course it is that lifeline, and psychologically your first goal in a knockout stage can be arguably the most important.
Absolutely, and no better time to get it, because looking at the way that Irma had been playing, there wasn't really a lot in terms of opportunities to break down this Bayern Munich team, and it only came from a mistake, but it's a almost invaluable mistake for Irma to have taken control of and put the ball in the back of the net.
Substitution on the field. Number 22. Number 7.
Here is the restart. Still as you were. Bayern 1, Roma 1.
Number 42.
In game 2 of this best of 3. If Bayern win this one, then Roma are headed home. But as of now, they are still alive.
Anywhere will do if you're Roma at the moment. You almost get the sense that Irma's now trying to drag this game down into the trenches a little bit.
And you just wonder whether or not an opportunity might just open up for him here. It seems München so far in game 2 has struggled in the final third, and oftentimes when you give the ball away, counters like this can happen. Tammy Abraham. Dybala giving chase, but
almost
cleared by Sommer.
Almost the benefactor there. Dybala of a very heavy touch.
It's passes like those ones that just don't seem to be coming off a München hit here. You can tell the idea and the invention, but Irma's defending has been pretty solid following the goal conceded. Abraham, Belotti, both combining now. Dybala near side. Who can he find? 3, 4 shirts to aim for. But Goretzka's there.
We thought he maybe would have tried a bit of an audacious one there, given the fact he's on Dybala's favoured left foot.
Might come back at the Bayern defence here. It's gotten scrappy in this final 10 or so in-game minutes. If we're tied at the 90, we'll go to extra time. Lovely ball to Koeman. It's 3v2 here at the back if he plays his cards right. Koeman beats Ibanez. We're all queuing up here, but that's a vital
tackle.
intervention.
Good tackle there.
Second chance at the attack now for Mujahid. Tell. Coleman goes for goal from distance, and Teller's arriving!
Had to go manual keeping there to make that save. Ball's not cleared thoroughly though. Here's Kingsley Coleman.
Coleman near side. Siege mentality now for Roma. Mucha's third attack on the bounce. Kimmich. Mane looking for Kimmich again. Who can he find now? Spinazzola for company. It's the
great defending again.
The latter who is called into action. Fourth bite of the cherry. Tell inside, muscled off the ball. The referee says no.
Still not gone.
Fifth attack now. Kimmich dispossessed. And now we're in the 90th.
The concentration that is on show here from both teams.
Chance for a winner though. Abraham through. Queued up the stunning strike. Why not?
I think he knew he was going to be caught, and I think that was the issue there. He knew he was going to be caught with Abraham, so he had to try and pull that trigger early.
And I think the referee has seen enough. In regular time, we are headed to 30 added minutes of extra time to try and separate these two competitors. What a second half that was. Some real siege defending from Roma.
Yeah, and the only reason we've got extra time is from a goalkeeping error, which is strange enough in itself, but we have extra time. Irma still has an opportunity. Roma are still in this. And now they're going to go to extra time, where now substitutions will become even more important. You know, you may not want to play your full hand early off the bench, of course. With your substitutions off the bench, you do have 5. So you don't really want to use all of them at the same time. As we said on Bayern Munich side of it, having that extended bench gives you a few more options to work with. Granted, they have to be at the very least a 75 overall on the bench. So yes, they might not be as well powered as your starting 11, but they certainly can cause some damage if you use them correctly.
Well, we're just kicking off the first half of extra time between Bayern and Roma.
Coming on the field.
1-1 after 90. Is there a winner in this final 30, I wonder? Paulo Dybala brings it forward for Roma. As time ticks on, Wes, you like to say it often, fatigue plays quite a key factor, and mistakes at this level, at this time, could be very costly indeed.
Yeah, both on console and off console, fatigue is paramount importance.
Tammy Abraham.
You have to manage it as well as you can.
It's been somewhat of an odd game from Irma, hasn't it? We're so used to seeing him score at least 2 goals.
I feel like there's been a bit of nerves from both players here, because I think both of them understand what's riding on it. It's from one side of it, you can put your team through to the semi-final. On the other side of it, you're playing for survival. So I think there is nerves from both sides here.
Mucha coming forward with Tell. Nice turn. Musiala back heel to Mane.
Great read there from Smalling.
Smalling is called into action. Irma with 16 goals in the regular season. That's with missing 1 match day. So used to him being free-flowing, but here comes Mane. Is there any defending to do here? Mane tries to slide it across. That's expertly read from Irma at the expense of a corner.
So it's fine margins, though, Harry. So it's fine margins. Mujahid might want to have that one back.
Bayern corner, looks like the outswinger. And with 0 minutes added on by our virtual referee. think this first period of extra time is now in the books. Still cannot separate Bayern Munich and AS Roma. Our two gladiators on the stage, giving it everything here.
They certainly want to watch out for here. You can see the types of substitutions that both of these teams have at their disposal. See the differences in tactics that they're employing as well. And as you said, both of them looking a little bit jaded by the fact that they've been dragged into extra time here.
Of course, at this time, Wes, you not only have to consider the second period of extra time, but also what comes afterwards if they're still level.
Exactly, exactly. The dreaded penalty shootout, or as I like to call it, save, shoot or miss. It very much is going to be that if they can't be split here.
Substitution in progress.
I don't think the name penalty shootout is going to go out of fashion anytime soon, but if it does, Wes...
I'm working on contingencies.
We've got a backup ready to go. Second period of extra time underway. We need a winner from this game. If it's Bayern, they advance to the semi-finals. A date with Destiny and FC Barcelona awaits. If Roma win, we are going to a third and final game to decide who will take that third semi-final spot. Manchester United and Barcelona already waiting. Irma's coming forward here, but Blind smartly across.
Interestingly enough, this may just play into the favour of Barcelona, casting a mind forward to next. Minds forward to the semi-final. It may benefit them. The longer these games go on, the more energy that's been exerted and the more concentration that is being given away there. So
that's a good knock-on from Mane. Far side. Mancini for company. Just needs to wait for a couple of Bayern shirts, or does he? Tell knocks it back to Mane. This is a great passage of play from Mucha hit, but only a corner rewarded in the final 5 in-game minutes of the second period of extra time.
He had to get creative there. Of course, danger is not over.
Is there a moment of glory waiting Mucha hit here? A goal from open play surely would see Bayern through with a clean 2-0 victory.
Interestingly as well there, one of the tactics we very rarely talk about players to join attack. That's to put more bodies in the box at set pieces. You can see De Ligt, Gravenberch all being employed there from a Bayern Munich standpoint.
Here we go. Towards De Ligt, near post. Pavard, that's a very heavy touch. And now El Shaarawy. The counter not working in Irma's favour. You can see the frustration. Time ticking down now. Is there a winner from either side? Tell with the hold-up play. 3 red shirts flying forward. Choupo-Moting's one of them.
We've seen him be hero for Bayern Munich so many times, Choupo-Moting, within these competitions. There's no time left here, though. Choupo-Moting to Tell.
It's Tell. Choupo-Moting, Kimmich, far side. Who can he find? It's Tell! Bayern Munich are into the semi-finals. It's jubilation, it's heroism from Mucha. Surely no time left. And what a goal to seal it at the very last attack. Bayern are into the semi-finals.
You can hear the anticipation from the VIP zone. They could see what was coming. It's a beautiful ball into the box. It's neatly headed down. It's great work from Mucha to just find that opportunity. And it's a brilliant flying header from Tell. And you'll see there the release of emotion.
And the final whistle has just been blown. That was the last kick of the game, and Bayern have punched their ticket into The semi-final. What a performance by Mestre in game one. And Mushahit, he had to dig deep, Wes, but dig deep he did. Heroics at the last. Bayern are through.
He got dragged into an extra time period that some would say didn't deserve to be in because of the goalkeeping error. But Mushahit kept his cool when the pressure was on. And he finished with aplomb right at the last moment before he entered the penalty shootout. Instead, he walks away and has sealed a semi-final date with FC Barcelona.
Commiserations, of course, to AS Roma. Their season ends here. We saw some fantastic moments from them, especially on match day 7. Gagliardo punching their ticket to the knockout stages, and then, of course, Stifler's famous win against their previously undefeated Eterito. They bow out, though, Semra. Here in the quarter-finals, there was only ever one team destined to move to the semi-finals, and this time around, it was Bayern München. We can see the replays, and as Wes said, it was somewhat of a gift from the Bayern keeper, but they all count the same, Semra, and it is Bayern moving on.
Of really two different games, wasn't it? In the first one with Mestre absolutely steamrolling Stifler into opposition. He came out swinging, he flew out of the traps. It was some really exciting flair and fantastic football in terms of the way that he was attacking. In the second game, completely different story. It was decided by the final kick of the game. But really exciting stuff then if you're a fan of the German outfits. Unfortunately for AS Roma, it means that they are going to be sent home then. And so we have Mujahid, the captain of FC Barcelona. Sorry, not FC Barcelona, that's who they're playing next, FC Bayern Munich, who is with Wes now and talk to us a little bit about what we just saw.
Thanks very much, guys. As you mentioned, I'm here with Mushahit from FC Bayern Munich. First of all, congratulations, semi-finalists. Left it, give us a bit of drama, didn't you?
Thank you. Yeah, it was pretty dramatic, my game. Mestre played really great. He was in the control of the whole game. Great win. And I played against Urma, one of the best players, really, and one of the best performers of the league. So I was expecting a tough game, and it was tough, but I managed to stay in the game, and I took my last chance well, and we managed to win, so we're really happy to be a semi-finalist.
Yeah, you certainly did. You left it very late, but the moral of the story is you now have a semi-final with FC Barcelona. Just something for me and Harry, because we can see how many of you guys are here from FC Bayern Munich. Tell us about how important it is to actually have the whole team here on finals day.
It's always great to have extra support and like some outside eyes watching the game, and they can see some things that you cannot see during the game, and they can give you some advices. It's always good. And against Barcelona, I couldn't play against them in the regular league, so I'm really excited to play against them. But hopefully this time we will be the winner.
Yeah, certainly you can see that excitement coming from you. Do you think you guys can make the final? Do you think you can take down Barcelona?
Exactly, because our only goal is to win the trophy. So against everyone, we will give our best. We will be on the stage to win all the games. So hopefully 2-0 wins and we can get the trophy.
Fantastic to hear the confidence from you. I'm sure that runs through the entirety of your team. Guys, back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much to both Mujahid and Wes talking there. Of course, there's going to be a battle of the FCs in the first semi-final. That'll be a really exciting clash of heavyweights there.
Yeah, it really will, because Barcelona, for the majority of the season, were top of the league. They were doing really well. Then just a little bit of a dip in form towards the end of this season. kind of put their first place in the table under a bit of jeopardy, but then thanks to the matchday 7 musical chairs that we alluded to, they did finish first. But if they can reclaim that mid-season form and Bayern can keep going what they've already done here in the quarterfinals, we could have absolute fireworks in that semi-final.
Oh, I love that fireworks. That's exactly what we want to see. I don't know if you were here last night, but it is the one day of the year in Barcelona where all we do is throw fireworks because it's San Juan. It's the longest day of the year. So we had fireworks going off all night long.
It was the longest night as well.
It was the longest night of the year. Exactly. I can imagine you didn't get much sleep last night. So yes, the fireworks. Well, they'll be carrying on over into the football that we'll see here today, the eFootball that is. And in Bayern Munich's case, we saw them lose every single game, right, in match day 7, if memory serves me well. So they bounced back with quite a vengeance then today, and they really have set themselves up for a nice pathway to success.
Yeah, it's not how you start, it's how you finish, and that's certainly their mantra they are running with right now, is that they are looking to the final, they're looking to lift the trophy, and they're looking to just take down whoever gets in their way. And I love that confidence when you hear it from the esports players saying, do you know what? We really want to take on Barcelona. 2-0. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll get to the final and then we'll beat whoever's in the final. It's great confidence. I love to hear it.
I love it. It's almost like they're sending a message to FC Barcelona to have them shaking in their boots, but it's actually quite the opposite. They'll be looking on and saying, you know what? I love the challenge. I'm ready for it. Bring it on. All right, well, talking about bringing it on, we have a little bit of vengeance or vendetta, if you like, perhaps, in this next quarterfinal. It's going to be Arsenal against AC Milan.
Quarter-final number 1, we saw plenty of goals. We have our first semi-final set. It's now time to find our second semi-final matchup. It's going to be Manchester United, but they'll be versing one of these two clubs here. Arsenal versus AC Milan, whereas we saw it on matchday 7, the Great Escape. It's time to see if Milan can repeat the feat here in the knockout stages.
I love to see repeat. I love these. I love when we see reruns of games that we have very much enjoyed throughout the tournament, and none more so than what we saw on matchday 7 from these two teams. It'll be interesting to see whether we see a repeat of the results or whether we see something from Arsenal that just maybe goes, wait a minute, that was a bit of an anomaly. We've rebuilt, we've gone again, and we'll find ourselves in the semi-final. It's all about these two that you see on your screens right now. Franquinho on one side and Roxa on the other, and they'll be leading off their two teams.
Two players who have goal of the matchday awards. Franquinho as recently as matchday 7 when he took down the adversaries, then Arsenal, who they face again here today. Roxa won it back on matchday 3. But the trophy of this quarterfinal, the reward, is a date in the semi-finals with Manchester United, and I believe Semra is with Kilsio in the mix zone. Semra, over to you.
I am indeed. Thank you very much for that. Talking about a date of destiny, obviously your turn is up later on in the day. It's been a month now that you've had time to prepare for what you have coming up later on. How's it been?
Yes, we train a lot this month for this moment, and of course we work. We watch the game of the two teams because we don't know which team will win. There are two amazing teams, so yes, it will be a great battle.
So does that mean that you have two different game plans in mind according to whichever opponent you might come up against? Or is it a case of, no, we're going to play our way, our style, and we'll have to have them adapt to us?
I think like we will adapt to the team we will face. They don't play the same gameplay, so they are different, so we will play different.
Now, I asked this earlier to Alex, as he was also in that position where he can look on and watch this first quarter-final before his respective semi-final. Now you have the same opportunity here to watch on and see what happens. Do you have a particular preference, knowing how they play, and you talk about these different styles, as to who you would actually like to come up against?
I think we don't have a preference. We are ready to fight anybody, but I feel like Arsenal, we have a little revenge to take against them.
Okay, and just for a bit of fun, if you manage to make it into the final, it's It's going to be against either FC Bayern Munich or FC Barcelona. How could you see that one playing out?
It's very difficult to predict. The two teams are very, very good with amazing players. So yes, it's very impossible to predict.
Well, you look very relaxed, I have to say. You look very calm. Are you feeling nervous at all, or no, you're ready to go?
No, I think like we know what we have to do. So we know our plans. If it works, it works. If it don't work, it won't work. But there is no point to stress. Just play our game and do the best we can.
Okay. And what do you think have been some of the biggest strengths of your team and also you specifically as an individual?
I feel like we are very close to each other. We are all friends, so we work a lot together. We progress a lot together. I think like we start the season not very well, and then it will be always better and better and better. So I think we will. I hope we will finish good as we finish the regular season.
Well, you have a lot of fans out there who will be watching on right now and cheering you on. Any message you would like to say to them?
Yes, that the only message I can say is to all the Manchester fans that we will not let us down. We will do our best. We will fight for the club and for the team, and we will try to win this title.
You'll live up to the nickname of being a Red Devil, right? You'll be a very devilish
Yes.
in your performance for today then. Well, good luck to you.
Thank you.
And we look forward to seeing you later on in action. Guys, I think we're ready for game one of the second quarterfinal, so back over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Shemra. Always getting us where we need to be. Great to hear from Kilzu as well. Sounding pretty relaxed for that second semi-final later on. We have the formality, Wes, of finding out which of these two clubs will find themselves in a date with Manchester United later on. First of all, Roxa versus Franquinho.
Yeah, it was great to hear from Kilzu. Of course, he's an incredibly confident young man and has, as he said, the United have grown into this competition as time has gone on. Their performances have got better. And it was interesting that he highlighted the score to settle with Arsenal. If you remember, cast your minds back, it was, I believe it was 9 points that they got taken off them by Arsenal. It was a clean sweep, I believe. I'm happy to be corrected if my analyst buddy to my right will...
I think you're right about that on match day 3.
Yeah, so match day 3 it was. So it's interesting to hear that he thinks they've got a score to settle, but of course, Arsenal have their own score to settle here from match day 7. As we saw, as you labelled it, the great escape of AC Milan. They took all 9 points. And talking to AC Milan, talking to Arsenal, and looking at the behaviours as we see them walk through, I think AC Milan have got a bit of a jump on Arsenal here.
Yeah, most definitely. When you think about match day 7 and exactly how difficult that feat that AC Milan had to do in that third match, having seen Roma already snatch one of those 2 up for grab knockout stage places, having seen what they needed to get from the team they needed to get them against, you're thinking maybe 1-2% possibility. Then they win game 1. Okay, maybe 10% possibility. They win game 2, whereas all of a sudden it just was all up in the air, and they did exactly what they needed to do. The miracle from Milan, the Milanese miracle, was something to behold. The slate is clean though for the knockout stages, and Arsenal have a score to settle here. They do not like the fact Milan took all the praise and the fact they, well, don't find themselves already in a semi-final in this competition, because that was what they lost from that performance on match day 7. Time to find out if they can rectify it here. Game 1 underway.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see Arsenal from left to right and AC Milan from right to left. Here's Trossard to Saka. Back to Trossard. Here's Ben White.
And near side Ben White with that cross towards Jesus. And introducing our players, of course, Franquinho introduced back on match day 6, a Coppa eFootball Italia winner and MVP. A draw back on match day 6 against Mestre, who we've already seen in the knockout stages be a fierce competitor, winning his knockout stage game 5-1, and a 2-1 win against Indominator on match day 7, bagging the Goal of the Day award as well. Was quite the introduction to the league from Franquinho.
It's been a big shot in the arm for this AC Milan side, again in terms of confidence, in terms of bringing some new ideas and bringing some new, energy to the side. He has been worth his weight in gold, especially from how he performed through the tail end of the season. And bearing in mind, I think it's only his 3rd match day in total. So he came in at the right time and just managed to get them across the line.
Well, his opponent is a difficult customer to take down as well. 5 wins out of 7 match days from Roxa. Plenty of goals to speak of as well. Likes to shoot from distance, so watch out for that. As soon as a sight of goal appears for Roxa, he will take it. And 10 minutes gone. It's been fairly end-to-end as Leal now on the near side. He'll be a difficult player to deal with for any teams that may come up against him today. Origi on the turn towards Leal. Is this the first goal? Ben White with some interesting defending. The referee saw nothing wrong with it, Wes, but it was just enough to put off the Milan striker.
I think Roxa's pretty lucky there that Origi stayed on his feet, because otherwise that is a stonewall penalty waiting to happen.
Saka just shielding the ball. And you look at the form, of course. Franquinho undefeated in this competition, only played, as you said, 2 match days, this being his 3rd. Leal wins the header in the box. But Roxa, 15 points for Arsenal this season. He's been some contributor. Trossard, Jesus arriving, and just doesn't connect properly with that header. First proper chance for either club here in this quarter-final.
As much as Franquinho didn't commit with Tomori to go and mark the header, Jesus didn't fully commit to the header to put it on goal. There'll be an alarm bell there for Franquinho to worry about there, though. Here's Origi to lay out to Catalare.
Oh, Origi in the box with some nice footwork as well. Finally gets his shot on goal. Benacer to the feet of Origi, and this is really nice build-up. Leal trying to knock it past Ben White. Smith Rowe to Jesus. Looking for Ødegaard. Trossard with the strike! And Arsenal strike first. It's Roxa with Trossard to put the North London club in the driver's seat now of game 1.
Needed that one. Needed it just to reset the composure and the emotion in the game. In the fact that we saw so many opportunities going down that end of the field towards AC Milan. It's great to see that Arsenal, as we said, it's moments that count in knockout football. You have to take your chances when they're there. And Roxa is as good as they come when it comes to taking those opportunities.
He'll feel relieved, vindicated after that earlier Jesus chance that just didn't connect properly for him. But it is Roxa who strikes first. His 17th goal of the season, including the regular season. No doubt he'll be looking for more. Jesus far side has Kalulu for company. And that's some good defending from Milan. Tonali across to Leal. Benacer just again dispossessed. Some good intercepting happening here from Arsenal. Jesus and Ødegaard look to try and combine while the chance waits to present itself. It's Smith Rowe who is fouled on the edge of the area, so I wonder what will come of this one.
We've seen some trickery before from free kicks. This may be another one out of the set piece.
Trossard stepping up and straight into the wall. Kier for company, hits him in an unfortunate place, and Roxa thought about letting it run. Trossard with some good footwork here, just waiting for a Milan defender to commit. Ødegaard was waiting in support. Crossfield ball towards Saka. 10 to go until half-time. Roxa starting to advance now. Trossard with a strike from distance. Saka arriving and another missed connection. Sees it just hit the side netting, I think, and a let off for Milan.
Tried to take advantage of the goalkeeper being on the floor. Couldn't find the angle.
Origi now as Franquinho looks to advance himself. To Kitalier. Just will bounce back to Ramsdale, and something tells me Roxa will be happy with possession and potentially the final attack of the half, but instead AC have been gifted it here. White with some dogged defending puts it to the feet of Jesus. Quiero is able to recover, and at first half, Wes, that was fairly open, plenty of action, but just the one goal to separate these two here. Arsenal 1, Milan 0.
And Milan only had one shot on goal in that entire half, so there is still time here for AC Milan to get back into it. But on the flip side of it, of course, there's enough opportunity and time for Roxa to build on this lead.
If you're just joining us, this is game 1 of a best-of-3 series between these two clubs. Win 2 and go through. Manchester United await in the semi-finals. For Franquinho, just feels like the ball hasn't really settled for him here in the knockout stages. Has been brilliant since Milan called him up on match day 6, but it's a completely different environment here in the knockout stages, especially against a seasoned veteran such as Roxa. Smith Rowe. Trossard with a heavy touch. Benacer almost invites him back onto it, but Milan can break now. Origi with a nice turn. Divock Origi, Rebic was there as well.
Stopped his own momentum there with Origi. Had the opportunity to take that on.
Might get a second chance here as Leao far side against Tomiyasu, and well, the Arsenal defence once more doing enough.
For this match was 71,898.
Such a fascinating affair here because it's end-to-end, but the ball staying in play the entire time. So plenty of clock has been ticked away. And I wonder whether or not we'll see some substitutes here. The hour mark has been and gone. And right on cue, Wes, time to turn to the bench.
Yeah, I think this is the time. If you're going to have to make something happen off the bench here, especially if you are AC Milan, you're having to look to that bench, and you have players that you can call upon. It'd be interesting to see how they deploy them. Of course, on the Arsenal side of the fence as well, of course, you've got players to call on. I think I've just saw the smiling avatar of Gabriel Martinelli that coming on for Arsenal.
Number 10. Coming on the field.
He scored plenty in this competition.
Number 11.
For the Gunners, Martinelli, so no surprise to see Roxa turn to him again. Jesus into the box, Trossard cued his strike up. Roxa firmly in that top 4. With some good company as well. Reigning champion as Maccabiel and MVP at Arito. The only 2 men above him in that regard. Headed down by Origi. And Leao takes his strike, and oh, that's improvised. And it doesn't matter how they come for Milan. They all count the same. It is that equaliser.
It's a phenomenal finish from Franquinho. Again, headed down. Leao is the benefactor. He, as we'll see back once more here, almost certainly looked like some type of kung fu kick as it was in mid-air. We'll see it again here. Heads it down as simple as you like. It's half volley, beg your pardon. I was thinking more of his counterpart, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, of kung fu kicks. Instead, that one was more so a half volley, and it's take your chance when you can get it. If it's there, have a go, and beats Ramsdale.
That's some finish, seeing it from that angle.
Yeah, it's a fantastic finish.
And we said Roxa likes to shoot on sight. Franquinho says, yeah, that sounds like a great plan. 1-1. That's livened this second half up. Well and truly. Roxa building with Jesus, waiting for the run of Trossard, but Kier steps in.
And cast a mind back to match day 7, how important Kier was to AC Milan's aspirations against Arsenal. He may be called upon here again.
It was a bit of a boogeyman for the North London club back on match day 7 when they shipped 9 points to Milan, and Origi's not giving this one up.
Just trying to read where Roxa was going with it. Instead, Tierney plays down the line, and Martinelli's beaten to the punch here.
Diaz inside, Origi, it's offside.
Just offside. A toenail by the looks of things.
Well, we said, Wes, knockout stage football is a different beast. I just sense Franquinho settling into the occasion here.
Yeah, it certainly seems to have got his feet under him now and gone, okay, well, we've got an equaliser, we've got ourselves back into the game. Let's just breathe and let's take it nice and slow. And the thing is, if you can ride the wave of Arsenal's starting 11, I mean, they are a potent threat all around the field, but if you can ride the wave and maybe put the momentum back onto them, it's the type of result you might be able to garner.
Bakayoko smartly heading back, and we're approaching 10 minutes to go in this second half. All level. A reminder, we need a winner for each of the games you see here today. That means extra time and penalties.
Great footwork from Leao.
Twisting and turning, double touch. Ben White finally called into action, and Origi gave chase to it, and almost instant reward. Roxa with the smile on his face. All he could do was smile.
It could have gone anywhere. That's where that smile means.
Vieira now, feet of Jesus, and Martinelli near side, fresh on the pitch, so potentially could make a run. Saka up for it as well. Fair play, both of our players fancy themselves in the final 5.
Five minutes left. The mood is tense.
Origi down to Leao, Ben White. Useful back there in the Arsenal defence today.
Roxa learnt his lesson from the last set piece. He actually got into Franquinho that time. Ball will be cleared away by Kalulu.
Well, it's ebbed and it's flowed this game 1. We're in the 90th now. Surely a goal here would be the winner. Brahim Diaz with a heavy touch. Very added on by the referee's assistant. Gabriel Martinelli. Just waiting for a runner. Trossard's the man. Towards Vieira. This one's cleared, and I don't think there'll be enough time, will there, for a Milan attack? There will not. So we are headed to extra time here in game 1 of quarter-final 2. Arsenal 1, Milan 1. And a penny for your thoughts there, Franquinho, because he had to dig deep to get that equaliser.
He did indeed, and again, it was the only real chance that was there for the second half. I mean, I'm casting my mind back trying to remember where another chance came from AC Milan that went anywhere close to goal. That was the only chance. So again, we're talking about these fine margins and we're talking about executing under pressure. That second half of Arsenal versus AC Milan is that almost in a microcosm. You can see exactly the effect that we're talking about. When you have those opportunities, you have those moments, you have to take them. And Franquinho took his and then proceeded to lock out Arsenal. Because on the flip side, Arsenal didn't really have a lot of chances in that second half either. So I think looking at the balances on this and looking at how we've seen these games so far, it's almost as though everyone's a little bit nervous because it's knockout football now. It's no longer the safety net of, oh, well, we've got another match day where we can maybe work out the kinks and iron it out. And, oh, well, you know, we've got a point out of this. This will be fine. You know, in a regular season, this is a point. Everyone goes home happy and everyone's fine. Reality is you're in a knockout situation. It is totally different. There has to be a winner. So I think looking at this here, the pressure starting to tell just a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very similar case as we saw in quarter-final 1. We're underway here now in extra time. I'll come back to that point as Milan look to try and turn the screw. Brahim Diaz, lovely footwork to find its way to Origi. But as we saw in quarter-final 1, Irma just kept to that one goal, had scored so many throughout the season. Dare I say, Roxa finding himself in a very similar position. Top 3 goal scorer held to just a single goal so far. If you're an AC fan, that's just what the doctor ordered.
And as we saw from the first matchup we saw between Bayern and Roma, this extra time period goes very, very quickly.
And it does, just 5 in-game minutes remain in the first period. I think it was Leao giving chase to that on the near side, just off screen. Divock Origi. Just crowded out in that midfield. Krunic to Giroud. Back to him, Giroud! It's the former gunner who strikes the heart of the Arsenal defence. And at the end of the first period of extra time, Wes, Milan, they're in the driver's seat now. What a comeback, 2-1.
The most handsome man in football strikes a dagger into the heart of Arsenal. It's great footwork and it's great build-up play here from Frankie. You will see it again here. It's neat. It's first-time passes, a first-time 1-2. Giroud sweeps that home. And it is advantage AC Milan in extra time. Oh. Brilliant finish from the Frenchman.
The finish is wonderful, but the assist, oh, just something absolutely magical there. You can see the frustration from Roxa. He knows he now has a job on his hands to at least force penalties. Trossard crowded out again, and with no minutes added on, the referee has seen enough.
I'd like to draw your attention to the
one final period of extra time to decide what happens here in our game 1.
That is a killer of a goal. That is, it really is. Because we've said, in terms of how quickly extra time goes, in terms of that first and second period, they go so quickly that you're going to have maybe 1, maybe 2 chances at most in extra time. So if you're Roxa, you're going to have to get a chance very quickly and then convert it. It's not even necessarily just waiting and getting an opportunity. You've got to then go and convert it.
Of course, with the first interval of extra time comes with it the opportunity to swap things up, and it's the point you made earlier, Wes. It's no longer the regular season, so you have no goal difference, no goals scored, nothing like that to worry about. You have to go for it here if you're Roxa. And on the inverse, Wes, set up shop if you're Milan.
Yeah, it's the safety net. The safety net's gone. There is to coin the phrase, there is no tomorrow. You have today and today only. There is no we'll come back tomorrow and we'll have a run on it on Sunday. This is it. This is all or nothing now.
And you don't have to be a body language expert to see the frustration on the Arsenal side of the stage. 15 in-game minutes for an Arsenal equaliser. Otherwise, it will be advantage Milan in quarter-final number 1. Martinelli back to Jorginho, and well, he's carried on his run. The 1-2 is nice, but Maignan hands very strong at the back, and for Milan, take as much time off of that clock as you can. In-game minutes remain. Raheem Diaz far side. Again, maintaining possession, frustrating the Arsenal back line, and that's a corner. Yet more time ticked off of that clock.
The longer it stays in the field, the quicker that clock will tick. Every time it goes dead, as you'll notice in the top left-hand corner, it still ticks over, but not nearly as high the rate.
Ramsdale palms that one in, and the audible frustration from Roxa. Because again, it's more minutes ticked off, it's more seconds ticked off while the ball is at the wrong end of the pitch for Arsenal's hope here in game 1.
I think he was certainly hoping that his goalkeeper would take that into both hands. He could maybe launch a counter-attack, and instead punches it back out for another corner. And again, if you're AC Milan, you're just wanting to just kill the clock. You know, we see it in real football all of the time, in terms of teams that will go and play in the corner, they'll play disruptive football, they'll create tactical fouls, they'll do everything that they possibly can to disrupt their opponent in the hope that they actually come away with the result.
All Ostrubuch and then Dominator can do is watch on. Corner swung in, Tierney away. Still time. Actually scored plenty this season. Gabriel Martinelli, Bukayo Saka to Jesus. Has he stayed on? Oh, no, he hasn't. Wouldn't have counted anyway. Just offside there. Maignan was equal to it, but it's as good a chance as any. Long ball to Origi. 5 in-game minutes, less than now. It's go time for Roxa. Vieira, no pressure on him, giving green grass to run into.
He's looking for movement, and he's found one in Jesus.
Oh, just whips it back to Trossard there, did Jesus. In the 120th minute now.
It's now or never.
Jorginho.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Just dispossessed. And it looks like this could be a big step towards the semi-finals for AC Milan. They win game 1 and now find themselves on match point against the team that helped them get to this position, whereas on match day 7, Franquinho. What a performance.
It's great. It's a great performance from Franquinho. Again, proving, again, being a real kind of cornerstone now of this AC Milan side. Again, to beat an experienced operator in Roxa, you've got to go some to be able to do it. And he has done it there at the perfect time.
Very visible frustration there from Roxa, of course, used to winning games, scoring goals, but his opponent there, Franquinho, had the perfect game plan to just frustrate his opponent.
Started off so well.
Just didn't let Roxa get into his rhythm. As you said, started off perfectly within the opening half hour. Trossard tucks it home. You're thinking, yeah, Roxa's built for this type of occasion. But Franquinho settled into that game one really well, and it's job done for him.
Yeah, and it was that improvised finish, as we'll see here again. Half volley, on the turn, controlled strike. Brilliantly found into the corner of the net from Rafael Leao. And that really set the tempo, because then it then started to just, as you said, Franquinho started to settle in. It started to become AC Milan's game. It started to just kind of inch their way in slowly but surely. Got into extra time, brilliant passing move, and of course it's Olivier Giroud. We, as you know as well, from my speaking to you, my soft spot for Olivier Giroud in this game, in terms of the physicality aspect, is always somebody you can employ. And certainly from there, had enough space, had enough finishing in there, and managed to find the back of the net, much to Roxa's frustration.
He thought about dashing the controller, but in the end thought better of it.
Yeah.
Don't blame you, Roxa. That is an expensive piece of equipment. Tell you what else is expensive, that trophy there. That's what all of our clubs here, our 5 remaining clubs, are vying for. We said goodbye to AS Roma in match number 1. They fell to Bayern 2-0. And now Wes, looking up on our stage, looks like captain versus captain. In Dominator for Arsenal has stepped up in game 2. And it's Naples for AC. This is an intriguing affair, because we've seen Naples again with a bit of spotty form throughout the season. But in Dominator, seems to either win by a landslide or have very, very close games. There's no in between. Yeah,
absolutely. And again, we talk about experience in critical moments and in clutch moments. You have to cast your mind back to Euros of 2020 with Naples and with Italy, in terms of having that composure to pull out a last-minute winner for his country. You would think he'd be hoping to try to do the same here for his club. Of course, on the opposite side of the fence, you have in Dominator, who is, as we've all said, seasoned veteran of the game, has the ability in the Arsenal part of the punt to do damage. It's just a case of who's going to come out on top here.
Game 2 then, in Dominator versus Naples. Experience on both sides, but it's in Dominator looking to strike first here. Martinelli, Calabria with the recovery tackle, and as you said, Dominator, been here, done that, has captained his country, captained teams previous in this competition, has found himself in the knockout stages time and time again. He's going to have to pull something out of the bag here in game 2 to give Arsenal a bit of a chance going into that game 3. Otherwise, it will be yet again so close but so far for the Arsenal captain. This is good build-up though, as Trossard, can he sneak a strike off? He can't. As Tonali looks to recover here, Giroud for Naples. Rebic looking for Leao, and he's kept it alive here.
Snatched at it. Snatched at it.
Come shot, if you will, and out for a throw-in the end, as you say, snatched at it.
Interesting to look at from Naples' point of view in terms of the squad selection. Giroud and Rebic employed from the start. So interesting to see that there's slight differences in how these teams line up. Brahim Diaz also in from the start as well. Of course, from the Arsenal side of things, Thomas Partey in from the start. You can see there's just those slight differences between play styles. Trossard finds it to Jesus.
Jesus! In Dominator on the board. And in control of game 2 now. 15 gone. In the battle of the captains. It's the Gunners striking first. And that is medicine after game 1.
Even with the manual goalkeeping, sunk a little bit too long into his goal and didn't hold on to it for long enough. Had he held on long enough, he'd have made that save at the near post. Instead, it's Jesus almost on the goal line here. Inside 6 yards. It's good finish from Dominator. Even he looks irritated by the fact that he scored. Still confuses me with these players after all the match days we've watched, that some of them will still be angry with the way that they've scored.
What can Naples do to return the favour? Goal scored by Dominator puts Arsenal in a great position, and Trossard has time to queue up a strike. Odegaard, Trossard, back to him now. Martin Odegaard. Kier in his way. Don't forget, it was Arsenal who scored first in that game one. Lovely improvisation there from Odegaard, but he was offside. Following the return to him. That's a bit of a harsh one,
to say the least. I've taken the literal meaning of being able to score with a body part equals offside. I mean, I think somebody's forehead being offside but their legs not. It's a very interesting call for the referee, but the rules are the rules.
Seeing Dominator there was within the top 10 regular league scorers, so it should be no surprise really seeing him open the scoring here. Of course, the only Milanese member in that top 10 is Sassinho. Naples all the way down in 14th, and of course Carito, who doesn't feature for Milan in the knockout stages, down there in 19th. What can Naples do though to try and bolster that tally? Raheem Diaz, Leao, Giroud. Won't get there before Tomiyasu does. Saka to Martinelli. Trossard, Jesus. Trossard again. Back to Jesus. Oh! How about that? Phenomenal. Metronomic from Jesus. Metronomic from Dominator. That two-goal cushion comes into play now. What do you say about this, Wes?
Passing had me almost hypnotised. It was so good. In terms of the one-touch passing, the change in direction rather than continuing to go down the right to Saka, instead turns in field, instead goes towards Trossard, finds the space with Jesus, and that's where Jesus is so potent. Inside 18 yards with a first-time strike, it's where he likes to be. Great finish from Dominator, great goal all around from him.
Arsenal 2, AC Milan 0. And the worrying thing here for AC Milan fans and Naples up there on the sticks is the fact that, as we said, Dominator either has really close games or absolute blowouts. Naples looking for Giroud. And it might come all the way through to Jesus here, but Magnan well on top of that one. Half-time approaching in around about 5 or so in-game minutes. A goal before the half would do Naples' chance of coming back here in game 2 a world of good. Tonali, Giroud, Benacer, dispossessed unfairly, says the referee.
Free kick given in prime free kick territory. Just a case of what have you got in the locker here, Naples.
Raheem Diaz to Benacer, back heel to Giroud. Oh, he's offside anyway.
It's a good move.
Would not have counted, and it's another unfair one. I think just the armpit was offside there, but Ramsdale equal to it. Just a little warning sign for Arsenal. Party.
2 added minutes has been
Tackle
indicated.
will spring this Arsenal attack. Odegaard to Trossard. Can he get it under his spell? I think the control was not what Dominator intended there, so was forced into action. And with the 4th minute almost approaching of only 2 added on, the referee will blow the whistle here in our game 2. In Dominators Arsenal 2, Naples is Milan 0 at the half.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer and a good response from Arsenal. It's what they needed at the right time. The Dominators come in, got itself a 2-goal lead, and has calmed the place down a little bit from an Arsenal perspective. And that's what has been required. Again, if you cast your mind forward to a potential 3rd game here, well, the process of elimination, where we would see Ostribuch versus Cecinho, and that would prove to be a very intriguing tie. Again, if it does go to a game 3, you've got to think that the major benefactors of that are Manchester United.
Well, of course, we're underway now in the second half of game 2. Arsenal 2, Milan 0. You're right in saying that as well. Rebic and Giroud.
Oh, it's
snuck in!
It's snuck in!
Off the palm of Ramsdale. It just had enough power to trickle in. And Giroud gets one back for Milan. Second half well and truly on now. 2-1.
Too hot to handle it was for Olivier Giroud. We both thought that Ramsdale had done enough there, and then we heard the unmistakable noise of a clink off a post, and it ends up in the back of the net. It's a stunning strike to set up here. Again, first time stunning strike. Ramsdale does get a hand to it, and cannot keep it out. And that is very much a lifeline there for AC Milan, for Naples.
If there's ever an advertisement to stunning strikes, it's right there, because Ramsdale, without that purple power bar, probably palms that one around the post. Try saying that 5 times fast. But Milan are feeling confident after the half-time team talk.
The tails are certainly up, and they've slightly changed their shape as well. They've pushed a couple of players a little bit further forward, and they're trying to mitigate some of that Arsenal attacking flair that they have.
Martinelli. Jesus is again offside. Dominator upset with himself, but not the first one that's been very unfair. We'll say happening for both teams, but we'd like to see the linesman play on a little bit here.
I was going to say, back in my day, it was daylight that was the difference maker.
Oh, Tomori's missed his intervention there. It's given Trossard the opportunity to move forward. Jesus, can he find his teammate Gabriel Martinelli? He was ready and waiting, but now it's defending for Indominator. Rebic to Brahim Diaz, and just maybe had a little bit more time to set himself there. It's the nerves of the knockout stages. You often see those unforced errors creep in. Tomori inside to Brahim Diaz. Benacer breaks the lines through to Leao, and he takes a strike from quite a distance. And this one will roll out for a corner.
Just looking for that knock-on controlled strike that it's as good as, if not better, than a stunning strike. It's caused plenty of players problems over the course of this competition. And it's gone out for a corner.
Of course, that Leao playing right is so coveted by this Milan side. Diaz's corner.
Got to beat the first man.
Tonali towards Giroud, and it will bounce towards Diaz here, and Rebic! Oh, it's the equaliser! Just like that! We are all equal here. Arsenal 2, Milan 2.
I've got to say, there's some big slices of luck in this goal. You can see the grimaces on the face of Arsenal, but as we see this back on replay, ball gets cleared here, and I'll show you the little pieces of luck that are here. Wins the ball back. It's just a ricochet right into the path of, I think it was Brahim Diaz. Squared it into Ante Rebic. He swiped it home for 2-2. And again, AC Milan won't care how it got there. It's the fact that it got there is the key stat for them, and they are now level.
Well, it is Arsenal 2, Milan 2. How is your mentality here in Dominator? Martinelli offside once more. That one is a bit clearer than the ones previous, but when you consider Milan on match day 7 winning 9 points out of 9 against Arsenal. Here in the knockout stages, they rematch. They win game 1 after trailing, do Milan. We're 2-0 down in game 2, back to 2-2. At what point, if you're Arsenal, do you just say, we need to get rid of these guys now, because they are a thorn in our side. They are prickly customers.
I think now, you have to do it now, because if you don't get rid of them now, you're going home instead of them. So you have to find a way, regardless of how you find it. As like we said, it's not really the journey, it's the destination. You need to get there. It doesn't matter how you get there, just get there.
Coming on to replace him is number 10. Substitutions taking place.
Arsenal players will be wondering if Milan just have their number. They're coming forward now, though. Saka. I think that one was intended for Smith Rowe, but instead was cued towards Jesus. And Milan are in the ascendancy here in this second half. Grey shirts pouring forward. De Ketelaere. Florenzi is on now, over on that far side. Trossard, good time on his turn. Jorginho in the box, looking for Jesus, snatched away from him. Giroud with the knockdown. Tierney with some crucial interceptions.
Good read there from AC Milan. They've won it high upfield here.
They have De Ketelaere. He's got Leao on the far side. Back to Giroud with the header, and just thought it might loop over Ramsdale. Arsenal building now. Jesus almost turning in the final third. It's anyone's game here in the final 15. Jesus with a very heavy touch, and Tomori the benefactor.
A bit of an improvised pass there. It's worked out very well for AC Milan.
How do you like it? Florenzi just crowded out at the vital moment. End-to-end stuff. Trossard. Tonali. De Ketelaere. Giroud has broken the lines. De Ketelaere back to Giroud. Florenzi, and Rafael Leao is dispossessed before he can pull that final trigger. Here's the scorer's chart. But if it's me, I wouldn't take a single eye off of this ball. Final 5 in game. Leao. Rebic, Giroud. Partey back defending. Bounces over Trossard, misreads it there. Giroud. Now Milan are scampering back. This counter looks promising from Arsenal, but again it will come back at them. We'll go to extra time and penalties if we can't split these two clubs in 90 or 120. Martinelli. Smith Rowe. Pickpocketed by the Milanese defence. Saka to bring it forward. We're in the fourth almost of 3 added on. Final attack of this second half. Jesus, Smith Rowe dispossessed. And we're headed to extra time, Wes. That second half. Oh my, that was something.
You have to take a breath, almost. You have to remember to breathe. Such is the drama that is going with this game at the moment. Again, if you're a dominator, you're looking at it, and you were 2-0 up at half-time. All of a sudden, AC Milan came flying out the gates in second half. And you're now staring at extra time. What has to be going through his head right now?
Well, the battle of the captains has not let us down here. In Dominator and Naples, providing a prime example of why players relish the opportunity of playing in knockout stage football. It's the opportunity to put your best foot forward like in Dominator did in that first half. It's the opportunity to dig deep like Naples did in that second. And now we have extra time and maybe even penalties to see which of these two men will be the victor. And I couldn't call it at this point.
There's nothing quite like knockout esports in any genre of video game, and especially when it goes into what is akin to sudden death, really. You know, if this was any other game, these are the sudden death rounds. Within, obviously, the eFootball ecosphere, it's extra time and it's penalties. And yeah, it is too close to call. Such was the ferocity that both teams were attacking in that final stage of the regulation time. It's too close to call.
Number 34.
Here we go, extra time.
Number 21.
2 15-minute periods in game.
Substitution.
To see if we can find ourselves a difference maker. Of course, if Milan come out on top, one way or another, they'll be advancing to the semi-finals. De Ketelaere here to Leao. He sneaks his strike in and it's flashed past the post. I thought that was the one.
It's those chances we talked about. It's those moments in games. If you can take hold of them, it'll be brilliant. But you could see there as well in the replay. Leao slips as he takes that strike. And sometimes you see them go in. On this occasion, just drifts past the post.
Substitution for Arsenal. Number 5. Coming on the field is number 89.
Here comes another Milan attack on that far side. Xhaka's on the pitch now for Arsenal as well. Simon Kier. Giroud with the header. Leao's footwork is always slippery in these positions, but good dispossession there by Dominator. 5 minutes to go in this first period. Trossard. Jesus in the box, trying to turn Kier. Can he do so? It's just wide.
Couldn't dig it out from underneath his feet. Didn't get the purchase on it that he wanted.
Tierney with the long ball. Looking like the final attack of this first period here. Trossard stuck it in an area and Magnan will gather, and gratefully so for the Milanese contingent on the stage. That's our first period done and dusted. Arsenal 2, Milan 2. 15 more in-game minutes to see if we can separate these two.
Yeah, both teams are going for it as well. One is playing 3-6-1, the other is playing 3-4-3. just goes to show you both teams wanting to take that final goal. And hopefully either extend the tie out to a game 3, or we'll see AC Milan go through to the semi-finals.
Second period underway. It's balanced on a knife edge here. And this is only game 2. If Arsenal win, we go to game 3 in this best of 3. If Milan win, they will advance. Trossard versus Tomori. He skips past him here. Jesus is waiting, but Milan survive again. Trossard can't keep that one in. It's broken quite nicely to Giroud, but the layoff not quite there. Giroud. De Ketelaere. Bit of time and space, and here is Florenzi looking for the run of De Ketelaere again.
Could have shot, flash one across goal. Give us something else to look at, because it's all well and good trying to find the space. But
oh, here comes Jesus. Has he stayed on side? No, hasn't quite. And Roxa can't believe it behind in Dominator. And it's another tough one to swallow. Smith Rowe, final 5 in game. He's running with it here.
Great defender from Kaya.
It's not the first time we've said that across the last 2 match days. Tomiyasu, the Dominator trying to build something, but here's Tonali now. We're in the final throes of this second period of extra time. Giroud with the knockdown. Final attack of extra time. Florenzi, corner to Milan.
This is gut check time. This is now. Surely it's the last chance here.
It's Tonali who stands over it. It'll be an outswinger. Kia's up and Tomiyasu away. We are headed to our first penalty shootout of the 2023 knockout stages. Arsenal and Milan cannot be separated here in game 2. So we're headed to spot kicks.
Now, if you are siblings at home, you know exactly what happens next. Both players were hiding controllers. We are turning backs on one another, and we are not letting anybody see what is going on controllers. Because that is the level that we're at right now. It is as rudimental, as fundamental as that. And he's hide your controller and hope for the best.
Yeah, just off camera you can see, I think that's the idea from Cezinho. I think he's just shielding the sight. Not that Dominator or any of the Arsenal men would go to that kind of level, but it's just that added extra level of security to say, you know what, I can go where I want without anyone apart from my team knowing. But it's a different type of mentality you need to hold your head high in a penalty shootout.
Yeah.
And there's no 2 players you would want more in this situation than your club captains in Dominator and Naples.
And if you looked at the stats there quickly, the advantage in terms of proficiency at penalties actually is with the AC Milan players here. So we'll see what happens. It's Trossard versus Maignan.
Here we go then. First spot kick of the shootout. It's Trossard, and it's 1-0.
Good penalty into the corner of the net.
Good power on it as well.
Krunic steps up against Ramsdale.
Now it's Naples' turn to go up against Indominator, and it's into the roof of the net. That is a powerful strike. To keep us even in the shootout. Up next, Indominator tucks it home. Puts all the pressure back onto Naples. It's the former Arsenal man, Olivier Giroud, who will take the next spot kick.
Great finish
and
from
scores
Giroud.
it.
Great finish.
Next up, Gabriel Jesus. With the slow run up here against Manyan, and it's sent him the wrong way.
Small move from Manyan just before that ball's kicked, just to maybe give a bit of an idea as to where they think it was going, but swept away by Jesus.
3-2 in the shootout. Milan's third here to come with De Ketelaere. Very cool.
They're getting closer and closer to each goalkeeper here. It's Granit Xhaka.
Edging towards the final penalties of the first 5 before we head into sudden death territory. This one arguably the most important as Xhaka.
Cool as you like.
Cool as you like. Advantage Arsenal for now. The pressure swings back like a pendulum. Rafael Leao tucks it home as well.
You can see that both goalkeepers, or at least both players, leaving it to the very last moment to try and dive. Of course, if penalties are taken at full power, it makes them incredibly hard to stop if you have to leave it that late.
4-4 in the shootout. Smith Rowe for Indominator. Oh, it's saved! The 5th Arsenal penalty is saved. So with this spot kick, AC Milan can book their ticket to the semi-finals. It's Rebic versus Ramsdale. He steps up, and Milan are through to the semi-finals. An incredible 2-0 performance. Sees them face off against Manchester United in semi-final 2. It took 10 spot kicks to separate them, but in the end, it is Milan who advance 2-0.
What a penalty shootout we saw there. It was all full power penalties right up until a save gets forced. And what a save it was.
And well, in the end, we had questions coming into today about whether or not Milan just might be Arsenal's kryptonite this season. And I think we've just found the answer, because after winning 0 points from 9 on matchday 7, the final matchday of the season, with a chance to finish top and even top 2, booking a semi-final slot, they were unable to do so. We thought maybe the script might be flipped a little bit here in knockout football, but Milan just have that resolve in the latter stage of the season. Both games they went behind, both games they come through as the victors. Semra, I mean, what can we say about AC Milan? They are just mentality monsters at this point.
And in both matches, both quarterfinals have been decided in the final kick of the game, in game 2. It's so refreshing in a way to see the newbies, the new boys, AC Milan, a brand new face in this competition, make it this far. And they showed their statement of intent on match day 1 all the way back in February, when they had a clean sweep of wins, didn't they? It was 9 points from 9. They really set up themselves for a lot of success, and here they are today, and they've done a brilliant job against Arsenal, who are one of the favourites, I think, to go the distance in this competition, and they've managed to eliminate them in 2 games. And again, it was a case of been relatively close, you have to say, this time out, more so than in the first quarter-final, but definitely in game 2. It's the first time we've had penalties all day. It's the second game in which we've seen both teams go, at the very least, to extra time, but it adds a lot of spice and drama and nervousness, doesn't it? It has everyone on the edge of our seats, even for the neutrals watching. It really has been quite scintillating stuff then so far. And now we're moving right on into the semi-finals in a moment. But first, we do want to hear from the captain of AC Milan, Cecino, who is with Wes now. Wes, let's see what he has to say.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm here with Cecino. Congratulations, AC Milan semi-finalists. Last time we spoke, of course, you said, oh, well, whatever happens from here, we've done our job. But that feels like a real statement victory.
After the last match day, we made a miracle, a sportive miracle. Now we don't want to stop. So let's approach the other matches with the same mindset. Calm down. It's a game. So this.
Yeah, you spoke about it there, about mentality. I mean, myself and Harold were looking on, you know, to go into extra time, at least in the first game for Franquinho, his ability to just steal his mind, to just say, hey, we can get a goal in extra time. Of course, Naples, we know of his pedigree in competition. How good is it to see the mentality from those two?
Yeah, Franquinho plays against a top player like Roxa. The same Carmine against Jos. Franquinho was good to remain in the match in the 90 minutes, and in the extra time he killed his opponent. The same Carmine started with 2 goals of advantage, Jos, but he was good to change the formation, defense 3, and it went good.
Yeah, we saw it really turn the tide, and as a result, you guys have now got a bit of a prize, to say as at least. Manchester United in the semi-finals. Again, how do you feel that you're going to get through there? Do you think you guys can get to the final? Do you think you can win it all?
Now we don't have to think against who will play, because we made only 1 point against Manchester in the regular league. So we don't have fear of nobody. We are AC Milan. We demonstrate that we played good against all the team. Now mindset calm and go to the semi-final.
Fantastic. You look so relaxed because you didn't get to play. You feel so relaxed. No, fantastic work from AC Milan. Again, go and relax with your teammates. Go and enjoy what we're now going to see in the first semi-final. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you very much. He may be relaxed now, but maybe in a few hours' time he might be less so, because, as you say, Wes, he hasn't yet featured for today. But I love the fact that he used the expression, a minor miracle, to get into where they are now, because it is worth reminding, I think, everyone, that at the start of match day 7, it was squeaky bum time, because it was the last day that the teams could certify their place in the knockout rounds, and they were outside of the top 6, if memory serves me well. So they needed to get all 9 points against Arsenal to get themselves in the top 6. That's exactly what they did. They carried on today with 2 more wins against Arsenal. So now it's 5 wins from 5 on the bounce. And here we have it set, the semi-finals, the final 4, 4 different clubs from 4 different nations, FC Barcelona in representation of Spain, Bayern Munich in representation of Germany, Manchester United from England, and AC Milan from Italy. I love the spreads. It's so nice, all these different ingredients that we have here. I mean, now that we're at this stage, how do you think it looks, Harry?
I think it looks fantastic. First of all, I mean, congratulations to our 4 semi-finalists. I want to give 2 special shout-outs, of course, to Manchester United, who went out and got their dream lineup. They find themselves now in the final 4, which is fantastic. And also AC Milan. I mean, you've just said what a fantastic achievement it is, but also because these players were all on the outside looking in of this competition for the last X amount of years. So now they finally get the chance to prove that they deserve to be here, and they've done it with aplomb. Can't wait to see how they get on in the semis.
Yeah, and quite rightly, as I spoke to them, and I couldn't drop the line in, I told you to beware of the underdog, and it's come to pass. So all I'm saying is I've got 1 right this season, guys. I've got 1 right.
Okay, so there's only 1 underdog left then in the 4.
Yes,
right?
Quite, yeah.
So it's going to be AC Milan, because everyone else is pretty much, let's say, a heavyweight in this competition. Obviously not just because of the name of the club, but also the people that are representing them as well.
Yeah,
right?
they've all got pedigree. Those are the three teams that are there in terms of Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Manchester United. All of those players in some form of iteration have been there and done it for multiple different clubs in too many of these competitions that we could even name. So, you know, for AC Milan, of course, it's a little bit of they're almost an anomaly because you're not quite sure what you're going to get from them. And that's why I love it so much.
Yes, uncharted territory. It definitely will lend itself perhaps to some twists and turns then. As for the other three, loads of quality, pedigree, as you say, knowledge, know-how, experience, and some of the very best who've ever played this game. Speaking of which, they're going to be in action right now because our first semi-final is going to be a clash of the FCs. It's FC Barcelona against FC Bayern Munich.
And then there were four. Our semi-finals are set, and as you can see, our first two clubs, our two giant clubs, are about to face off in semi-final number one. We have Barcelona on one side of the stage, our league winners of the regular season, including reigning MVP, Etorito, not a bad man to start off your knockout stage campaign with. And on the other side, the Bayern contingent. There's no other word for it.
There is no other word for it.
The gang of Bayern shirts up there on the stage. This one has all the elements of producing a contender that could lift that thing at the end of today, Wes. These two clubs are huge. These two sets of players are fantastic. We could not have asked for a better semi-final one.
When you look at the status of the two teams, when you look at the status of the players they have on the field, you have a look at the status of the players on the sticks, this is worthy of any final, let alone a semi, let alone of any knockout game. This would be worthy of a final on any other given season. Of course, of the way that the brackets are broken down, it's now a semi-final, but it is going to be an absolute peach.
That it is, and a man who knows all too well what these two teams are capable of is Roma's Stifler. I want to hear from the man, and luckily we have Semra in the mix zone with the man himself.
Thank you very much for that. Obviously, Stifler would prefer to be speaking to me under very different circumstances after having been eliminated. But now that the dust has settled a little bit, you've had some time to digest the day's results. How do you feel? How is the team taking the elimination from the competition?
We are really sad for this result, but we know it was very difficult against, for me, the strong team in the competition. We'll come back then stronger next year.
Good, that's the spirit, that's what we love to hear. But breaking it down for me a little bit more, specifically your game against Mestre, you talk about such a strong opponent overall as a club, the Germans, but what was it about his gameplay today that made it so difficult for you to come out unscathed, you think?
I think today I play a little bit down because Bayern is a very strong team, but it's impossible today. Next year we come back stronger. Bayern Roma.
Good, good. So we have a new semi-final set up between Barcelona and Bayern Munich. Do you think then, based on what you've seen and what you've experienced, that they are the favourites for today? Or would you say that maybe...
For me, on the pitch, Bayern is the best team, but beat Torito is very difficult.
Okay, well, any final message that you would like to say then as you depart from the competition this season?
Thank you all fan Roma, and see you next year. Sempre Forza Roma.
If you want to say it in Italian, you can say it in Italian as well.
Dai Roma.
Brilliant stuff. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you too, Sandra.
And, you know, overall, congratulations on a brilliant season overall, though. I think you have a lot to feel proud about. And we'll see you very soon.
See you very soon.
Thank you. All right, guys. Well, I imagine that we're getting very close now to seeing game one of this fantastic semi-finals. Both of you pointed out it really is more like a final, isn't it? Comparing it to the real-world football that we saw in the Champions League, for example, this is like a Real Madrid against a Manchester City kind of dynamic, isn't it? Something that really could be worthy of a final clash between such big sides. Well, Harry, Wes, I'll hand it back over to you then as we get ready for what should be some fantastic eFootball.
Well, thank you so much, Semra, as always, getting us where we need to be. Great to hear from Stifler, and something you pointed out while we were listening to Stifler is if there's a man who knows how to beat the MVP, it's him. Stifler. he was the one who ruined the perfect season, 1-0 on match day 7. So always good to hear the insights from Stifler, knows exactly what both of these clubs are capable of, and you can see, first up, it's MVP, Eterito, taking on München of Bayern.
Yeah, as we said earlier on, abject chaos is about to unfold in both of these semi-finals, let alone European heavyweights. They are European super heavyweights in terms of the stature of all 4 of the clubs left here. They are European royalty, as Semra pointed out, in terms of the profile of these teams. They're 4 of the biggest clubs historically and relevant to today's game on the planet in terms of what we are seeing right now between Barcelona and FC Bayern Munich. And I think when we briefly spoke to Alex earlier on, he said he wants to add a star above that badge. I'm very interested to see if they can pull that off.
If you're München here, you're hoping one of 2 things is going to happen. One is MVP Eterito has had a month to mull over that loss on match day 7, his only blemish in the season, and is kind of feeling a bit down. That's the one thing you're hoping
or that
for.
He's maybe overcorrected because he's lost. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, and the other thing you're kind of hoping for is, as we said when it came to Roxy, you're just hoping that his controller disconnects or something, because the form that Eterito has been in, as we saw the promo package for his MVP season, I think it was 32 goals from 41 shots. That is an incredible strike rate for somebody within this competition.
Of course, the one thing you won't want to look at if you're München here is Eterito's match day 1 through 6 form, because it is all green, all wins, maximum points up until the final match day is the reason we've crowned the Italian MVP. But of course, München here did a fantastic job earlier in the day winning his knockout stage game, so he already has a knockout stage win to his name, which is more than we can say for the MVP this season.
Very much stole it at the very, very last moment. Stole it with that last second opportunity from Tell. And as you quite rightly said, now has the experience of already being on the stage today. And there is that argument about hot hands and cold hands and about being on the console early. There's only so much you can do in the practice room. There's only so much you can do to prepare. It's when the lights are the brightest and the pressure is at its most is where diamonds are made. And we'll be seeing today which side of the fence does it fall on. Is it the Catalan side or is it the Bavarian side that have the diamonds in their weaponry?
Bottom of the screen, you just saw how you can stay up to date with all of the goings on, everything eFootball. For now though, our eyes are trained on one screen and one screen only. It's this one, the semi-finals of the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 season are moments away. As you said, pressure makes diamonds. The lights are as bright as you like, and we will see who will thrive. Will it be Barca? Will it be Bayern? Time will tell. It's Eterito up first, and it's München hit in his way.
Yeah, of course, today will be the first time today we'll have seen Barcelona. We know the players that they have at their disposal. You're looking for your Lewandowski, your Dembele, your players that they can do damage with. You already really know where this ball's going to go. If you're a Bayern Munich fan, you're going to be looking to Mane, you're going to be looking to Tell. as your two real outlets for attacking prowess.
Cancelo with a hopeful header there in the opening 5. We haven't really had a chance thus far, Wes, to talk about the psychology of a best-of-3 format, and we might have to wait a little bit longer as Dembele trying to prowl forward there for the MVP. It's who you put out first, who you put out second in this best-of-3. We came to a bit of a consensus. You don't want to leave your best player until last because there's a chance he might not even get to play.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You can't... Not to say that the two players that we've seen from each of these sides are, in inverted commas, the best players that they have. But you can't leave, for example, you couldn't leave Ettore to last because you can't gamble on the fact that he'll end up getting a game. You have to put your best foot forward.
Opening 15 or so has been fairly even between Estorito and Mucha Hits. The Italian against the Turk here on the stage. Barca, regular season winners. However, it was not really thanks to their performance on match day 7. They needed other teams to do them favours, namely Manchester United and AC Milan when they took down their potential title rivals. Long ball to Mane here. He'll get there first, and it's just beyond tell. A ripple of applause from the crowd. They enjoyed the invention and the idea there.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was just for a lack of execution. Do we not see a one-goal lead here? But here's Lewandowski to Dembele to Gavi. Here's Kessie.
Yeah, Kessie far side. Inside now to Dembele. Nice footwork, but Goretzka snuffs it out. Just have to wonder if Mucha Hits poked the bear here as Estorito is starting to move through those gears. Defensively, though, does a good job. Cancelo, nice switch of the play there. Gnabry turns inside. Too many opposition players to try and sneak a strike away. He tried it nonetheless. And now Pedri, nice double touch. Kessie. Lewandowski stumbles but retains possession. It's pretty messy at the back, but it'll do for Bayern.
It's a rare one, seeing the goalkeeper getting fouled.
He's back on his feet now and in position, so no chance for a long strike as we saw earlier on. That's a lovely threaded ball here to Mane. Through 1-on-1, and that's
big
a
save.
Fabulous save from ter Stegen. Push round the corner for a corner.
It's a big manual save that was in there. Again, just a momentary move from Estorito. Pushes it out wide for a corner. That is the first real chance in anger that we have seen from either one of these two teams.
Bayern corner, oh, rattles itself off the woodwork. Tell with the knockdown. The MVP defends well until he gives the ball away. Just gotten pretty scrappy here. We'll say, though, not been too many stoppages. This first half has flowed fairly freely.
Looking at the way that both teams are playing here, they're looking to almost cut out midfield. They're looking to deliver the ball in between the lines, get it into, as we've seen there, a Lewandowski, and knock it down and start to play in triangles and not allow that midfield to catch up.
Mane just waiting for some movement. Good patience from him, and now Tell has a couple of white shirts to aim for here. Inside of Christensen, the referee unmoved.
Great ball movement.
Mane over towards Gnabry with the header. Cancelo! finally
chaos.
cleared off the line.
Back of ter Stegen's head saved Barcelona there, but now they're on the break here. Lewandowski, here's Kessie.
Here comes Robert Lewandowski. He's dispossessed though. Before he can get a touch on that ball. 1 minute added on. The MVP was on the ropes there for a second. But the second wind almost coming towards him, but I think that will be the end of the first half here. Mucha hit nil, Etorito nil in a very entertaining first half.
It's probably the best 0-0 half of eFootball we have seen in the entire competition. It had absolutely everything, just didn't have a goal.
Second half is now underway. If you're just joining us, this is a best of 3 series. Points, goal difference, none of it matters now. We need winners from each of these games. Win 2 and go through. Which of course means extra time and penalties if needed. We've seen them be necessary once or twice today. Bayern starting to gallop forward. Of course, they had that real strong chance that was cleared off the line. Kessie, Dembele, Lewandowski. Back to Dembele, and this is where Etorito does his best work with plenty of shirts forward. But just cannot seem to break through Mucha Hit's defensive work.
Just waiting for the opportunity,
nice
though.
1-2 here to Lewandowski! And it's the MVP striking first. Etorito introduces himself to this semi-final. Barca 1, Bayern 0.
It's like having a great white shark in a number 9 shirt for Barcelona. Wonderful bit of play. Again, patience we saw from Etorito there. Finds the opportunity, gets the give and go. Lewandowski with that first time strike. No one stops them from inside 18. He is the striker supreme. He is the apex predator of the eFootball Championship Pro. Is that Robert Lewandowski card? And he finds the back of the net. And he knows how important that is.
No emotions from him all season because he's been dreaming of this day. Match days 1 through 7 don't matter to him as long as he gets to this point. Has defensive duties to commence, but passes that test with flying colours. But now we'll see the emotion from Ettore, and he's coming forward again. Lewandowski versus De Ligt, and Sommer with a good clearance. Approaching the hour mark.
As big game hunter as he is, he's the biggest hunter of all, is Etorito. When he gets going and he gets into that mode, just get out of the way. Just get out of the way and stay out of the way, because he's a wrecking ball.
And defensively, Mucha Hit was holding strong till that point, but it's when he goes through these gears, Etorito, he's most dangerous as Pedri! Doubles the lead! And that garners applause from around the league. The king is back this season. And Barca 2-0 up. And in control.
Showing exactly why he's the league MVP. Again, really good footwork. And you'd said up until that point, Mukit's defence has been resilient up until the goal. And now all of a sudden it feels like it's got the consistency of a wet paper towel. He's just drove the ball in there. Pedri's got the wrong side of the defender, has not let the ball go out. And crucially, he's got the strike off. And he knows how important it is for Barcelona to get off and running here. That's right, smiles from the Bayern Munich camp. But
yeah, you said it. I was about to point that out myself, because they know when the MVP gets into these situations and gets into these moods, there is very, very few players in the world that can stop him scoring goals.
Just exerts his will on the game, does Etorito. When he wants to, when he's up for it, and when he wants to go ahead and he wants to take the game by the scruff of the neck, he has that ability to. We've seen it in co-op before. We've seen it in 1v1 time and time again from Eterito. Of course, as you hit now, you're trying to salvage something from the depths.
Of course, the game not over yet, but we have to admire the brilliance of Eterito when it's on display. Something tells me he came into this season with a bit of a chip on his shoulder, took a year out, probably not enforced, probably by choice. Comes back, wins MVP, wants to win it all, is often compared with Uzmakabeel about who's the greatest of all time, who's the greatest player in the game. Uzmakabeel, unfortunately not qualifying for the knockout stages, gives Eterito a perfect opportunity to say, I'm him, I'm still here.
Whether they like it or not, those two will forever be compared, and it will always be a conversation. It will be the hero and the villain. It will be, you know, the nemesis and the superhero. They will always and forever be compared because of that level. There is those two, and then there's everybody else in my head. That's me personally. It's them two, and it's everybody else afterwards. And these types of performances, this type of leading mentality that we're seeing from him, it just goes to show it again and again and again.
We're underway following the second goal. Barca 2, Bayern 0. After that note on Eterito, it's worth reminding everyone, Mujahid still in the lobby here, still out there on the pitch and could still play spoiler.
Still plenty of time on the clock, but again, as we've seen from Eterito in the past, the ability to close out games, it's really his forte when he wants to.
It's a tall order for sure. Pedri, nice work inside. Eterito has a few shirts to aim for, one of them Dembele. Lewandowski!
Didn't even need a reaction that time. Even he knew how good that was. He didn't need it. He knows.
I don't know what to say. Sumptuous, sublime eFootball. It's a 3v2 at the back, sure, but you still have work to do. And he makes it look so easy.
It's the arrogance of a man who's at the peak of his powers. That's what it is. It's you'll see there. Even he knows. He doesn't need the third, you know, get up and scream. He knows. He knows the ability that he's got at his disposal and at his fingertips.
Barca 3, Bayern 0. And honestly, if it's your first time watching Mujahid play, it's not a fair representation of his skill level because Torre really is just that good. And the celebrations, because Barca, as it stands, 1 foot in that final. Koeman, though, to the byline. Chance for one back, and Gnabry closed down before he has a chance.
He has the fundamental ability to make superstars look ordinary. That's the level we're looking at with Eterito. He can make the most brilliant of players look completely ordinary when he wants to. I think that's what he's done here.
Defensively there with Pavard to snatch possession back and stop that attack. And they're starting to build now and have some joy down this right-hand side with Gnabry. Christensen and Eterito not to be outdone. It's a 3-on-3 at the back again, and Dembele's joining the hunt now as well. Pedri. Back to Dembele, but the pass just had a little bit too much fizz on it for him to control. Kimmich looking for Tell, but again, it's Eterito controlling the game. In the final 10. And this one now just a formality, Wes.
Yeah, it looks like there's not going to be enough time here. I know that there's 7 minutes, and it only takes a second to score a goal, but Torres in possession, he's pushing it down the line. And you've got to think that is surely going to be all she wrote for this game, and as we said, it will put Barcelona on the hill here, potentially setting themselves up for a match point decider in game 2 of this tie.
Koeman inside. Back to him now. It'll be a Bayern corner in the 89th minute.
Interesting enough as well, when you think about it, as we'll see the ball get cleared away there, Mookie Hit was in his post-match said, yep, we can get 2-0 done here, be good job. That's all we need. He's kind of forgotten that he's up against Barcelona and up against some of the very best.
Pedri to Kessie. The MVP wants the cherry on the cake here in game 1. Nice footwork there as well, as Dembele was waiting gratefully. Still one last chance here for Barca, is there? The referee says no, and game 1 ends Barca 3, Bayern 0. It's a dream start for our league leaders, Barcelona. For Bayern, they need to win the next 2 against the Barca team in red-hot form.
Yeah, you felt the minute he got his nose in front, Etorito wasn't going to be anybody else's day but his in this game. And as we said, he has the power to just make players look ordinary by comparison. And as such, you could sense that those first 2 celebrations, that's a statement, just to take the air out of the sails that were in Bayern after they had come through against Roma earlier on. He said that just sucker punch completely took the momentum away from them.
I mean, what else do you say about that performance? It's difficult to find the adjectives, and some people at home might think we're overselling Etorito a little bit, but if you actually go back and look at his accomplishments, not only his accolades, but also the way he's done it, you can't oversell it. You can't. And you're just witnessing greatness before our very eyes in game 1. And I do feel for Mookie Hit, because when you're both on the stage, you enter as equals, but in the end, you exit as quite an overshadowed figure.
Now this has narrative, needle, every bit of emotion, every type of storyline in it that you could possibly ask for between these 2 on the stage.
The 2 men in question are Alex Alguacil, a second stint at Barcelona this season. Has been fairly fruitful for him. Only 1 loss to his name this season, otherwise undefeated. And on the other side, it's Captain Jose. Of course, another one who, if you take away that default loss back on match day 5 due to an infringement of the rules, also only 1 loss to his name. So this one, not only are they 2 Spaniards, teammates on the national team a few years ago,
former teammates in Bayern as well. It's almost like it's like they're rivals, then they're teammates, they're rivals, they're teammates. It's just this back and forth between, okay, which do we want to be? Do you want to be rivals or do you want to be teammates? Which one do you want? And as it stands at the moment, they are now back to being domestic rivals. And certainly, if we remember and cast our minds back to the regular league game, it was Alex Alguacil versus Mestre in that very tense 1-0 victory. And a couple of pointy comments maybe in the post-match mix zone from Alex, where I think that, you know, the team talk for Barcelona on that day had been done for them. In the sense of, oh, well, you know, Torres really good and Barcelona are good. And that was it. And they completely kind of discounted Alex and the Palma. And I think sometimes that, like I said, you can kind of give your opponent the ammunition before you even get going.
It's maybe downplayed in public, but you have to feel there's at least a little bit of a chip on Alex's shoulder after finding himself without a home, to put it nicely. before the season started. Barcelona came along and said, listen, we're building something with a player, you might have heard of him.
Yeah, you might remember him. You were really good in co-op.
Back in the day,
yeah,
what's his name again? Eterito, yeah. Do you want to join? And Alex obviously found himself fitting right in throughout the season on this Barca team. The question is whether or not he'll have enough knowledge on Jose and Bayern from his time there to best his adversary here. If he does, then Barca will be our first finalists, no doubt.
The competition.
Well, just keep your eyes peeled for, as we can hear the dulcet tones of other commentary coming through our ears. But will we keep your eyes peeled on the reactions from these two players? Because I would imagine that'll be red hot.
This year's vintage will no doubt do the same.
As we'll try and talk over Peter Drury.
I do love Peter Drury, one of my favourite commentators, so I personally don't mind it. Maybe we should shut up and let Peter take it away. But for now, we are underway. Game 2, semi-final 1, and it's Bayern. Starting out strongly, Sane inside the box, trying to wriggle free of the defender. Back to goal, though, not really a chance to get one across. He beats his man, and Musiala draws first blood. Jose in the lead, Bayern. That is exactly what they wanted. Do not adjust your sets. It is Bayern 1, Barca 0. And that sets up this competition perfectly as Musiala tucks away the finish.
Yeah, it's a really good finish in truth. And again, it's good work in there from Leroy Sané. Just popped home. And as I said, be careful of the reactions. They will come. Yep, you can see there, even I can lip read that in English of, okay. Yeah, Alex knows.
He always knew he'd be in for a game here against his former captain. And it is 1-0 to Bayern. First we're seeing of Jose today, of course. Sadly, Peter Drury has gone away, so you're stuck with us for now.
Sorry, guys.
Far side. Barca looking to reply as Alex with that header. Testing the goal. Something tells me this one's going to be end-to-end. Long ball to tell. Has he stayed on side? I do wonder. Linesman says yes, and shrug past the defender. Lovely stop and go. Double touch as well. Second bite of the cherry, maybe. Finally cleared away by Alex, and Barcelona, well, they don't have too much time to rest on their laurels here because Musiala's starting to advance. Mane has been lively for Bayern today. Oh, and he's tackled just outside the box there. Won't be a penalty, but will be a free kick in a difficult position.
Yeah, Jose's come out like a man on fire and a man on a mission to salvage Bayern Munich's latter stage knockout season.
Here is the free kick with Kimmich, and Upamecano's following it. The referee points towards the corner. This one could have gone anywhere.
I think it might have just slightly deflected off the wall there on the intake, and I think that might just caused a bit of problems for everybody. Sane on the corner.
Maybe the in-swinger, but swung in too close to the byline there, as will be a let off for Barca. Out to Mane, that's a nice dummy. Defended well. That's Barcelona.
Kessie long ball.
Can start to come forward themselves.
It's De Jong and Pedri combining.
It's really nice footwork. I think Gavi was the player best positioned there, but Upamecano is the one carrying it away. It's always worrying when Tell's giving chase. Time to no avail though.
A real opportunity there for Jose to make a bit more of a problem for Alex than what he's seen there, and Alex has had to rush that out. It's gone out for a throw.
It's like just a pause in the action as Alex has decided to just tweak a couple of formations as well. But with 20 minutes gone, there or thereabouts, Wes, it's advantage Bayern. Obviously, they need to win game 2 in this best-of-3 series. Alex will always fancy himself, as I put my teeth back in this type of position, because he's always on the shoulder of Jose with only 1 goal down.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's 1 goal is a really delicate lead here. It's a really delicate lead. It's a really delicate lead. It's not something you can hold on for, especially in knockout football. You don't want to be in that position.
Away again then. Bayern 1, Barca 0. Christensen defending, but you can see Alex this season, no problem scoring goals. Inside the top 10 with 13. But he's going to need some of that goal scoring prowess here against Jose, who is all the way down there, almost outside the top 20 in truth. But it's the points he's accrued along the way that's helped Bayern get to this stage. And he has an attack here with Kimmich as well. Blocked at the first port of call though.
Well, that's what we've said. We've said in terms of Bayern Munich and their goal-scoring capabilities, it may not necessarily be at the fore, but it's been effective. It has been effective in terms of how they have distributed those goals and how they've made sure that they've accrued a lot of points along the way. As long as they are in a golden sequence.
Musiala still alive here as well. Kimmich with the stunning strike. Out for a corner.
But so long as they are getting results along the way, it won't matter how many goals they've scored. They won't be remembered for how many goals they've scored if they go and win the trophy at the end of today. They'll just be known as champions.
Well, it will be a corner thanks to the foot of Ter Stegen there. And I think you're right in saying it, Wes. The return on investment from Bayern's goals has been on the money this season. Nothing too flashy, but plenty of points.
The longer this stays 1-0, it'll actually benefit Barcelona here.
Absolutely, 10 minutes to go until half-time, plus stoppages, of course. A little scrappy here as the ball finally settles down. Now for Jose. Against his former teammate. It's got the better of him thus far, but has to maintain it throughout the 90. Tell there. Fouled, and the referee will pull this one back for a free kick. Allows Barca to get men behind the ball, and they do just that as Lewandowski sees the run of Dembele. Barca members are arriving, but Dembele might just have to stop up here as he waits for them. It was De Jong there. Just denied his opportunity, but we're in stoppage time now of this first half. Perfect time to score a goal. Busquets. Couldn't get anything through that Bayern defensive midfield, and the first half will end Bayern 1, Barca 0. An intriguing affair in that first half, Wes, but Bayern the happier of the two.
You could cut the tension with a knife here. You really could. I know we speak a lot about the atmosphere that is here, but every single eyeball in this building is on this game in terms of how tense it is, because the margins of error are so slight, and the kind of the prize that is on the line here is so valuable that it really, it's so tight, it's so delicately poised here, especially with it only being 1-0.
Well, you can see at the half-time break, Alex just wanting to check with Etorito and, of course, De Palma. Check on their advice, see what they would do in this situation. That's the benefit, of course, of having your teammates up there. We've said it once or twice, Wes, but you've got 5 Bayern shirts up there on the stage. Plenty of minds to put together, we'll put it that way, to try and come to a resolution should they need it.
There's plenty of minds there. There's only one person that's in control of the sticks, so as much as you get intel, as much as you get ideas, it only really matters about what you're doing. It's great to have those minds up there, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Second half underway then, game 2. Bayern Munich 1, Barca 0. And Tell is coming forward. Christensen defends well. Remember, Bayern need to win this game to force a game number 3. So far, so good from the captain. De Jong, Lewandowski. Just the pressure comes so early from Bayern, but Lewandowski's nodded it down, and oh no!
Momentum's taking him in.
It's a big mistake at the back from Bayern. But where the ball was placed from Alex, there's not much the defence could do.
I don't think there's anything Jose could have done there. Momentum takes him in. He's not able to get a touch on the ball, and as a result, runs it into the net. There's not a lot he can do. I'm sure if you watch it back on playback, you'll see it again here. It's nodded across. Every bit of that is intentional. But you can see there, it's just that extra heavy touch. You can see his teammates doing his celebration for him. I don't think they need to say any more there. And right look across there from Jose across the stage. I think he knows that there's a good bit of fortune in that.
Well, the MVP like that one, because it means Barca now level here in game 2. A game which, if they win, they will be through to the final. If we're level after 90 minutes, we will go to extra time and penalties if they're required. Busquets to Pedri. Lewandowski with the touch, and Dembele! Just like that! From 1-0 down, it's the 1-2 punch. Barca in the lead now.
It's a great bit of play. Again, benefits off a slight bit of luck. But as we said, it's in these moments where you need to capitalise. We'll see it again here. It's just from this moment here. Just not cleared enough correctly. Pedri gets it. A lead bit of footwork from Lewandowski. It's awesome at Dembele. He fires that home for 2-1. It's his advantage. Alex Alguacil.
I wondered, Wes, if we wouldn't see a celebration out of respect to his former club. No love lost there.
Oh, I think they know. They know how important that goal is. 60 minutes on the clock here. There's still plenty of time here. I think if you're Bayern, you'll be looking at that and saying, hey, If Alex can score 2 in a couple of minutes, so can we. It's all about momentum, it's all about pressure, and it's all about emotion here in the eFootball Championship Pro. It's about keeping your head.
Barca 2, Bayern 1. Bayern coming forward now though, Musiala, scorer of the first goal for them. The only goal for them thus far. It's a huge 5 in-game minutes there for Alex Alguacil, from 1-0 down, wondering how you're going to get back in the game, to now leading it. He has a lead to defend now. Musiala tackled by Koundé. Bayern corner after this pause.
Every positive piece of play being applauded in the VIP zone. I mean, as we said, we are in Barcelona. You would expect the Barcelona support to be a little bit more ferocious than any other support that's here.
Well, it's a difficult environment to step into, not only because of the heat at this time of year, Wes, but also because it's not like a regular season match day where teams are practicing in the training room, the players are preparing for their own matches. We have clubs now knocked out and done for the season that are sat here purely as spectators, and that just piles on the pressure for these two clubs here in this semi-final.
Absolutely, and as much as we say this, you know, we said before in terms of rivalries, in terms of, you know, personal rivalries between players, the reality is that when the consoles are off and they're off away from the tunnel, they're off away from the stage, a lot of these, you know, a lot of these teams are actually pals. They, you know, they have almost communal dinners with them, you know. So I think, you know, looking at it, there'll be people who will just want the best for almost their friends. They will want the best of it. If it's not going to be them, they want it to be their friends that will go on and win.
Well, you can see the tweaks
Substitution on the field.
done and dusted now. We resume with a Bayern corner.
Number 10.
Taken quite quickly as well towards Upamecano.
Coming on the field.
Kimmich is onside here, and he's lofted it up to Mane. Oh, great save. Huge save. Ter Stegen called into action. And with 20 minutes to go, how important might that save be?
Substitution.
Looked like the counter was on, but the ball just behind Lewandowski, but Koundé takes it in stride. That counter can now resume.
Made Pavard think a little bit there, did Alex Alguacil.
15 in game to go. Busquets. Lewandowski just controlling possession now for Alex, trying to turn the screw. Busquets. Pedri, Lewandowski. Pavard is there first. 10 in-game minutes to hold on for Barca. 10 in-game to break through if you're Bayern. Otherwise, your season is done. Koeman, Tell just lacking in positioning there. Couldn't quite get to the ball. Koeman, Cancelo, Koundé away. Just about 5 in-game minutes to hold on, but Kimmich has won the ball high up. Koundé across. That's Koundé still to beat here. And the referee has said that will be a free kick.
Big kick, big opportunity here for Bayern Munich if they can just get the right delivery in here. This is a big moment in the game.
always just fascinating while we watch the in-game tweaks happen from both sides to see the body language. We had Jay Victor in the back of the Bayern contingent, hands on the back of his neck, almost on the back of his head. Have Mestre leaning forward, wanting to see exactly what Jose's doing, trying to chime in with thoughts. And
got to wonder as well, with questions about team selection, in terms of, was it, you know, in terms of having Jay Victor here, would it not have been a smarter in a smarter kind of tactic to maybe employ him in a game that's a little bit of a pressure game? But there's a lot less game film on Jay Victor than there is on Jose, there is on Mestre, or there is on Muka here.
it's definitely interesting when you look at the different permutations of Bayern that could be sent out. Jay Victor, of course, featuring on match day 2, has yet to feature in the competition since then. Was standing in the place of Mujahid, who unfortunately couldn't travel all the way back in late February, March, I want to say, match day 2.
Yeah, it's a while ago. As much as we say it's a while ago, it still feels like yesterday when that was happening. It's quite an incredible feat to be at the tail end of this season. This could be a very, very important passage of play if you are Bayern Munich.
Bayern free kick. They trail 2-1. It's taken. It's De Ligt!
What a free kick. What a free kick. What a free kick that was.
And you can see the emotion from the Bayern bench. It's an equaliser. As close to the 90th minute as you would perhaps want at this stage of the competition. Perfectly delivered.
Expertly dispatched as well by Matthias de Ligt. It's a brilliant ball into the box from Joshua Kimmich. Thunderbolt header. And from that distance, with that power, it is not going to be going anywhere but in the back of a Barcelona net. You see the shake of the head of Veterito. What I will say is, though, animated celebrations, if it's good for you, it's good for them.
It's a goal that could have just saved Bayern's season. Had they not scored that, they were on the brink of elimination after losing game 1. Now at 2 goals apiece, they stay alive in the best of 3 here in game 2.
What I would say here is, though, there is still time on the clock, and it's Barcelona's kickoff. So if they can make this work for them, this could be real problems for Bayern. But also on the flip side, they can regain that ball. There's still a chance in this for either team. There's got to be one more chance here, somewhere. We shall find out who it falls to.
Just
or whether they'll tuck their chins and go to extra time.
4 in-game minutes plus stoppages here in game 2. It's been a fascinating affair between 2 ex-teammates. Could this be the last throw of the dice in the 90? Jose's goal gives them a chance. Barca, who are just
added minutes has
5
been
in-game
indicated.
minutes away from booking their place in that final, now have 4 in-game to make that ticket certain. Good build up here as Kessie's on near side. Stunning cross. Oh, it's behind for a corner. Still a chance here. What tricks are there to be conjured up? Something from the training ground, perhaps, as Alex swings it in towards Sergio Busquets. Arujo! Sommer gathers with both hands. If he's quick about it, we could see one more attack in this game too. Instead, I think it will come the way of Barca. He's hoofed it up the pitch. It's still alive here. But I think the referee's seen enough now of the first 90 minutes. We are going to extra time.
How delicately poised this game is right now. The tension in the room ratcheted up the minute that Matthias de Ligt latched onto that header. And what is now a very, very valuable timeout. You can see some of the Bayern Munich contingent and the backroom staff just looking at it on for the VIP room. They're shaking their heads, so they're not quite sure what to make of it. If you're Barcelona, you were 5 in-game minutes away from touching the final. Instead now, you're staring down the barrel of extra time.
Jose will have been buoyed, of course, by that 85th minute goal, an equaliser that's got us to this position. But it's an important reminder, it's still on a knife edge here for Bayern. You may say, hey, nothing left to lose, but if they lose, they're out of the competition because Bayern hold currently a 0-1 deficit in this best of 3.
Yeah, if you're looking at the complexities of this game, you've got to now say the momentum is with Bayern Munich. They've got their equaliser. Now they've got to. They were already in a position where they were saying, well, we've lost this game, so they had nothing left to lose. Now that they're going into this 30-minute in-game period, they've now still got nothing left to lose, because if they don't score, it can potentially either go to an extra time, either go to penalties, or they're out. It's one or the other. So they can really throw caution to the wind here and say, hey, let's go out on our shield and let's throw a bit at this Barcelona defence and see what they are made of.
Well, for the 3rd time so far in the knockout stages, extra time is required. We've had one knockout stage game in the quarterfinals settled in extra time. We've had one go all the way to penalties. Which will be the fate of this match here, as Tell has latched onto this one after a mistake from the Barca back line. Far side can't beat the Barca defender, and now to the feet of Lewandowski. Ansu Fati to Lewandowski, who's offside, so play will reset. Extra time, then penalties. It's difficult to call between Jose and Alex because they're so evenly matched.
And they know each other so well. That's not only are they evenly matched, these two will have scrimmaged with each other for Spain, that have scrimmaged each other when they were teammates at Bayern. There's going to be so many different levels of almost knowledge and intel on each other. That's why we're in this extra time period as it is right now.
We're approaching the end of the first period, the first 15. Nothing really of note. It's gone by quite quickly, but Kessie now tries to pressure Pavard. Final minute of this first period. Koeman, this will be the final attack of this first half of extra time as Koeman is double touching. It's
Can't let him dance down the byline like that. You have to cut him off.
We've seen it happen time and time again this season. You cannot let it happen. And as the first period comes to a close, it's the breakthrough that Bayern wanted. 3-2.
Yeah, really good work, really good play there from Jose again. Just find his way down the byline, but if you're Barcelona, you've got to get out to him. You've got to get out to him. You've got to block it off. And instead, I believe that's through the legs of Araujo. We'll see it again here. Hopefully we'll get a better angle. We will do. Komedy squares it into the box here. Right through the legs of the defender. Had to be so precise just to get that, but Jose knows he's still in the game.
The first period of extra time in the books. 15 in-game minutes remain for Alex's Barca to get an equaliser in order for us to see that penalty shootout. Otherwise, we'll be going to a game 3, first time today.
And it's a very, very important game, a very important part of the game as well, because, again, we're talking, well, we can't even say potentially by process of elimination. We can only really say that we definitely know from Barcelona's side, it's the Palma that will be playing in the tiebreaker, as it were. And we'd have to see who Bayern send out. And that's if we even get to that.
Not a whole lot of conversation happening on the Barca side. You can see the Bayern contingent all wanting to give their 2 cents. The silver lining for Alex is there is still another period of extra time. 15 in-game minutes plus whatever stoppages to get that goal. You can see by the way that Jose's setting up, it's very much the idea to get that midfield as congested as possible in front of that back four.
Yeah, and I suppose the worry for Bayern is that, yes, there is still that period left. There is still that 15-minute period left. It's now going to be a case of how do they consolidate the ball? How do they make sure that they don't let this out? Because as we've seen before already, when these teams go to defensive, shapes, if the team then equalises who they're playing against, it's very hard to then break out. The only issue, of course, you have here is you're breaking out, and it's not the game. The game isn't over if they equalise. So if you're Barcelona and you grab a third, it's just going to penalties. That's all it's going to. So you may as well
on the field.
throw a little bit of caution to the wind
Number 17.
and see what you can get done here.
Final 15 in-game minutes between Jose and
Coming on the
Alex.
field.
It's a 3-2 lead
Number 38.
for
Number
Bayern.
23.
It's a lead they'll want to defend
Substitutions taking
here.
place.
Headed down towards Ansu Fati. You can see no pressure on the Barcelona defenders. That's to be expected. Jose knows the job here. Fati trying to get his strike away. He's bulldozed off of the ball. In terms of playing the territory game, that'll do nicely. 10 in-game minutes to go, less than. Otherwise, we are headed to a game number 3. Alex building. Sergi Roberto. Referee plays a good advantage. Fati, Lewandowski's in the mix. 5 in-game remain.
Anywhere will do if you're Bayern. They keep welcoming the pressure back onto them, though.
This is perfect for Bayern because that clock keeps ticking here in extra time. Christensen. Good read from Jose. I think it might just be Fati who gets on the other end of this. Who is this bounced off last? Pavard will get there first. Doesn't want to run the risk of letting it run. And we're in stoppage time now. Last attack as Sangel is almost in. And we are headed to game number 3 in our first semi-final.
Oh, pointed.
Jose's done the business. And now we wait and see who the Palmer's opponent will be. Some last-minute words from the MVP. Do not miss this next 90 minutes of eFootball, because this is everything for these two clubs.
This is so close that this game was in terms of how quickly he took off at the start of the game. We'll see here, accompanied by Peter Drury's commentary there.
Feels like a lifetime ago.
It was a lifetime ago. It feels like it. It was a fantastic finish to open the scoring. And then Barcelona got their foothold back in, and Barcelona started to play well. And then it was one set piece that undid it all. As we see that slight bit of luck there. Okay, you can see the power bar there. Jose had done everything he could to try and clear that football.
Of course, that was the equaliser, and then following that, we saw this that set Barcelona in the driver's seat around about the hour mark, have 30 minutes to hang on to it, possibly add more. But in the end, it took extra time to split the two after this Delict header.
Great header.
A bullet header. I hate when people use the commentary line, put as many keepers as you want in there, they won't save it because...
It's a cannonball is what that was. It wasn't a bullet, it was a cannonball.
It was an absolute cannonball. And what better way to separate these two clubs than a game number 3, Waze? Game 3.
Game 3. We'll find out shortly who the Palmer has aligned and waiting for him. It was Tell in extra time that was the difference maker. Interestingly, you can see Jay Victor really getting amongst it to say, look, you guys can do this.
Well, the options, of course, are either Jay Victor, who hasn't yet featured today, or Mestre, who put in a blinding performance earlier on. 5-1, I believe it was. And it's the Palmer to step up for Barcelona.
It is Mestre in the hot seat for Bayern Munich.
So we trade one set of Spaniards on the stage for another. 2 more players that will be very familiar with themselves and with each other. And we always say about the Palmer, we're just waiting for him to come to the boil. Now is the time to do so. Of course, you can keep up to date with eFootball. Why wouldn't you after this incredible knockout stage thus far with all the links on the bottom of your screen? But importantly, Wes, for Bayern fans at home, the Palmer is coming off a 3-loss streak. 3 losses on the bounce. Hasn't won since match day 4. It's a long time ago.
We say a lot about momentum, and you know, mentioning that as a stat, you've got coming off a 3-game loss streak into you now being cold on the console, whereas as we saw earlier, it was 5-1 for Mestre, and that in itself would say that, you know, if we had the stats up of the, you know, where do we think the fandom is going to be here, you'd probably say overwhelmingly they'd actually be saying the Bayern Munich should be taking this. But as we know, knockout football, we know the Palmer has it in the locker to undo even the best of players on his day. We just have to know whether today is that day.
The Palmer looks a little bit pensive up there. Wonder what's going through his mind right now. Of course, there's another player that's been in this position several times before, throughout the former PES League days, now throughout this competition as well. Mestre on the other side was smiling, looking pretty relaxed. He relishes this type of opportunity, of course. You think back to last year, Mestre's incredible game with his Maccabi in the final. I think it ended 5-4, 4-3, something like that.
I remember vividly in terms of it was
in that competition.
Yeah, there was no giving either one of those two on that day. and certainly Mestre will know that he was in the game there. And they're also exacted a little bit of revenge earlier in the season, and has really kind of grown into that role. Really has grown into that role between the two of them. As you can see on your screens there, you can see what this will mean. And it's that obviously the winner of this game, if you have just joined us or if you are just catching up, the winner of this game will go on and will play either Manchester United or AC Milan in the grand final of the eFootball Championship Pro.
Best of threes here in the knockout stages. We're in the semi-final round. Barcelona got to this point thanks to a bye. Due to them winning the regular season, they finished top of the tree. On the other side, Bayern had to go through the, I say, gauntlet of AS Roma. Roma gave it a good go, but in the end, Bayern were able to just outclass them to find themselves in the semi-finals in 2-0 fashion. This was the game we all wanted to see. And we're going to see one more game of it, Wes. It's going to be a game 3 between these two. As nervy as you like, if anything you've seen today is anything to go by, you know these two men on the stage are going to give it absolutely everything. And we're going to see some incredible action here.
Yeah, absolutely. If anything, this is to go by, it's quite literally on a knife edge. Right here, right now, it is now or never for either one of these two teams. Barcelona have been brilliant through the regular season. Well, this isn't the regular season anymore. This is win or go home territory.
Well, as you can see, we are moments away from kickoff. The eFootball Championship Pro 2023 is about to find out its first finalist. Is it going to be Barcelona or will it be Bayern? It all rests on this one game. Game 3 is now underway. Extra time and penalties if we need them. You know the drill by this point. It's the Palma versus Mestre. Here we go. Starting off, Barcelona attacking left to right. And the Palma, we said, he's hit a sticky bit of form, has had a month to work on different tactics maybe, but Bayern are a difficult beast to come up against with the likes of Tel, Musiala, of course, off the ball, Sane, you've got Mane as well. Some very, very key pieces of that puzzle. It can be difficult to figure out exactly which man to mark at whichever moment. As Sane now, long ball looking for Tel. Cleared away by the Palma. Bayern building again. Mestre, long ball looking for Tel. It's that same almost crossfield ball into the box. Cause a little bit of chaos. Sane from downtown.
Going for the
He's
early
won
shot.
himself a corner here.
Going for the early shot. You got to. With games like this, you have to establish that you are willing to do anything. You're willing to try anything. And yes, okay, that hits a defender, it goes out for a corner. What that does is, though, it implants an idea in the Palmer's head to say, yeah, actually, I fancy doing anything here. You've got to unseat your defender.
Musiala has risen highest and off the woodwork. Sorry to cut you off there, Wes, but this one was a towering header.
Yeah, you don't quite expect it from Jamal Musiala. So you've been forgiven for cutting me off, as I thought, there's no way that's going to go on goal. It's Musiala. But no, hits the bar. First real opportunity.
It's a very good point you raise. It's telling the Palmer needs to consider every possibility. eFootball turned poker at this point here in game 3. Busquets heads it down. Dembele gets there ahead of the on-rushing defender, but Upamecano back on defensive covering. Dembele here on this right-hand side. Oh, neat little trick there, and skips past the defender. Bayern defence don't know which way De Palma wants to go.
I don't think the Palma did either.
And it's sprung now, a Bayern counter. They're lethal with these. Kimmich to Sane is the 1-2 there. Not this time. Goretzka. Oh, that's a mistake to Kimmich. Back heel to Tell, and Sane from downtown! Magnificent from Mestre. And it's Bayern 1, Barca 0.
It's those finest of margins. The eagle-eyed among us. You'll have seen the Palma just edged his goalkeeper out. And they took hold of that goal there. You'll see it just moved out just a moment, just trying to cover the controlled strike into the corner instead. You've always got to keep your near post covered if you're a goalkeeper. You'll see it again here. Just one small step. That takes it away. Brilliant strike there. Mestre knows. Oh, yeah, Mestre knows.
1-0 to Bayern.
What a big goal that could be in the complexion of this tie.
Oh, and there's a mix-up at the back. Almost costing the Palma very dearly, but that's a good spot, and arguably it all comes from that seed that Mestre planted early on with that shot from Sane. He's coming forward again. Here is the man across the face of goal, but cleared away gratefully by the Barca defence. Falls to the feet of Pedri. De Jong just covered. And Mestre just smells blood in the water.
What a confidence builder this would be for Bayern if they were to knock off the regular league winners.
You saw there, you'd have to scroll down as far as 20th in our league scorers table to find the Palma, and for a team that's finished first in the regular season, that's quite the anomaly. Bayern going in search of their second. Sane. Kimmich rises, and thank goodness for Balde, otherwise could have been yet another attack for Bayern. It will still come back at them here.
It's almost too predictable.
Seem to take care of the ball, as you say. Sane far side. Kimmich towards the byline, looking for Musiala. That one's cleared away. Good interception now. What can this counter bring? Nothing but Kimmich pressure.
1 minuto de descuento.
1 minute added on here at the end of this first half. De Jong snuffed out by Stanisic, and the referee, I think, has seen enough here in the first half, unless there's a chance here for Pedri. To the feet of Lewandowski. Gavi arriving, but Upamecano away.
It's too predictable.
Finishes Bayern 1, Barcelona 0.
It's too easy to read the Palma at the moment. Mestre has an answer for absolutely everything. And yes, it is only 1-0, but critically, no shots on goal from the Palma. It's too easy to read when he's in transition with the ball. He's got to do something better than what he's conjuring up right now.
Not much to write home about, and as things stand, the MVP season coming to a premature end. Magnificent from Mestre. Going back over that goal to read and anticipate the goalkeeper movement from the manual goalkeeping. Expertly done, a real veteran move, and the gamble paid off, as thanks to that move, Bayern will kick off the second half with A goal to nil lead to defend for the remaining 45. We need to see the Palmer turn up in this second half. There's no ifs, no buts, no coconuts, because otherwise... Oh, Mane's through! Bayern 2, Barca 0! Game 3 is slipping away from the league leaders. And this move, magnificent. It's magic, Mestre. And Bayern keep the dream alive.
Sometimes the most simplest of ways to score, and perhaps the most effective. It's route one. And the job may just be done.
Well, we're underway following the goal. We saw some of the reactions. Mestre unfazed by the Barcelona support here.
I think pointedly it may be saying you can have the MVP, but we might be walking away with this title today.
Nice move from Gavi. Shackles have to be off now for the Palmer. Lewandowski knocks it past to the byline. Back to Pedri. Delict with the steal. Frankie de Jong. Dembele, has he gone too soon? The linesman says yes, and what looked like a promising chance for Barca is now turned back over.
Yeah, it's played, this whole tie has just played right into the hands of Bayern Munich.
Pedri to Gavi. This is better from the Palmer, but at this point on the hour mark, need to see more of that. All of a sudden, the line seemed to have opened up for him. Dembele, which way is he going to go? Frankie de Jong, dispossessed by Delict.
Running into cul-de-sacs is the Palmer at the moment. Just not finding an avenue. Make his way forward. That's a useful ball, though.
Gavi with the 1-2, and Pedri's entering the box now, but Stanisic is there. Still alive for Barca, though, as he goes for goal. Sommer saves. Pedri's still alive, but probably going to go Bayern's way. But Barca steal it back here. Gavi on the turn. Pedri almost breaking. Good spell of pressure here from the Palmer, but Mane cools things down. ...20 in-game minutes now. As we finally take a pause, take a breathe. And what was a frenetic 10 in-game minutes there for the Palmer, but resulted in no goals.
It's quite unbelievable in terms of the opportunities that were there. It was just for the odd tackle here and there from Bayern that just made them not be as clear-cut of an opportunity as they needed to be for Barcelona. And you've got to say that Bayern, in the driver's seat here with 20 in-game minutes to go here, plus stoppage time, they are on the hill, and they could be having one foot in the final, despite being one game down. Their powers of recovery have been called into question, and they have certainly found the answers that they needed here.
Cambio de jugadores en el Barcelona. El dorsal 30. El dorsal 21.
Play resumes with this throw-in. Situation remains the same. Bayern 2, Barca 0.
Se va a llevar a cabo un cambio de jugadores.
Barcelona's season rests on the shoulders of the Palmer.
At what point do you game kill if you're Bayern?
Ansu Fati back to his teammate now. Pedri, Ansu Fati! Oh, just wouldn't bounce back towards Lewandowski. The chances are there for the Palmer, just needs to take a couple of them. Mestre can't seem to keep a hold of possession. He's almost intercepted there again. Koeman past his man, and Mestre straight for the corner.
Lightning quick is Kingsley Coman.
Koeman to the byline, we've seen this one before. 10 minutes remain. 10 minutes separating Bayern from the final. That's an offside though. Possession will swap over. And in the most unlikely fashion, having to play through the quarter-finals. Bayern look primed and ready to battle for that trophy later on.
Strength in numbers certainly appears to have been at play here today.
Absolutely, just thinking about the strength and depth of Bayern. All three of their contingent able to pick up points along the way. You look at Barcelona, clear tactic for them. Send out the two informed players out first, Esterito and Alex, and try and close it out in two. It's not been the case, and they find themselves in their position right now where they have less than 10 minutes to find 2 goals. Just to force extra time. It's unlikely.
As we always say, it's not impossible, but it's highly improbable.
Has to be now. Cancelo clears. Christensen forward. Garrido, nice turn inside, looking for Dembele, but that's cleared by Pavard. And the time ticks further down. Tell will be reprimanded for that one. But anything to break up the play. An inch Bayern. Closer and closer to that final. Dembele almost through, but again, cleared by Mestre. A masterful performance. And what an ace up your sleeve to send out third. The man who won his quarter-final match, 5-1. Dembele heads it down to Lewandowski. Oh,
great finish.
Okay.
Great finish.
Now hang on a minute. Still time on the clock here. That is some finish by Lewandowski. But importantly, there's still time on the clock here, Wes.
Thunderous
for
finish.
For it to mean something. Still
Absolutely.
time.
Absolutely, but they need to regain the ball from kickoff, and they need to hope that Bayern don't close this out completely. It's a wonderful finish. It's a dipping strike. Goes straight into the back of the net. And they may not be going down without a fight, but they are going to have limited availability of this ball upon restart.
So you're saying there's a chance. Christensen wins the ball back. 90th minute now. Balde going forward. Surely not. 4 minutes added on. Pavard wins a throw-in for Bayern. valuable seconds off the clock. Can't afford to mess this one up. Up the line from Pavard. 2 minutes remain. Barcelona's season on a knife edge. Lewandowski down to Pedri. Final minute has to be now for Barca. Garrido, Dembele. Here's Fati, still alive. Lewandowski, it's cleared, and Bayern Munich are our first eFootball Championship Pro 2023 finalists. In unbelievable fashion, from one game down, they had to win the next two, and they did just that. Marvellous from Mestre. Unbelievable from Bayern. And what do you say? Our first seeded team, our league winners of the regular season, out in the semi-finals. The MVP season comes to an end, but Bayern survive, Bayern move on, and the Bavarians, they're starting to believe. It was close at the end, but in the end, the 2 goals, that the second from Mestre, Semra, were enough to hang on and weather the late storm from the Palma. And Bayern München, they are now our first finalists.
I tell you what, I've noticed some themes across the day. One is that every single game too so far has gone to extra time, or penalties earlier as we saw, but at the very least extra time. Another theme is that history is repeating itself. In the case of FC Barcelona, they've been eliminated by the same club as last season, but one stage later on, they were eliminated in the quarterfinals against the Germans. And this time, history repeats itself again in that the Bavarians are now in the final for the 2nd year running, 2 times on the bounce. Obviously, they'll be looking to rectify what happened last time out against AS Monaco when they lost and finished up 2nd best. But you can see what this result means to them. And I tell you what as well, Harry, that changing kit has obviously done something for them as well. It's worked a trick for today. But we'll talk about that later on, because Wes is now with Jose, I believe as it is. And he's in the mix zone. We can get some of his initial reaction to being our first finalist of the day.
Thanks very much, guys. I am here with Jose. Congratulations. eFootball Championship Pro finalists. We saw what it meant to you, but tell us how it feels.
Well, it's like a dream came true, because we have worked a lot. Really, when it's a lot, it's a lot. And I think it's really deserved, because I have an amazing teammates, not about the level, also in personal terms. So I'm really happy to reach the final, and we will give our best.
Yeah, and a lot, as we mentioned on commentary, a lot was made of the rivalry with Barcelona that seems to have kind of developed. But I want to stick more so to what it means to Bayern Munich, in terms of the club itself, in terms of the people you have here today. What does it mean for you to get to the final with this batch of teammates, with that almost conglomerate that we see on the stage now?
Well, we are really happy for all the people it's supporting us and the other side. It seems it's not really happy for most of them, because we listen every sounds from the pitch, but it's like the regular league. We are alone, but we are together, and we are strong because this. GG also for Barcelona. They have the MVP of the regular league, really deserved. He was the best. He won the regular league title, and I think the best team it wins. It's also helped because they have the best in-game squad, but I think there are some attitudes outside the pitch that it's not good. I think there are a lot of players that it's not respecting us, and we are really happy to show everyone why we are a part of Bayern and why we are on the final. So, yeah. we are really, really happy because this.
Well, you talk about the respect level. Certainly, it's certainly felt throughout the studio in terms of that respect. We saw a couple of pointed celebrations. Hopefully, we'll see a little bit more of that in the final. Of course, you now have the opportunity to play either against Manchester United or AC Milan. Do you feel that type of result against the league leaders? Do you think that is a confidence boost going into the final?
Well, here it's really difficult every game. We saw it also with Roma. They are in quarterfinal, but it was a close game. Now it's Milan against Manchester United. Manchester United is in a really good shape. They have an awesome squad. They have really, really skilled players. So GG for the best. Good luck and see you in the final. We are waiting for. That's the good point. And yeah, hopefully it will be a really, really good game. And I hope all the audience enjoy the good football.
Fantastic to hear. Well, again, congratulations to you and your team. Guys, back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much. Now, Wes actually brought up a very good point, and it's that, in theory, Bayern Munich have eliminated the most difficult competition in this tournament. The team that has been #1 in pole position, 6 out of 7 match days overall across the regular league. And on top of that, they have the MVP, they have the best player at this tournament and one of the best ever to have played the game, who put in a most valuable performance for Barcelona today as well. The only one picking up those victories, or the victory, out of those 3 games to try and help them get through to the final. But now they're out of the way. And in theory, on paper at the very least, you have somewhat easier competition. Of course, there is no easy competition, has to be said. But it's nice to see we have our first finalist up on the board, Bayern Munich. They'll be looking now with close eyes as to what is going to go down between Manchester United and AC Milan. Since that's up next, Harry, should we talk a little bit about what we might expect in that one?
Yeah, really looking forward to it because, as we said before, Manchester United this season, after participating in this competition, not having the results they wanted, went out, they got their squad that they wanted, took a little bit of time to gel, but once they did, became real forces to reckon with. And AC Milan, who doesn't love the Cinderella story? The Milanese miracles, we call them. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more magic from them there in the semi-finals, because if we do, we will see, again, more explosive games as we just saw in our first semi.
Well, I do hope we see more explosiveness, because it has been such a dramatic day so far in all kinds of fun football. Whenever it comes to this competition, I'm sure more awaits for us then as we head into our semi-final, the second one of the day. As we said, this one between the Red Devils, Manchester United, and newcomers AC Milan.
Semi-final 1 in the books. Time for semi-final 2, and it is a doozy. Our first glimpse at Manchester United today. We saw Milan earlier take down Arsenal in unbelievable fashion, just as they did on match day 7. But now we get to talk a little bit about Manchester United, because, as I said just then, didn't have the best results going into this year, but went out in the off-season, got the players they wanted. Lotfi, Kilzu, Nexa, incredible talent, and they're starting to put it together now.
Absolutely, and they really have evolved as time has gone on. I harken back to match days where we talk about the match day. I think that really changed it was Manchester United versus Arsenal. That was that real turning point. After then, they went away, they worked on themselves, they worked on their mentality, and they worked on almost the psychological side of the game, which, as we've seen, has proved complete dividends going forward. Because, again, if they somehow manage to get through AC Milan, they have Bayern Munich, who they are waiting for, which, if you cast their mind back to match day 7, they took all 9 points against. So if they can get a replicant of that, it'd be fantastic. But, of course, they've got to get past AC Milan first.
That they do, and we can talk a little bit about AC Milan in just a moment. But first, we can go over to the mix zone with Semra, who has Roxa, who knows firsthand exactly how good AC Milan are. Semra, over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, he does. Unfortunately, on the wrong side of what it is to play against AC Milan, because 5 games in a row now across 2 different match days, You've lost all 5 of them. What is it, do you think, about them that makes them such difficult opposition for Arsenal?
Yeah, like you say, we lost 5 games. We cannot say it's bad luck, it's a bad game or something like that. We must say that Milan was better. Like you say, 5 games. It's not 1 game. So 5 games and Milan was better.
Okay, it happens, right? I mean, that's part of the sport, isn't it? But on reflection now, over the whole season in its entirety, when you look back on these last 5 months and the work that Arsenal have done, because up until this point, it's really been quite good, hasn't it? It's all kind of come apart in these last 2 days. But overall, how would you rate this past season?
Yeah, it was, how to say, on the start of season, we was almost first or second all the season. We was, before last match day, we was the first. Milan beat us 3 games. We lost that first position, but like I say, after the 4th match day or something like that, I cannot remember. After one of updates, Arsenal was not the same team. So we tried to learn to play with them and to have another game style, but we didn't do well, and we lost first position, lost second position. So we played quarterfinals, and the season was over.
Well, I know that it's still quite early and fresh because the season's only just ended for you, but looking back over the past season, is there any sort of analysis that you've done already to say, yeah, these are areas that we need to improve on for the next campaign, for the next time out, this is what we need to do a bit better, anything like that?
Maybe we should have more patience when we have the lead to play another game style, because, example, Jos today had lead 2-0. Me had some winning games and then lose points, so maybe to try to steal more times in the game.
Hold on to the lead, or?
Yeah. We're trying to score the goal to play nice football, but in this league, in this moment, the nice football is not so everybody they want to win. So let's try to learn to win on a bad way.
Sometimes it's not about style, it's about substance, right? Okay, well, we've got a really interesting semi-final now between Manchester United and AC Milan. We obviously have Bayern Munich as the first finalists. How do you see the rest of the day playing out?
Yeah, I want to congratulations to Bayern, because they reached the final. They really deserved it. The day was amazing. And about the game in Manchester Milan, I will give a little advantage to Manchester United, but like I say, Milan was really good and they deserve to be here, so it will be a tough game. Let's see, maybe 2-1 for Manchester.
Okay, any final departing words for your fellow Gunners out there that are watching right now?
Thanks for your support, and sorry because we disappointed you, but we will try next season to be much better.
And I'm sure you will. Well, thank you very much, and we'll see you soon.
See you.
All right, guys, well, I think we are ready for that first game of the second semi-final to find out who will be joining the German outfits in the grand finale. So back over to you, Harry and Wes.
Yes, thank you, Semra. Always keeping us on track here throughout these shows. Great to hear from Roxa as well. Sadly, the last time we'll be hearing from him this season, but no doubt he will be back. What did you take from that interview? Obviously, he's looking towards next season, trying to bounce back and get better performances, but focusing on this game in particular, he knows firsthand exactly how good AC Milan are. Anything given away there by Roxa?
I think maybe. I think he certainly said that he'd give a slight edge to Manchester United there, but I think that's maybe more so on the playing staff that's in-game rather than the players on the consoles, because I feel like they're very even at this point in terms of on the actual sticks themselves. It's going to be a case of, as we said, it's execution under pressure. Can you bring your game and can you make your game plan work in pressure situations? And again, as we've likened before, Nexa, Lotfi, kills you, all expert under pressure because they have been there and they have seen it and they have done it. They have won competitions, they have beaten big teams, taken big scalps. They have that in the locker. It's a case of whether they can put that to good use against AC Milan. Of course, AC Milan, they just want the story to roll on.
It was always a fantastic and fascinating listen to Cezinha when he speaks to you after the games and figuring out exactly where their mental is. Obviously, would have been over the moon with the performance in the quarterfinal, but to hear him say, we want the miracle to continue. We want the story to continue. They have a really good chance here. They're in the final, I was about to say the final four. We're down to 3 now as the victor of this semi-final will join Bayern München for a chance to lift that trophy. And I wonder whether or not there's just a set game plan here for AC Milan, because just as they did in the quarter-final, it's Franquinho out first.
Yeah, a little bit of continuity from AC Milan, which is what you need. But of course, it's the story of the young guns. I mean, as much as we say Nex is experienced and he knows his way around the game, he's still a young pup by many people's, yardsticks. Of course, Franquinho, one of the youngest in the competition as well. So, maybe that kind of youthful exuberance will prove to give us probably a game of the day contender, or at least we very much hope so.
Of course, the two clubs participating in the competition this season, we've got their banners hanging from the coffers here, but our attentions turn to our two competitors on the stage. Nexa up against Franquinho. Looking at Nexa's form, and I think after the end of the season, Wes, you and I were both pleasantly surprised by how many points Nexa actually was able to pick up throughout the season. He went very much under the radar, but ended the regular season on a 4-match win streak, 4 wins in a row.
Went about his business. He recovered well from, as we said, the kind of the epicenter, or at least the epicenter of this change within Manchester United was that game against Arsenal. He recovered very well afterwards and got himself into form. I remember vividly, they bounced back the match day after very quickly and were able to kind of establish some rhythm. And that's where they landed themselves in second place at the very tail end of the regular season. And he's a big part of that performance. As we said, looking at him, he really is their go-to guy at the moment.
He is 16 points he was able to accrue across the 7 match days, picking up a goal of the day award back on match day 2 with his 3-1 win against AC Milan, actually. So Nexa has had joy in this particular matchup. Back on match day 2, a 3-1 scoreline saw him win over Sassinho, his opponent this time around. Franquinho, fellow goal of the match day winner on match day 7, one of the goals that helped them secure their spot in the knockout stages. We'll see if their knockout stage journey will continue here. It is Manchester United versus AC Milan. eFootball Championship Pro 2023 semi-final number 2. We're underway. And it's Milan attacking left to right. They've had joy already in the quarterfinals. United have been sitting, waiting, watching. They'll be hoping they don't suffer the same pitfalls that their other auto semi-finalists Barcelona did, as we just saw against Bayern.
Well, certainly something can be said for about having the hot hands. Certainly, if you've have that already kind of touched the stage, you've already been up there, you kind of know what it is, you've already had that adrenaline spike, so you already know what to handle. So it's going to be a case of whether Manchester United can, again, ride that wave of momentum and kind of take that adrenaline and harness it into good use.
Milan coming forward as Franquinho looks to introduce himself to the semi-finals. Rebic was there queuing up, still alive here for Rebic! And Milan score first! Milan 1, United 0. The Milanese momentum just keeps going.
It's like a snowball running down a hill at the moment. They are just putting their best foot forward here. They have every piece of momentum. It's a great block, but AC Milan are the first to react. And again, you'll see there, it's a really good block from Lindelof, where Origi gets back up, and then Rebic slams it home. And Franquinho, again, the man of the hour for AC Milan. He's already won an MVP in the eFootball Coppa Italia. He may just be winning a finals MVP as well if he keeps this up.
That was an interesting point you raised, because not only did he win MVP of that competition, Wes, AC Milan lifted the trophy at the end of it. And to start off this semi-final, Franquinho has put them in a very good position indeed, and he's not done yet. De Ketelaere might just go for goal. Where's that bouncing? Out for a corner.
Great play again from Franquinho, just to build that up. It's a good block there from, I think that was Lisandro Martinez. Had to be made.
Here's the following corner. Lindelof clear. Maybe it's too early to ask this question, Wes, but at what point do we start putting respect on the names of Naples, Franquinho, Sassinho after what they were able to achieve in the E-Euros and the Coppa eFootball Italia? If they were to go on and potentially book a final spot here.
I think that silences a lot of critics in and of itself if they can get that achieved, because they've certainly been well worth it. We've said a lot that they have normally posed more questions and answers.
Origi is doubling the lead. Unbelievable. Milan 2, United 0 here in game one.
And a sweep home by Divock Origi. Neat double touch to open up the lane. Tonali with the first time pass. Origi slots it home for 2-0. And as I was just saying, we had criticised them for asking or giving us more questions than answers. I think they've finally tipped the scales back in favour of giving us all the answers we could ever ask for. 2 goals up here.
Well, Franquinho wants that conversation brought forward now about putting respect on Milan's name. 2-0 in 20 minutes against Nexa, who has not suffered a loss since match day 3, which was a long, long time ago. First real chance to come forward here with United as well, as Rashford challenges Kalulu. Fred, Martial dispossessed by Kier. Sabitzer, nice header down to Martial. Can he get it under his spell? The Milanese defence definitely shines because of one man, Simon Kier. You'll see him time and time again at the back beat. A valuable asset to them. That's a dangerous ball. Handled coolly in the end by Nexa.
Still time here for United to get themselves back into the game. It's still in the first half. Still got plenty of real estate and plenty of time to work with here.
Oh, and Rashford's been the benefactor there. Takes a strike and Magnan deals with the first attempt. The defence blocks the second.
It's a reactionary strike. Don't think Nexa had any idea that ball was going to fall to it.
To Rashford. Oh, manual save.
Goes the wrong side. Milan with a huge save, and Franquinho reading where that ball was going.
It's exactly the man you'd want the chance to fall to. But as you said, picks the wrong side. The read from Franquinho was perfect to deny that United goal. It should have been a goal.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for United to get back into the game.
Ten to go till half. Corner swung in. Danger cleared. And a reminder, if you're just joining us, the knockout stages are approaching the climax with this second semi-final. We're in best-of-3 game territory here. Sabitzer with the dummy. Tomori, will he get there to prevent the corner? He will. A date with Bayern Munich is the reward for one of these two clubs. Bruno Fernandes, Simon Kier, call as you like. It's another mistake up top though for Milan, and that's going to allow so many red shirts to go forward. Here is Fred. Still alive here for Fred. Just as that Rashford chance moments previous landed to the exact man you wanted it to. Well, fill in the rest after that Fred chance.
Il quarto uomo indica 2 minuti di recupero.
Martial. 2 minutes added on here in the first half. Benacer will take this over the halfway line, and I think this will be the final attack of the half. Shaw deals with it, and it is AC Milan 2, Manchester United 0 at the end of the first half. Not for the lack of trying from Nexa. 5 shots, 4 on target. Magnan and Franquinho's manual saving has been spot on here. Second half underway. It's a second half that is pretty big in the context of this best of 3. If Milan can hold on, they'll be in prime position with 1 foot in the final. Leao near side, trying to get to the byline here, but Martinez defensively absolutely astute.
Going to calm himself down next to here.
Oh, De Ketelaere has been slid through. Shaw has to stick a foot in.
He's got to calm himself down a bit.
It'll be a Milan corner, Tonali to take. Shaw heads it back, but Tomori's keeping it alive. And De Ketelaere, oh, where's that going? Over the bar.
Franquinho just going about his business. He's not worried about anything else that's happening on that stage. He's only concerned with what is in between his hands right now.
Savitzer, Martial, Fernandes. That back line, Kalulu, Hernandez, Kier, you've got Tomori back there. It's one of the reasons that Milan are so difficult to break down when you do get the ball, whereas it's a very difficult conundrum to get to the bottom of. Martial. Rashford inside, Martial trying to carry it through. Tomori away. Slid in Leao here as he stayed on side. It's essentially a one-on-one. Varane for company! Milan 3! United 0! The miracle continues, Wes.
They just won't be stopped. They can't be stopped. The way that they are performing is at a level that I don't think anybody expected here. And again, sometimes knockout football suits certain teams. We spoke about Roma earlier on about how difficult they are to play against. This is a different breed in terms of how quickly they can move on the counter and how quickly and how clinically they can finish off the game. It's brilliant running from Rafael Leao. It's one flick down from Divock Origi. I think it was De Ketelaere with the through ball. And once a big-time Rafael Leao is in on goal, it is very hard to stop him.
Well, Milan fans might be asking why it took so long to introduce Franquinho into this squad, because since joining on matchday 6, he's been undefeated, helped secure the knockout stage, has got them to this semi-final. And now, 3-0 up with this amount of time left. We're halfway through the second half, there or thereabouts. Franquinho is looking like a hidden gem here for Milan.
Difference maker is what he is. He is that and then some. He has changed the fortunes, not just single-handedly, but he's certainly changed the fortunes in terms of giving AC Milan a boost. Sassinho and Naples, and this is no disrespect to Kirito either, by the way, but there is a difference in looking at a cross and looking at Franquinho, who is picking up points and picking up momentum, and saying, well, hey, actually, what are you doing that's different than what we're doing? And then employing what you are carrying out. Because the way he's playing at the moment, it's beyond his years in terms of maturity.
Milan 3, United 0. Here in game one. Sabitzer trying to slide in. Martial, it's dragged wide and just about sums up Nexa's game thus far. And with this amount of time left on the clock at 2-0, you're thinking, yeah, okay, we saw how close the Palmer came in the other semi-final to maybe dragging himself back into it. But at 3-0, to get 3 goals before the opposition defence just sets up and prevents any further attacks, it's a very difficult thing to do at this level. Got to find your shooting boots here soon.
If there's a time to find your form, now was the time for AC Milan. We've been saying it already today about finding form at the right time. My word, has Franquinho found it.
Sabitzer, Rashford, Tomori stepping in again. Nexa just outside the top 10 goal scorers, but has yet to find the back of the net here in the knockout stages. It's been difficult for him. Here's Christian Eriksen, just dwelling on the ball.
That low block is everything to AC Milan currently.
That it is, and you might be surprised to see Franquinho down there in 24th, but remember, only joined on match day 6, so that is only 2 match days worth of goals, and those 3 goals were a return of 4 points for AC Milan. So a very good return on your investment.
They need some big performances from Manchester United here. I feel like this game may be just slightly out of reach now for Nexa.
Eriksen through to Rashford. Magnan is cleared it off of Rashford, so not even a corner for United's efforts. And unfortunately, you see Nexa animated. He's frustrated with himself. And we saw that earlier in the season when United were almost capitulating. It was a very similar story where the emotions were clear for all to see.
You kind of hope that Kilzu and Lotfi are not going to be too much affected by this result. They will know what they need to do in games perspective of 2 and 3. But for right now, the story here is all about Franquinho.
Oh, that's wonderful. Wonderful find to Origi. Stunning strike as well. And Diaz, oh, could have been 4. Had all the time in the world after being slid in to cue up the stunning strike that almost took De Gea's hand off, in truth. And that's the smile of a man who knows his job is done. There'll be another corner following that one, but Milan, AC Milan, in the eFootball Championship Pro semi-finals, are about to go 1 game up in a best of 3. A reminder, this was a Milan team that on match day 7 needed 9 points of 9 just to qualify for this stage of the competition. Now they find themselves 1 game away from the final. Double touch from Benasset. This one's a formality. The referee makes it official, and Franquinho in 3-0 fashion puts AC Milan on match point. Advantage Milan.
Very much is so at this point in time. 3-0. It was as comprehensive as you would see. Not that many chances for AC Milan. It all started, it was a really good read from Nexa. Just reactions of AC Milan who got back to their feet quick enough. And Rebic found the scoring in the opening 8 minutes of the game. And then it was all Franquinho.
We'll see the replays here. Clinical. Really, really clinical from Franquinho. And it'll be interesting to see who comes out first following that performance, because as we saw in the quarterfinal, Franquinho was out first then. I wonder whether or not they're going to stick to the same formula that's gotten them to this point. And if it's true, then it'll be Naples up next.
Well, if they don't blink and they just say, look, we'll play how we want to play, then that's what we'll see. I see all of that noise is not us whooping or hollering when the goals go in. That's your attendees in the VIP area who are vastly interested in this game.
Well, the formula is being stuck to by AC Milan here. They are going to field the same players in the same order they did in the quarterfinal. A quarterfinal they won, by the way, 2-0. So up steps Kills for Manchester United to go up against Naples of Milan. Kills well versed in this competition. Naples has been off and around and winning competitions left and right outside of this one. This one's a juicy one.
It very much is, and again, in the confines of what it means to Manchester United, they need this result. They need it, and they need it more than any other result that they have had so far this season. Of course, on the other side of the fence, I mean, you look at the abilities that are on show here in terms of the players' capabilities. You've got a lot of powerful players there, and we have seen Naples already be proficient. And it may have taken him to a penalty shootout, but he got it across the line.
Well, the players have taken no time at all to get us ready and into game 2 of semi-final 2. A reminder, Bayern Munich awaits the victor of this semi-final. United versus Milan, Kills versus Naples. Strap yourselves in, because we need a winner. Something tells me these are going to go blow for blow here. Tonali, Giroud around the corner, Leao early on here for Milan. Kier stepping in. Leao off to Benacer. Brahim Diaz has had his pocket picked there. Leao, Giroud, back to Leao, off to Diaz. Lindelof is there, wrestles him to the ground, but the referee says ball first. Of course, this is Kills who's won match balls from this competition. I remember his debut season way back when, I think it was 2019 for AS Monaco. Taking home a match ball for 4 goals in a co-op game. I'll come back to that as Leao maybe can try and open the scoring. 15 gone. Kills has been there, done that in this competition. He still has youth on his side as well. But although He has the youth, Wes. He's going to have to dip into that wealth of experience in this type of knockout game.
Yeah, he's going to need everything here. He's going to need every ounce of experience that is at his disposal, because he's going to need the victory here. There is no other way to cut this. Manchester United need a victory.
Fred. Martial through! And that's United's opening goal here. Their first goal of the knockout stages comes from Martial.
Disguised the ball and he disguised the pass, rather than what we've seen already today, where it's a pass out and then it's a a lofted through ball over the top. Instead, plays it infield to Martial, swept home, and it is a goal ahead for Kilsu.
It's a great find. And it's tonic for the wounds of United after game one.
Just disguised the ball enough. He made a dummy runner almost, and then instead waited for that movement from Martial. Found the back of the net.
1-0 United. Kilsu starting to build here for what would have been a second. But United fans won't want reminding that Naples, of course, in the quarter-finals went 2-0 down. Was able to come back against the dominator. Brahim Diaz, Rebic controls it nicely. Is Giroud there, and is he alert to it? Varane with the recovery. Giroud. Benacer back to Leao now. Good defensive work from Kilsu. Ball finds itself in the hands of David De Gea, and now United, they could think about maybe going forward, since scoring the goal, it's mostly been Milan on the charge. Benacer. Giroud looking for Rebic on the far side. Shaw for company. Diaz on the overlap, and it goes for goal! And there is your equaliser. Milan just do not give up in this competition. United won, AC Milan won. Naples on the board, back in the game.
Yeah, it's operating on instinct again here. You'll see the ball come in here. Instead of just making any kind of movement, instead just hits it as near post as you'd like. You'll see it again here, and hopefully it'll cut to a better angle. It just goes near post, just strikes the ball. Day has beaten near post. Brilliant finish from Naples, and parity restored.
We're underway following the goal. Under 10 minutes till half-time. Fred in the Milan area now, to the byline, cuts it back.
Great footwork,
and
brilliant
back
footwork.
In the lead is Kilsu. To the byline. We've seen that plenty of times, and United back in the lead now.
Brilliant dribbling skill there from Kilsu to find that opportunity to keep yourself in bounds, as it were.
After 37 minutes is
Great to see. You'll see it again. Just finds the gap, and there's an angle, and it's actually been accredited to Bruno Fernandes. You'll watch it back here again. It takes a wicked cannon. It's Martial. Bruno does not have any idea about what's going on there. And it's like we said before, it won't matter how it gets across the line, it's how it gets there, or it's the fact that it gets across the line is the important bit.
So it's as you were then. After the Milan goal, they have to start again. Excellent response from Kilsu. The Frenchman again just dipping into that bit of experience. Able to bounce back and once more puts Milan on the back foot. Long ball looking for Leao, and he might just get there as well. He's through 1-on-1! Never count out Milan! You just cannot. You can't do it, Wes.
It's like watching a zombie movie, and they just keep coming back for more. AC Milan, again, they just will not be denied.
The goal scorer for Milan after 42
There's
minutes
not been a club really since match day 7 that's been able to break clear of AC Milan. And this long ball looking for Leao on the break. Has the pace, has the strength, and most importantly, Wes, has the finishing to tuck it home. Clinical from Naples.
Yeah, you can see that big smile from Cicinho. They know what he means to them. As we said, anything from here, if the expectation is just keep the fairy tale going, they're playing with no fear. They're playing with no expectation. So again, you'd feel like almost the pressure is all on Manchester United here.
Well, it is in more ways than one. Fred with the long ball over the top to Sabitzer, but that one will trickle out. And one of the reasons it's so delicately poised for United is because of that Game 1 result you see at the top of your screens. It means that Milan are on match points here in Game 2 and Game 3 if needed. We're at half-time now. United 2, AC 2.
Yeah, what a big 45 virtual minutes this is going to be.
We're underway. Milan's kick-off. Kills you coming forward. Sabitzer giving Rashford something to chase, but dealt with by Tomori. That break doesn't work out in their favour, and now Sabitzer for United finds Bruno Fernandes. Oh, it's off the back of Maignan and finally into his hands.
What a find that was.
How it didn't end up in the back of the net after all of that.
Pinball is what that was. As soon as that hit the post, it was all pinball.
The Milanese miracles just keep on coming, Wes.
If this were real life, you would suggest that the name is already on the trophy.
Leao through!
Oh, what save.
Much needed save from De Gea.
Yeah, it's a big save that was needed there as well.
Went near post. De Gea had a good sight of it. Now, finally, following the commotion, changes are afoot.
Substitution in progress.
Here comes the corner, following that David De Gea save. Milan in the ascendancy, just not letting go. Here is that corner, Giroud and Rebic, oh, off of the line, there or thereabouts. 3 really good chances up both ends of the pitch, and Marcel Sabitzer on the right-hand side can't beat the first man.
The attendance for this match was 71,898.
1 hour gone. Fred to Rashford. Giroud heads it on. Rebic has something to maybe knock on, but United defend well. Fred near side. Rashford inside the box, turns really well. 2 men for company though. One of them was Kier, the other Tomori. Now Milan's turn to try and come forward. Benacer with the cross. Can't beat the defender, Tonali. To bring it out again, but United's press is difficult to beat. To Ketelaere. And there's men been committed here, which has allowed Rashford space on the near side. Fred trying to play that 1-2. End-to-end stuff here. In semi-final number 2. United's tournament lives hanging on the result of this game. In game to go. And United are building. Sabitzer dispossessed by Tonali.
If ever there was a time to strike, now is it for either team.
Sabitzer, oh, they can't get a foot to that one. Luckily, Magnan is out swiftly. Quite last chance saloon here, as of course they scored 2-2, but if there's a time to score, as you say, Wes, it's likely going to be the winner. Giroud back to De Ketelaere. Rebic on the turn. Look at this United press, by the way, suffocating. And could pay dividends. Rebic has the man on the near side, should he want him. Rebic was the man who locked onto it. Not sure it was the intended recipient. Sabitzer heads it on. Fred. Rashford back to him. Rapidly approaching the 90th minute. United 2, Milan 2. No minutes added on, so this will be no doubt the last attack of regular time. We are headed to extra time. They couldn't be separated throughout the 90. We're going to an extra 30. And if not, Wes, penalties are up next.
And we know how quickly these extra time periods go. We know how quickly they can get away from a team. Something both players are going to need to take into account here.
You can just see from the body language of Manchester United after the result in Game 1 going AC Milan's way, how important they know this next period of play is. They did so well to finish the regular season in the top 2. And looking at this side of the tree, looking at this side of the bracket, I fancied United with the best chance of getting to that final. But AC Milan, I don't think anyone anticipated them turning up in the fashion they did here today. We're underway in extra time.
That's what we say. It's that decision, not even the decision, but it's the impact of already having a game on stage, already having something that you've already tasted this environment, you've already tasted this pressure coming into today.
Number 21.
You certainly would have suggested that the hot hands would have been the better situation to be in, and as it's proving currently, It is there, but here comes Jadon Sancho.
Yeah, he's fresh on the pitch as well. Came on here in extra time, tries to turn inside. Sabitzer into the box and pushed out for a corner. Encouraging signs for United. Skills who starts to find his feet with both Sabitzer and Sancho.
Good footwork from Sancho.
Coming a long way for this one, and he misses it. Kalulu though clears the danger only as far as short. Sancho, Sabitzer, McTominay. Perhaps tried to do too much there. But it's been a first period that's been all Manchester United. Only 5 minutes of it remain. Rebic though sticks an important foot in and might just give a chance to spring an attack, but again kills you into sets, and there's space behind here. Sabitzer to Sancho. Tonali. The Milan press just as good as United's in that second half. Jadon Sancho, Rashford. Final attack of the period if he can get one off. Tomori though, what a recovery. And the referee has seen enough. Extra time one is done.
It's so delicate. It is so delicate between these two teams.
It's been a very, very long day. United have had to wait to play their semi-final. AC. They've had their nose to the grindstone, battling through that quarter-final. What an important 15 minutes this could be.
Substitution.
If we're still even at the end of it, it's penalties we go. No stranger to penalties is Naples. We saw him in the quarter-final go that way by the very same scoreline as well. Bested in Dominator 5-4 on penalties earlier in the day. Leao, far side.
Great defensive challenge there.
All the way back to Magnan. Headed on by Giroud. .5 minutes to go in extra time number 2. 5 minutes to find a winner. Just seem to be cancelling each other out here. This one will trickle through for a United throw in the final third.
It's not long left here. Got to make it pay from this position.
Anthony has a defender to wrestle with. Since the equaliser, it tends to be very cagey. And oh, Rashford through here to maybe win it! It's an explosion from United! Because surely it's the goal that forces a game 3. Saves them from the potential of penalties. United 3, Milan 2, Naples was so close, but kills you. Comes through in the clutch here.
I know we said it before, but kills you by name, kills you by nature. At the very last moment, finds a brilliant through ball to Marcus Rashford, slams it home, and you saw the explosion of joy. As much as that looks aggressive, I will tell you for nothing, that is joy from those three individuals. They are delighted to have the lead, but, and I say this is a but, there is still time on the clock, and it is an AC Milan kickoff.
I think we have around 2 or 3 in-game minutes remaining, plus whatever the assistant adds on. Kills you just needs to hold. And we'll be going to game 3. Just as we did in semi-final 1. And there you go. No minutes added on. And we will see a game 3 here. Manchester United stay alive. For Milan.
And a quick
It's
reminder
one
today,
more
to make
game
sure to put any litter
for a chance at the trophy. Bayern Munich wait in the final. Up steps Sassinho. And no doubt it will be, yes, Lotfi for United.
I'll give you something to maybe chew on and maybe analyse at home. We talked about hot hands. Sassinho didn't play in the quarterfinals. So that is pretty much null and void as an advantage now, because Lotfi has played the same amount of games as Sassinho has today, and they're going into a crunch game. They are going into the crunchiest of games. A win here, and you are through to play FC Bayern Munich in the final.
Well, we saw some bangers in that game too. That one from Diaz was the equaliser, the first of 2. But it was always kills you creeping forward, always the one to gain leads, and it was Naples trying to climb back into it. So in the end, you'd say, yeah, kills you a worthy winner, having taken the lead 3 different times. Finally, pushing us to game number 3. And it's a cruel, cruel way to lose if you're Naples. It's now out of your hands. It's all up to your teammate.
You've got to sit back and hope that they can bail you out now.
Of course, that was the second equaliser from Real. That long ball. Real's pace was just inviting him to run onto it, and then this 119th minute. Eventual winner from Marcus Rashford.
It's the resiliency of them. And I know we've mentioned that quite a fair bit in terms of over their progress over this season, but it really has become the staple of their gameplay now. There's no longer that kind of, I don't like to use this word when I talk about esports players, but there's no longer that fragility of, oh, if things go against them, then they're all going to get down, they're all going to beat each other up, and you know, they're going to beat themselves up about how things are going. Instead, they're like, no, okay, that's been and gone, we'll box that off, we'll go again. And that is typified by that there, because you can see Kills was disappointed to get into extra time. The fact that he's then came away with a 119th minute winner, again, just shows you that mental strength that seems to just be growing with every single game they play.
It's the beauty of knockout football. That extra time winner from Kills You sees us run it back here in game 3. Milan thought they had taken it all the way to penalties, but it was Kills You who says no. And now Lotfi has Sassinho between him and a place in the final. big game here.
Massive.
Goes
Massive.
without saying. Big game.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's only so many adjectives we can find to describe this game and how important it is to both of these teams. Sometimes you just have to let the picture say what they need to say here, because
it's such a big game, you almost want to throw form book out the window. But for those who are interested, of course, Sassinho, 6 points throughout the season, did have a difficult time back on match day 6 with the infringement of the rules. Should have had maybe an extra 3 points on top of those 6 he garnered, but because he was guilty of infringing the match team strength limit then against Stifler, what was a 1-0 win turned into a default 3-0 loss. So just 6 points for Sassinho. You look at Lotfi's form, 9 points and undefeated since match day 3. So Lotfi really has come to the boil at the perfect time for United.
And if you do cast your minds back to the regular season, in terms of these two teams meeting each other, Quirito walked away with a draw against Lotfi, and Sassinho walked away with a 3-1 loss against Nexa. So whether you want to read anything into that or not, obviously that is your prerogative, but certainly these two will be looking to improve on their results.
We've been around a little while, Wes. We know at this point to throw form book out the window doesn't really matter, because it all comes down to this 90 or 120 minutes to decide who has a date with Destiny and Bayern Munich in the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 final, coming later today after this. It's been a long day. It's been a very long day.
We've seen a lot of all of these players that are here today. We have seen a lot of them.
Of course, wherever you're watching in the world, thank you so much for tuning in. Our friends all across the world. It is almost time to crown a champion, but first we have 90 or 120 or penalties separating Lotfi and Sassinho from misery or glory. Here's how we got here. Of course, Manchester United didn't have to play the quarterfinals thanks to their second place finish in the regular season across 7 match days. Played incredibly well. But Milan, they came through an Arsenal team that looked really, really good. Top of the table going into the final match day. Milan bested them then. They did it again in the first 2 games. And all of the clubs in this competition have been fighting all season long for that trophy you see on your screens. I hate to ask you, Wes, but which way is this going? I don't know. Do you know?
I will try and look into my crystal ball, but at this point in time, all I can see is static. No, I'm not getting anything from this. I think first goal, again, we talk about cliches within esports and within football. First goal's vital. It sets the tone. It will kind of maybe give us an idea as to where this gameplay is going to be. If Lotfi can come out of the traps quickly and kind of dismantle Sassinho, great. But also we've seen some incredible goals from Sassinho over the course of this season. Yeah, it's very, very 50-50 at this moment in time. I think, again, given momentum of what happened in the previous game, you'd say maybe Manchester United might be slight favourites here. But as we've said, you can't count out AC Milan at any point in time.
I said throw form book out the window, and I still am doing that. But I will say that this AC Milan team seems to have gotten the virtual players down to a T in the second half of the season. And when you look at Sassinho's results, he had several close games not go his way. 3-2 losses, 3-4 losses. Difficult to stomach those ones when they don't go your way. But it all comes down to this 90 minutes of eFootball, extra time and penalties if we need them. But game 3 is underway and Martial is offside to start us.
Yeah, well, you talk about that change of almost in fortune and in form. You've also got to talk a little bit about the newer players that they've actually have at their disposal. Obviously, the big times that were available to all the teams in the competition. You've also then got a maybe Castroia, Olivier Giroud's Player of the Week card. There's other things that have kind of crept in. Of course, the volume players that we saw all out the course of this competition. Ante Rebic just kind of came in and really gave them some different options, at least give them some different levels of players to work with.
My question is, who's going to step up when the lights are the brightest, as they are now? Two men taking centre stage, of course. Lotfi for United, Sassinho for Milan. Diaz around the corner. Origi back to Diaz. Long ball to Benacer as well. Varane with the intervention will force a corner. Diaz's corner towards Kiel!
Oh, half the ground thought that was in.
Had everyone fooled.
Oh, that's so
header.
close.
Oh, just a bit of accuracy, and no doubt we're looking at our opener.
Manchester United will be very happy to see that one sail past the post.
That they will. What a job by Kilzu in game 2 after seeing how game 1 went in commanding Milanese fashion. To steady the nerve and get that goal in the 119th minute to take us to this point. Lovely half switch of the play there to Rebic, round the corner as well to Leao, and Lindelof fastest to react. Origi. Rebic, Origi again. Oh! Forced the save. That's 2 really good chances in the opening 20 minutes for Sassinho. Here comes Lotfi. Fred out to Bruno Fernandes, stayed onside. Kalulu's defensive capabilities too strong. Anthony Martial, oh, that's a mistake, but Savitzer's animation lets him down.
I think it was more so he was looking for a side-by-side shoulder charge, and instead ball didn't quite set up in the right fashion for it.
Sabitzer here on the right-hand side, crosses in towards Martial, but Kier well positioned. And I will say this game is very, very tentative. We've had the opening 20 commanded mostly by Milan, the next 10 United have grown into it. Difficult to see which way the pendulum will swing next.
And that is it. Where will it stop when it is all said and done?
Origi with a shot from distance. Gets that corner. And if you remember that corner and that header from Kier.
It's that knock-on controlled strike they keep going for. But yeah, quite rightly, Kier's already had one sighter for a corner. Could potentially have another one here if Brahim Diaz can find the right delivery.
Here it is then, flat towards Kier! If at first you don't succeed, Wes, try and try again. Solid at the back, now turned goal scorer. Kier for Milan puts them up 1-0.
That's a double dinger from where I come from. Off the bar twice And again, as you said, it was just the way it was lined up. You'll see it again here. Off once, off again, back into the back of the net. Wonderful finish from Kier. And that gives AC Milan the foothold that they desperately needed.
As you'd expect from Sassinho, knows job not finished. 10 minutes to go till half-time. Milan 1, United 0 in game 3. The Milan storyline just keeps giving and giving. Sabitzer, plenty of time for a cross. Kier, the goal scorer, able to head that one away. Both men on the stage been waiting patiently all day to be featured. And now's the time to prove your worth. 5 to go until half-time. As you can see, both players on the stage within the top 10 of the regular season. Goal-scoring chance. Bruno Fernandes. Oh, that's
great challenge.
Vital from Tomori.
There will be 1
They
minute
tried again.
added time.
Rashford can't find his man. With 1 minute added on, looks like the first half will end with Milan in the lead. And that is the case. First 45 in the books. AC Milan 45 minutes away from the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 final. Regardless of what happens in this game 3, what a story we've seen from them this season.
Yeah, they have been value for it. They very much have been, AC Milan.
The highs and the lows this club has delivered. That's a long ball towards Rashford, heads it back to Martial!
Great finish! What a goal!
Game on! Milan 1, United 1. And that extra pass to set up the finish sets us up now in this second half. What a ball.
Great crossfield ball again. Rashford knocking that down. Martial, first time strike, knows that he had players coming to close him down. And it's Martial on the volley, passes it into the back of the net. And leave it to be the most experienced man in the Manchester United ranks to be the guy that pulls this back around for his team. This Lotfi converts his equaliser.
It's as you were. These two clubs proving incredibly difficult to split. Fred for United finds Rashford. Nice idea to try and feed Sabitzer there, but too close to Mike Magnan. Oh, that's a mistake. Now Rashford's through, and Rashford scores! Unbelievable turnaround from Manchester United. Now they're in the driver's seat.
Let it never be understated just how much that Marcus Rashford card has changed the season and complexion for Manchester United. Having that additional boost from the big-time card. You'll see it again there. It's you know, thievery from Anthony Martial and from Lotfi. He realised where it was going. The keeper cannot keep that out. We've seen it already today with Aaron Ramsdale, couldn't keep one out. Milan does the exact same.
Poor Sassinho now having to play on the back foot. As that goal, near enough on the hour mark, makes it United 2, Milan 1.
72,306.
Tonali, Diaz, Rebic looking for Origi. Lotfi doing the business so far.
Substitution in progress.
Oh, that's very dangerous. And now Martial on the D. Oh, it's 3! It's a goal that gives them a 2-goal cushion in the semi-final. It's a mistake at the back from Kalulu. It's been rock solid for most of the season, but Martial pounces. And from inside the D, puts Lotfi 2 to the good.
It's an instinctive finish from Lotfi there as well. You know, we certainly have seen before players in that position making extra passes, making extra strides. Instead he says, nope, going to take one touch, going to hit it, and finds the corner of the net. And now, 65 at the clock here, 3-1 at the moment.
Well,
Rebic 3-2!
Oh, 3-2!
Game on!
Straight away, the immediate reply. We need to remember our own advice, Wes. Milan just don't give up.
Yeah, you can't count them out. Brilliant, well-worked ball. And well-worked ball into the box there for Rebic to take that on and find it into the top corner. Brilliant finish.
Number 12.
From Sassinho. His team urging him to calm down now and get himself back to settled.
It's very hard to go back to neutral.
It's very hard to go back to neutral.
We're now underway. United 3, Milan 2. Plenty of time in this second half.
Manchester United, you've just got to keep the clock ticking.
Will be the happier of the two clubs in this position, but Sassinho believes. Benacer, Leao, Divock Origi, Adli. Back towards Origi, and well, he's gone flying there. The referee unmoved. Benacer to Origi. Fred
trying to line up that strike. So Manchester United will be well aware of the game plan from AC Milan. They have seen that knock-on controlled strike enough times to know when it is on. They know that they need to get out to them. You can see the horse has been cued in the top right-hand corner.
10 in-game minutes remain. United want to make certain with Rashford.
Wrestling.
Martial. Sabitzer! Et voila! United 4, Milan 2.
It's times like this I wish I spoke French. It's times like this I really... Again, it just wriggled free of the defender. Rashford just managed to retain the ball. It's one-touch passing. Goalkeeper is left flat-footed, doesn't get across his goal. And Sabitzer has Arguably one of the easiest tap-ins you're ever likely to see. I think the only word I know from that is allay. You can see what it means to them.
For Cezinho.
He's not out of it. He's not out of it yet. We saw what happened with 3-1. If he can replicate that and put some fear back in at 4-3, could be in for a grandstand finish.
So difficult to try and describe the roller coaster of emotions of this semi-final. After an emphatic win in game 1, AC Milan looked the favourites to go through.
They certainly did. They looked like they had the box seat. They looked like they were the most in control. They looked at the match one, and instead, Kills You and Lotfi both come along and went, no, we're going to upset the apple cart here, and we're going to completely turn this game on its head.
For some last words from Manchester United. Just analysing the way Milan are setting up for this final 10 less than minutes. We need 2 goals from Milan if the dance is to continue, but Fred, that is a vital tackle. And Martial is almost through, but for Kalulu.
Number 25, Jadon Sancho.
McTominay straight towards that corner flag. Dispossessed by Krunic. Milan trail by 2. Leao. Origi just lost his footing there for a moment. Sancho.
Anyway, will do.
Rashford will give chase, and he might just get there, you know. He does on the near side, and this is ticking time off of the clock all the while. And I think United have done it.
4 added minutes has
4
been
minutes
indicated.
added on.
Still in bounds as well.
But all of these minutes are being ticked off. And I think Rashford's even won himself a free kick here. It's been a fairy tale season from Milan. But United's resolve at the right time sees them just moments away, a mere formality no doubt, with a battle against Bayern München to be crowned champion.
Just need to grind these last few minutes out here.
Tonali wins the ball back here for Cezinho, but time is not his friend. Origi will take it out of play, and with only 1 minute to go, it's been a while since United found themselves in a final of this competition. Have to think back to the eFootball Cup back in 2020, if memory serves.
There's been a lot of football between now and then within this tournament and within this esports ecosphere.
That it has, but with the time ticking over to 94, Milan's season will come to an end, and Manchester United will play in the eFootball Championship Pro 2023 final. Lotfi Nexa kills you. They went out and got their team in the off-season, and now they're reaping the rewards. Commiserations to AC Milan. They have no doubt become a fan favourite this year with their efforts from match day 7 onwards. Thought for a moment it might just sit up for them, the dream run after game 1 of that semi-final. Invited them to go off and go on a storybook run. But the run, unfortunately for them, ends here. Our final is set. Manchester United, after the hard work they've put in this season, will play in the eFootball Championship Pro final. Semra, don't ask me to describe that game. Couldn't tell you because it was a cacophony of emotions, goals, thrills, spills across games 1, 2 and 3. But in the end, all I know, the only thing that makes sense is United are in the final.
Okay, I won't ask you what happened then, but what I will say is that Wiz mentioned it earlier, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And if you go all the way back to match day 1, you talk about the Milanese miracle. They were on their maiden campaign and debuted in the perfect way possible with 9 points from 9. They've made it all the way through to the knockout stages, just barely, however, making sure that they book the final place to today at the last minute, having to do so by picking up another hat-trick of wins against Arsenal. They've reached the semi-finals. It was a brand new club, new faces as well. Wes was saying, at what point do we put some respect on the name? And I think now is as good a time as any to do so, because it really is a remarkable run that they have had. And you look at Manchester United, you have to remember how they started out this campaign. It was disastrous for them, and going into the season, we all saw them as one of the big favourites to really challenge for the title. And today was another reason as to why they have shown us to be the case. And of course, they also finished second, didn't they, in the regular season as well. So they managed to come straight into the Final Four just at the right time. They're just revving up their engines. So it'll be fascinating to see how that Titanic clash goes down against Bayern München, who have made life a little bit more difficult for themselves, having had to play the quarterfinals as well. But I believe Wes is now ready to go and fire some questions in the mix zone. So let's hand things over to him for a moment.
Thanks very much, guys. I'm here with Lotfi, first of all. Congratulations. You can see that that's taken a little bit out of you in terms of your energy level. You seem a little bit flat. Was that a tough game for you guys?
Yeah, for sure. It's a high level. It's a semi-final of the eFootball Championship Pro. So all the games are very hard. The tension is here because if you lose, you go to home. So yeah, it was very hard games, very good opponent. Congrats to Milan because they played very well. But now focused on the most important part of the season, the final, and we stay focused. We try to not be too much happy because the target is the final. So.
Yeah, well, you've certainly made the final. Of course, you know who you're up against in terms of FC Bayern Munich. You've got a tiny bit of time before the game kicks off to try and mentally reset and talk about a little bit about your teammates and about, you know, the fact that the first game against AC Milan, you guys lost, but you managed to come back and repair yourselves and get yourselves back into that mode of being able to compete. Talk to them about talk about their mentality.
I think we have a very good mentality. We know if one loses, the two other wins. So it's important. We are really a team. So I think we have a very good mentality. We are very focused on this playoffs. We know how to keep the pressure, to deal with it. So yeah, in terms of mentality, I think we are on our area. So yeah, let's see now the final. But for the moment, I'm very happy of our mentality. We are very together.
Yep,
and
no, that's good.
It's the most important thing.
That's good. And one final thing. I'm going to ask you a cheeky question now. Do you think you can beat Bayern Munich?
We can do it. We can do it for sure. If we can't do it, it's better to don't play and to go at home. Or I will lose my time. We can do it, but it will be very hard for sure. It's a very big team. They are in the final, so for sure they beat FC Barcelona, who is very, very strong. But yeah, it will be tough. It will be close for sure. We will need the bit of luck that a champion needs. So yeah, we will do the maximum to make proud Manchester United. We want this title for this club who deserve a lot. And so now let's see, we focus and let's see what happens.
Well, fantastic. Well, it's great to hear from you. Good luck. Go and get yourself ready. Guys, back to you on the desk.
Thank you very much. No rest for the wicked, of course, because straight away, just a few moments' time, Lutfi will have to be joining his teammates once we're out on the main stage for that grand finale. I love how Wes says, a cheeky question. I mean, come on, he's been asking the same question all day long to everyone that he's been talking to, but now it's cheeky. It wasn't before. But in any case, I love that we have such a big final between such massive clubs, such juggernauts as well in this world, because I think the dark horses, sorry to say for you, Wes, they're out of the picture now. There are no surprises in that regard. But this really does look as though it's going to be a very even, hard-fought battle, one in which I could easily see games going to extra time penalties, or even 3 games, all 3 played out between them.
What is very funny is that me and Wes were talking over breakfast this morning and saying,
okay,
with it being, you know, best of 3, every game has to go extra time, penalties, a potential for a very long day, we came to the conclusion that maybe the quarterfinals, yeah, there's a bit of a skill disparity there. There's probably, you know, going to be some 2-0s in there. Both quarterfinals, 2-0. Semi-finals, we were like, you know what, maybe that's when we're going to start seeing extra time and maybe penalties. Look at both semi-finals. Just every single one went to game 3 and, well, hopefully the finals doesn't disappoint because the semis were absolutely action-packed.
So no commentator's curse then for today. You've actually nailed everything with precision.
It's because we said it off air.
Yeah, it's because there's no witnesses.
That is the trick. I understand now. Okay, well, but
fine.
you've just said it on air now. So.
Yeah, I know. You've just ruined it.
Well, my friends, it's been a long day. It's been a very long season, but it's all been building up to this very moment right here. We can finally say that we are ready to go for the grand finale, and it's between FC Bayern Munich and Manchester United.
For the final time this season, we see 2 teams emerge from the tunnel, but only one can be pronounced champion. It is Manchester United against Bayern München, a clash of titans for our final. We can see briefly Mestre for Bayern going out first. He had to pull out all the stops in his game to see Bayern over the line. And on the other side, it's a Nexa who went ahead in game 1 in the semi-final, but just was washed away by an incredible Franquinho performance. He has a chance now to right that wrong.
Yeah, certainly, and there is no bigger stage to do it on than the eFootball Championship Pro final stage. It really is that level that they need to reach, and especially with Nexa, he will need to lead off Manchester United on a good footing here. Of course, you have got Mestre, who has came through both quarters and semi-finals with victories. So looking at there, it's really delicately poised.
It's delicately poised, it's a grand occasion, and I tell you what, there's no one else I'd rather speak to before a grand occasion than, of course, the big man of adrenaline. Of course, it's Jordi Semras with him in the mix zone.
The head honcho, the director of the tournament, call him whatever you want. He's a man of many names, Jordi. It's been a brilliant day. Have you been enjoying it so far?
Yeah, well, it has been an amazing day, you know, sitting my chest, so I'm so happy of the tournament, the people enjoying it, the teams, and also, well, I think that now we have a exciting final that is going to be right now, so can't wait to see this final. So, yeah.
And what do you think of the season, its entirety in the last 5 months and how everything has gone?
Well, I think it has been a very exciting season. We think that we did a pretty good job for all teams and even the execution. So I'm so happy, and yeah, and also, well, I would like to thank Konami, of course, and all the teams for making this league possible.
And we also want to thank you, of course, for making all of this possible. And is there any just final message that you would like to say, as this is our last opportunity to speak with you before the end of the season?
Yeah, well, I will say thanks to all the fans that play football. and keep playing and keep watching the eFootball Pro League and enjoy the game. That is probably the best game in the world.
Probably? Come on.
Yeah.
The best.
The best.
The best. There you go. Well, thank you very much,
Thanks
Dorothy. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy the grand finale, because it's going to be a cracker. I have no doubt about that. So I think we're just about ready. It's just about go time then between those two. I'll hand things over to Harry Wes one last time. Guys, ready for this?
More than ready, as are the players on the stage. That is what is waiting for Manchester United or Bayern München. The trophy lift is one of the most emphatic things you can do in any competition. We're going to see it in a minimum of 2 games' time, Wes. Bayern or United? Who's it going to be?
Oh, it's... you know, as much as Semra made fun, and we obviously thank Semra for all of her hard work this season, as much as she made fun of you sitting on the fence, it's a very comfortable position. It really is, because you could make equal arguments for either one of these teams to walk away with that trophy. You really could. If you look at Manchester United, look at Nexi, you look at Lotfi, you look at Kilsju, you look on the Bayern Munich side of the fence, you've got Mestre, you've got Jose, you've got Mukahit. At a minimum, of course, you've got Lutti and Jay Victor backing them up. There's so many elements to this that are, for lack of a better phrase, combustible. That anything is possible within this game. And as you quite rightly said, as much as the form book will give you a little bit of an idea as to how things are going to go, until the game starts, you have no idea what you're in for.
No, you don't, Wes. And I'll tell you what, one of my favourite things that happens in this studio, just to give people, as we look on to this fantastic piece of silverware, you don't see it at home, but as we get ready to jump into the game, the lights on the desk here just dim down, and it's one of my favourite things that happens because it means we're moments away from game time. Something you don't quite realise from home is just quite how bright the lights are on that stage. We saw Nexa there just for a moment, just head below the desk, taking a moment to himself. The disappointment from his semi-final performance can all be washed away here with a chance to turn up against Mestre. It's difficult to do, but if there's someone who can do it, it's Nexa.
Former league MVP, knows his way around, former winner of this competition, knows his way around. But as does Mestre. Mestre has been here, done it, and seen it all before. That's what makes it so intriguing for these matchups to occur, because we don't know until we see them in the chairs, so we have to kind of almost make a snap decision based on what we see. Both of them look very calm, they look very cool. I'm sure that'll change within about 5 or 10 in-game minutes. But they all seem very relaxed, they seem very kind of loose, which is what you need in a final, to be able to just relax, play your natural game, and find your best level and just exert that will on the opposition.
Well, speaking of the final, we are now underway. The eFootball Championship Pro 2023 final. Underway between Bayern and United. Mane looking to start things off really strongly here for Mestre. We started with 8 clubs back in February. We said goodbye to 2 of them in May. We said goodbye to 4 more here today in the knockout stages. That leaves us just 2. Bayern and United. Sane to Tel with the back heel. And De Gea's made a real hash of that one. Luckily, no man in a red shirt to try and pounce upon it. Of course, the United contingent will be hoping that Nexa puts his best foot forward here in the grand final. Still a best of 3. So extra time and penalties if we need them, but Nexa, I think it's fair to say, Wes, went slightly missing in the semi-final. If he puts his best foot forward here, United are in with a real shout of going up in game 1, going into game 2.
I think he had a lack of opportunity in terms of chances created. But even on top of that, Franquinho just kind of rode over him a little bit. Certainly, if he can find a level that we are all almost accustomed to at this stage, it'll be a very hard day at the office for Mestre.
Speaking of, Mestre's in red-hot form today. Of course, earlier on played a fantastic quarter-final. Did really well in his semi-final as well. He's looking to continue that fight for Mane. Ventured into the box, but denied by the United defence, and now chance for a bit of breathing room as they get the throw in. "20 minutes gone in our final and no real chance to speak of just yet. Is that about to change? Musiala miscues his pass. Tell with the double touch around 1, gets past 2 as well, and David De Gea and Sané. Oh,
Great
side
save.
netting.
That is a brilliant save from David De Gea. And that is a chance missed for Bayern as well, with the follow-up there with Gnabry. Goalkeeper on the floor.
There was the first chance, the second into the side netting. Didn't quite see if it got a glance off a United man last, but I don't think so, judging by the reactions.
I'm so used to seeing Gnabry pop up there, I didn't realise that was Leroy Sané that was the one with the opportunity. Again, it doesn't really matter who it was that was shooting it. The fact is the chance has gone by the wayside.
Game 1 has come to life now as Mestre still knocking on that back door. Pavard with the cross. Maxa has to weather this storm. Problem is, he's given the ball away very cheaply, trying to start counter-attacks perhaps a little bit too early here. Fred turns Kimmich very well. And Rashford dummies it, lets it run.
That'll do if you're United.
Throwing in on the half-hour mark, taken very quickly to Martial. Leroy Sané. Mestre assessing his options, goes back to Goretzka. We expect this to be a very nervy affair, and we said before, the first goal so vital. Martial trying his luck against De Ligt there. But it's so nervy because these clubs, of course, all been playing since February to get to this very point. So the nerves will be paramount. Who can hold their nerve? Rashford, Fred, back to Marcus Rashford. Crowded out. It's been a very open first half of game 1. 5 minutes till half time. Perhaps argue Mestre and Bayern look more comfortable in possession here, but still 0-0. Musiala can find Sané here now. Here's a real chance to open the scoring.
Great save again. Brilliant composure from Nexa.
Still a corner to be defended, but that Nexa save, not the first of the half, has denied the first goal of our finals. Bayern corner. Definitely one to forget there.
There will be 1 minute added time.
Only 1 minute added on at the end of the first half. One that has been fairly even, fairly open, but you'd definitely tip the advantage to Bayern, given the sheer amount of opportunities they had in comparison to their adversaries here.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to just edge themselves in front in terms of momentum. Not necessarily by goals, of course, because we haven't seen one yet. In terms of the momentum of the game, they seem to just be working their way into it a little bit more. But of course, we've seen already from Manchester United and from Nexa already over the course of this entire competition, when it takes one opportunity to come by, and these guys will take it.
Second half underway. Bayern and United facing off in our grand finals. Over the top to Sane. There's a man over for company as well. Goes for goal, and
it's 3 chances now for
flashes
Sane.
past the woodwork there. As you said, so many chances so far for Mestre. This one may be the best of the bunch.
I think that slide tackle just did enough to put him off in terms of looking to try and block a chance or an opportunity of maybe putting the ball low. Instead, he had to go high, but obviously with that becomes more of a risk.
Rashford. Who can he find here in the middle? Pavard for company. Sabitzer. Looked like he might just get a head onto that, but over his head it goes. Defence into attack here from Bayern. And likewise for United, as once again it's Marcus Rashford. Shrugs off Pavard, and Bruno Fernandes has space in the box and goes for goal! Our first goal of the finals! Scored by Bruno. Puts Nexa and Manchester United in a commanding position now.
In terms of threat assessment, if you start worrying about too many players too closely, for example, with Rashford, with Martial, you're going to leave a threat open. And one of them is Bruno Fernandes. See here again, great work down the left-hand side here with Rashford. But you'll notice there, instead of trying to dribble in field, he plays a square ball into Bruno. Bruno has that opportunity and has the angle to find a controlled strike into the back of the net. And what tonic that is to relieve some of that pressure that Nexa was under. He'd had those 3 opportunities that had gone his way when Bayern had gone down his end of the field. Instead, he has found a golden chance and has tucked it away for 1-0.
You read my mind, Wes. My mind initially went back to those chances as Martial gave chase there. That Mestre had so many. Didn't take them, and Nexa's made him pay. At this level, on this stage, it's about being clinical, and Sabitzer's latched onto this one. Rashford! United 2, Bayern 0.
It's just like that, and it's 2-0. You see there the awareness again. He knew that he was going to get caught with Sabitzer. He says, there's a Marcus Rashford over there. We'll play that over there. You can see all of the pressure went there. Rashford was ahead of his man. But no chance there. Tucks it away for 2-0. And gone is the emotion from Nexa. It's the calmness that's been replaced with it. And again, if I was a player, that's what would terrify me, is if he's calm. That's what would terrify me completely.
Well, it's almost like watching 2 different players up there in comparison to his semi-final 3-0 defeat to Franquinho. His emotions were all over the shop, on display for everyone to see. As you said, cool, calm, collected customer now. Has a 2-goal lead to defend here. Mestre had his chances, but really, thinking back for Nexa, it's only been those 2 opportunities. He's taken them both, and it's all about being clinical at this level.
That's what we've said. We've said it all day. We have said it about when those chances come by to you, have to make them count. It doesn't matter about, oh, well, we had these nearly opportunities and, oh, we almost scored. The only stat that will matter at the end of this game is the one that is the top left-hand corner of the screen, and that is the score line. And if it reads 2-0 at the end, nobody's going to really remember those 3 chances for Sane. I'm going to venture to say that Mestre may. Nobody else will. The history books will tell you it's 2-0.
Number 44. Coming on the field.
Well, well, well.
Number 11.
Nexa 2, Mestre 0.
Number 22. The
He's kept that in.
For this match was 70,987.
Double touch lets him down.
He just ran out of real estate.
Sadio Mane, Coman, you know he likes to get to the byline this time, delivered early. Kimmich on the turn. Mane snatched away by Lindelof.
It's great aggression there from Nexa. Knows he has to go out and forage to get that ball back. Knows the physicality that this Bayern Munich side has to offer, so he knows he's got to make himself known in these challenges.
This is why we watch the eFootball Championship Pro. As Sane is dispossessed. Because coming into this game, Mestre had been in red-hot form in the knockout stages. Beating De Palma. Winning against Roma in the quarterfinals. 5-1. Then you look at how Nexa performed. Again, I'll keep bringing up that Milan 3-0 loss. Because at that point, it looked like United down and out. Not expected to reach this game. Now he gets a second chance. And it's like old sportsmen used to say back in the day, don't let me get 1. Don't let him get 2. Nexa doesn't look like letting go.
Very much so. If you're a 90s child, you know that you don't give any impetus to Manchester United to get on comebacks. You don't do it because they will take advantage of it. And certainly as they are playing at the moment, Manchester United and Nexa especially, very, very well indeed. But Bayern Munich will always cause problems. They will always cause you to question what you are doing. But as you can kind of see here from Nexa, it's very much the clear the lines and keep it in play. Which is why we keep hearing it be applauded every time it goes clear, as Rashford looks to make his way down the left-hand side here. He's got players in support if he needs him, instead he's turned himself around, and is this the early beginnings of time wasting? Maybe. Here's Fred.
It's Fred now. So Meccano has to step in, but I was just watching Mestre's player cam in the bottom right. Every single time the ball gets away from him, visible disgust. Mane on the turn, double touch, but nothing coming of that time around. Savitzer with a nice dummy.
Kept it in as well as Sabitzer. He's got players in the middle. Pavard has brought him down. Advantage is given.
Savitzer to Eriksson. Martial just couldn't match the pace of the ball.
Clock keeps ticking here. Lindelof with the header.
It's like that's a offside there, the referee's called, and well, changes to be made. 10 minutes to go, Wes. Those early chances we saw from Mestre just seem to be non-existent now.
Yeah, they seem to just completely dried up those opportunities. The minute the ball goes anywhere close to that Manchester United backline, it is cleared away and then is applauded with the clearance. Because so long as it stays in play, as we've said before, that clock will keep ticking. And that's all that Manchester United want at this point in time. They have a 2-goal lead. As long as that clock keeps ticking, I think I've clocked there, what, 9 minutes in-game plus stoppage. They're in the box seat here.
Substitution on the field. Number 8. Leon Goretzka.
Rashford down to Martial.
Coming on to replace him is number 13. Eric Choupo-Moting.
Go time for Bayern. Joao Cancelo just can't get past Shaw. Nexus defending throughout the game, whether it be with the goalkeeper or the back four, has been difficult to break down. Look at the red shirts forward though. Tell again can't get past Lindelof. Casemiro defending now. Rashford inside. Time is ticking down here for Bayern. United have the ball back and anywhere will do. Applause from Lotfi. In the 90th minute now, and United still have this 2-goal lead.
4 added minutes has been indicated.
Fred intercepts up towards Rashford, and now Martial can backheel it to Anthony. Where does this one go? Martial maturely to the corner. It runs out of play, but it's at the right end of the pitch if you're a United fan. They win the ball back as well, and Rashford might fancy himself here. That maturity from Nexa coming through. Game 1 goes to United. 2-0, and there's the Nexa we expected. Puts United on championship points.
He may have disappointed in the semis, but he hasn't in the final. He has given them a big advantage going into game 2 here. Wonderful, as you said, mature was the right word. Maturity in that performance. And we'll see it back here. The chances that were there for Mestre. But in terms of the manual goalkeeping, Nexa was equal to them all in terms of the abilities that he was finding here. But again, it's this goal with Fernandez. It's a brilliantly controlled strike into the right-hand side of the net. And from there, you thought, OK, you've got yourself a foothold. Are Bayern Munich going to respond here? And instead, Nexa found even more than what he... Because we've seen it before from him. You'll see there, again, the awareness and the coolness under pressure to find the extra pass across. We've seen it time and time again from Nexa. So it isn't too much of a surprise to see it in the final. Again, though, against such a high-level player in Mestre, that's where the surprise comes in.
It's almost as if that second United goal knocked the wind out of Mestre, and he never fully seemed to recover from it. And thanks to Nexa's performance, they are now on championship points. Game 2 moments away, and the two men taking the stage matched up against each other on match day 7 around about a month ago. Jose for Bayern bested Alex earlier on. Will have to do so here again against Kilzu. Kilzu's performances throughout the season have been stellar. But for Jose, it's a bit of a conundrum, because back on match day 7, these two men played already. It ended in a 2-1 win to Kilzu, so advantage the Frenchman.
It's only a month ago that this game happened, and we're seeing a rerun now, but I would venture to say that the stakes are slightly higher. Just the small, small token of an eFootball Championship Pro Trophy at stake here.
It's one game away for United. The silverware that they want to take home. Back to Old Trafford. As you can see, both sets of players setting up their virtual teams, Wes, but the thing I want to talk about is the psychology of the men behind the controllers, not the ones controlling them, but the entourages on the stage. Because although Bayern outnumber Manchester United, it was Lotfi and it was Kilzu getting loud, applauding their player and making sure their presence was felt. Do you think that could be the difference maker here?
It's certainly easier to cheer on your teammate when they've got a goal ahead. I will say that much. It's very easy to talk when you're ahead, but if you start talking when it's 0-0, that's the sign of a real esport player, as we'll see going into game 2 here.
It's underway now. Bayern versus United. Jose versus Kilzu. Musiala in the area to kick us off. First storm weathered by Kilzu, as we mentioned before. Match day 7. Only a month ago these two faced off. What have they learned since then? Tell has 2 men over on that far side. Varane for company, goes for goal himself. And very wayward in the end. Sadio Mane keeps it alive here to Musiala. Leroy Sané, and Tell is through against David De Gea.
What a save!
Unbelievable!
He was out of position, and then he somehow still got back into position. That is a wonderful save from Kilzu.
I think the manual saves from De Gea have saved 3 goals for United, and we've barely kicked off game 2. Corner still to deal with here. Varane away. There was a similar story in game 1 with Nexa. Mesre could not beat the manual goalkeeping. Long ball to Mane. Oh, doesn't connect with it.
I think he was looking to try and knock that down into the box. There's nobody there to receive it.
If you're just joining us, this is the final of this competition. We've played 7 regular season match days. Quarterfinals and semi-finals prior to this point. Marcus Rashford for United to cross it in. It's United who won game 1, therefore are 1 game away in this best of 3 from hoisting the trophy. Jose for Bayern wants to prevent that very action happening. Mane dispossessed.
It's going to be a case of chicken here. Who's going to blink first?
I think that's a bit of a miscue there from Kilzu. Bit of a cheap throw in to give away to Jose. He's going for a ball towards Tell. It's quite either a tame finish or a calm back pass. Musiala's double touch sees him past the first man. Tell with a snapshot. Mane skips past Martinez, and it'll be a corner now to Bayern.
Much the same as we kind of saw in match 1. Early Bayern pressure, but it resulted in Manchester United taking the lead. We see history repeats itself.
Corner to no avail. As you said, the opening 30, fairly one-way traffic. Varane has to try and mark Tell. That's another Jose chance. Goes by the wayside. Bruno Fernandes. Marcus Rashford. Fred, Sabitzer, this is better for United, but fed to an offside Martial in the end. struggle at times to decipher and predict exactly which way this game's going to go. It's Jose. It's like the Iceman. So difficult. So difficult to falter, break down. One of the most difficult 1v1 players to come up against in this competition. On the other side, you have Kilzu, who's playing for the trophy, essentially. Martial trying to sneak in behind. It's a better spell of pressure here, though, for United. Can Kilzu capitalise? Casemiro. And Bruno playing keep ball as Martial. Can't seem to get a hold of that one. Shaw pounces and Rashford protects. Martial with the flick on to Rashford, but Musiala well placed.
I would have thought that maybe rather than go aerially here, that United would be trying to break Bayern down on the low block, purely on the basis of how physically imposing this team is versus what Manchester United have in their repertoire here. And again, if you're Bayern, you need to start tapping into that pace that you have up front.
Sane, good turn from him. This will be the final attack of the half, and it's quelled by Kilzu. Even at half-time between Bayern and United. Still evenly poised. A reminder, Bayern need to win the next two to be crowned the champions. If not, it's United that will be lifting that trophy. First time in their history, if I'm not mistaken. Got to the final of the eFootball Cup a few years ago. Here's Rashford coming forward. Oh! It was a sighter, but Sommer has to push it round. First real chance for United to start off the second half.
There's a good chance just to get themselves a foothold in this half already. Just say, hey, you know, we may not have had the ascendancy in the first half, but we'll want it in the second.
United corner, Varane's in there. This is just as tight as when these two men went to war a month ago. Advantage played by the referee, I think. No, apparently not. Kilzu as surprised as I am. It was a 2-1 scoreline back then, and Rashford, well, he has absolutely no one for company, but loses his footing. The idea was there. How could Bayern break? Sadio Mane into the area, tries to cut back, but defensively United have been so strong. It's a prime example of it there, Casemiro stepping up.
Bit of a cynical one there. Oh, it's a red card.
Oh.
It's a red card.
Well, we didn't quite get to see it, but you called it, Wes. Kimmich has been sent off here. Bayern down to 10 men in game 2. And that might just set the cat amongst the pigeons.
It was a pretty cynical challenge on halfway. But the ball had clearly gone.
Oh, Jose not electing to make any changes following that sending off. How big could that be?
Don't forget, in terms of positionally where Joshua Kimmich sits in this formation, he is the DMF. He's normally the blocker. It's that really key position of DMF. Oh no, tell a lie actually, they have Goretzka sitting at DMF, so that might be explaining why that the pause has only just gone in.
Well, it's one of the very few red cards we've seen this entire eFootball Championship Pro season.
I'm trying to cast my mind back, I don't think we've seen one.
And it's come in game 2 of the Grand Finals. My oh my. Well,
see that ball's gone.
There is the red card, Wes. Yeah, that's the infringement.
Yeah, you saw ball was gone. It was cynical. United run the counter. Yes, they are again here.
Number 22. Substitutions taking place.
Oh, Martial was threatening him behind, but clearly the referee not putting up with any late tackles here.
If it kills you, I think the idea here would be maybe not pay too much attention to the fact that Bayern are down to 10. You've still got to play your natural game here. And if you're Jose, you've got to cover the gap. You have to cover that gap, whichever way you look at it.
Bruno Fernandes trying to force it through to Rashford. There is a pause queued up. There's plenty of space in that midfield now. Cancelo. Scott McTominay. Final 15 to play in game 2. It is still Bayern 0, United 0. Nothing to separate these two. Unless Martial into the penalty area now. Pavard, it lands at his feet. Great reading of the dummy there from Kilsue. And an even better dummy on the other side. Sane with green grass to run into. Tries to lay it off, but, well, he will get there.
Free kick.
And the referee, as you said, has seen something he's not happy with. Free kick in what is an inviting position for Bayern.
They certainly have a welcoming committee to talk about what option they take it. You have the likes of João Cancelo, Leroy Sane. Even Sadio Mane can hit these. Stood over the ball. It's just a case of what gamble do you take?
One well-placed kick here, Wes, and we could well see a game 3. Jose taking his time. This is such an important decision.
The problem you have with this type of free kick is actually pretty simple. If you jump the wall, you know, Murphy's Law says they'll go under it. If you don't jump the wall, Murphy's Law says they'll go over it. If you move the goalkeeper, Murphy's Law says they go in the other side. You literally have no way to move here. You've just got to be correct with your answer.
Looks like it will be Leroy Sane for Bayern München. In the 83rd minute here, steps up, and it's straight at David De Gea. Anticlimactic in the end. You sense that might just be Bayern's last real chance of the 90. Certainly one of the best chances they'll get being down to 10. Get more tactical switches and pauses in play.
Substitution on the field. Number 10, Leroy
McTominay.
Sané. Coming on the field is
Final 5 minutes in game 2.
Kingsley Coman.
Kills and Jose have not been able to be separated at this point, but that's a back heel towards Anthony, through and just crowded out. Coman. Now all of a sudden Bayern are breaking. Tell on that right-hand side, past Lindelof. Who's there waiting? Tell, he's going all the way. Out to McTominay. Up to Rashford. Back by Upamecano. Casemiro joins the fray. And we are headed to extra time.
I'm nervous for them, and I'm not. I have no dog in the fight here, and even I feel nervous.
Unbelievable between these two competitors. Kills you and Jose. We said it back on match day 7, two of the most evenly matched players, proving why here in the grand finals. United so close to glory. Bayern fighting for survival.
Right now for information on our shuttle bus service.
Sounds like we're underway. First period of extra time. A reminder, Bayern down to 10. Fernandes. Marcus Rashford tries to slide in Anthony. Here he is again. Good read from Jose. Casemiro not letting Bayern break out. Anthony. Stanisic again, stepping up. Sandro Martinez came a long way, and that might just allow Bayern through here. Kingsley Coman galloping towards the penalty area. Luke Shaw across.
Had to make the challenge. That's a brilliant read. Had to make the challenge there.
Up to Fernandes. 5 minutes to go here in extra time 1. Shaw nods it on.
See Kelsey just trying to put it into places that Mestre doesn't want to be. Oh, sorry, Jose doesn't want to be in.
Jadon Sancho dispossessed by Upamecano, but McTominay will retrieve. There's 4 white shirts waiting up top. Goretzka defending. And we're into added time of extra time. But a great tackle from Kilsue. We head to extra time period number 2.
For information provided by the local police.
You cannot split these two.
say the atmosphere in here is just riddled with pressure.
It's been a very, very long day. One less for Jose and Bayern. Playing all the way from the quarters, Anthony to start off the second extra time period. Rashford, Fernandes. United still trying to push here. Casemiro over the top towards Anthony. Just both players cancelling each other out here.
I think either one are looking for a mistake here.
Probably the longest day has been had by Bayern. They kicked off the show against AS Roma all that time ago. They've been waiting for this moment, and Jose has to hold strong. Rashford now in the penalty area dancing, and Bruno is there. Only a corner, but it could be a valuable one. If Kilzu can conjure up some magic here.
Nearly did there. It was just a really good covering block there by Jose.
Kilzu's thinking, what do I have to do? To break down Jose. Manchester United corner.
Substitution on the field. Number 44.
Bruno to take.
To replace him is
towards Jadon Sancho. 5 minutes remain in the second period of extra time. Jose trying his best to try and break. Being down to 10 men, it's always going to be difficult to do so. De Gea as well, taking that a long way from home.
Got to get back in goal here.
Taken quickly. Mane looked like he might shape to shoot, and Kilzu absolutely incensed that this one might just slip through his fingers. 120th minute. Bayern in possession. Short to Gnabry. Anthony wins the ball. We are going to penalties. Nothing to split Jose and Kilzu. It's a penalty shootout here in game 2. If United win it, they will be champions. If Bayern come through victorious, Wes, we'll see a game 3.
Here we go. Gnabry versus De Gea.
Jose to kick first. Up against Kilzu. De Gea's made some good saves, but sent the wrong way. Up next, Jadon Sancho. Steps up and straight down the middle.
Nonchalant.
Tell up next. For Bayern, and Jose scores. 2-1. Bruno up next for United.
Finish. Really good penalty.
2-2. tough. He can't watch off camera. And I don't blame him at all. Sadio Mane steps up and it's off the post. It's a Mane miss.
He's been so reliable all day.
Rashford to take the lead in the shootout.
Ice in the veins.
All the pressure on Jose. It's Koeman against De Gea, and it's saved! Unbelievable!
It's match
Putting
point.
Manchester United and kills you on match point. They've done it! Manchester United are your eFootball Championship Pro 2023 champions. Lotfi kills you, Nexa, now champions.
Glory, glory, Man United. What a finish. The coolness to do that in a penalty shootout with the final on the line. The confidence of that young man. They've done it again. Those three have been phenomenal.
Well, you can see the emotions, what it means. It's undeniable. They've worked so hard since this competition kicked off in February. But finally, we have your champions, Manchester United.
Congratulations to Manchester United. Another warm round of applause for the winners. Nexa's crying. You have to tell me how you're feeling right now. You can translate.
C'était tellement dur cette année que j'ai tout lâché là. Je suis heureux pour moi, pour mes coéquipiers, pour le club surtout. Ils méritent ce club. Et voilà.
The season was so hard. It's hard to hard words. He's so happy for us, for the club first, mainly the club, and for us, for the teammates, the Hitel. So yeah, he's so happy, and it's too much emotion for him.
I can imagine, I can see that. Tears of absolute joy just streaming down his face right now. You're holding your breath. You can hardly contain your emotions and your feelings right now. Tell me about the moment that you were crowned.
Wow, it was it's just amazing because it's penalty shootout. So we don't know. In a game you can know at the last minutes, but now it's 1 moment, 1 second. You know you are champion, and be champion with this jersey for this club. For us, it's very special because, for example, we all won before with another club, but it's a very special feeling. It's so much different to win with Manchester, and we are more happy than ever in our life.
I can imagine that you share that same sentiment. And talk about the way that the season started. You came into this touted as one of the favourites, a new collection of stars with talent and all kinds of things that you could bring to Manchester United. It's proven to be the case. Only 2 points a match they won. Very disappointing, no wins. But in a way, it almost didn't matter because look at what's happened today.
It was the start of the season was very, very difficult, but we work a lot with all the team, and they give us a lot of advice. Even after we took 0 points against Arsenal, it was very difficult and unhabitual for us to be 7. And yes, that we work a lot together as a team, and we are very proud of what we did.
Well, you should be very proud, and I'm sure that I say this on behalf of all the Manchester United fans out there, that they're very proud of you as well. So I'll let you have this moment, revel in it, soak in it, enjoy your new trophy. Next, I still can't even believe it, by the way. But we do also want to take a moment to announce some of the prizes that we still have for you that are going to be given out. As we said at the beginning of the day, there is going to be a Best Goal of the Day award for the knockout round. So please welcome to the stage now FC Bayern Munich's Mestra, winner of the Best Goal of the Day award. 5,000 euros he will take home then for today. A round of applause. There he is coming from behind. Mestre. Congratulations. And we do also have one more final award to hand out as well, and that is the MVP award for the day as well, for the knockout round. Winner of 10,000 euros. Please give it up for Manchester United's Kills You. Double congratulations to you, my friends. Wonderful stuff, wonderful stuff. Exhaling and trying to relax from what's been such an emotional day. Guys, everyone come on up here. We've got the whole crew, all of the teams, all the players. Wow, what a journey, what a ride. It has all come down to this. The final stop on our tour. We have finally crowned our new winners, our new champions for the eFootball Championship 2023. He looks like he's in disbelief.
Complete disbelief. I mean, to have it completely finished by a penalty shootout, I mean, you couldn't write it better, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, you really couldn't. All of these esports pros have been playing for so long throughout the season, so hard, practicing every single day. And this is what it means to him. Can't wait to see it again next season.
Oh, I can't wait to see it again either. As it is our farewell, is there any other final words you would like to say to all of our fans and to our loyal audience out there?
Yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. It's been absolutely spectacular this season. You have not been disappointed for entertainment this year, let me tell you that much. These guys have put on a show.
They've been spoiled,
They've
haven't they?
spoiled us, absolutely spoiled us.
Yeah, and for me, it's just when's the new season start?
Yeah.
Because can we start again next week? Can we do it again? It's been awesome. It's been fantastic. And thank you so much to everybody who's made it happen. Front of the camera, behind the camera, all of these wonderful human beings. It's been brilliant.
It really has been brilliant. I very much share all the same sentiments that the two of you have just displayed for all of us. It's been a pleasure. Thank you to both of you as well. I've loved every single moment working alongside the two of you. I want to take a moment to thank Konami, to thank everybody here as well for putting on what has been such a fabulous show week in, week out, whenever we have had our match days. To the entire crew here behind the scenes, in front of the cameras, everybody involved. It has been so fantastic, and we really appreciate all the hard work and the tireless efforts that have been put into making this so wonderful. And of course, a final thank you to all of you as well, to all of our loyal fans, to our audience, to everybody who loves to play eFootball and to watch these fabulous guys here in action as well. Thank you so very much. We hope you enjoyed this season. We'll see you again very soon. Take care, everyone, and adios for now.